structured height take is more what I expect to see here. When we have mobility in the game, we had various different mobility across the last few seasons and chapters. You can literally just look up, say, I don't think they're too confident up there. Let's just dash our way up, and we're on height. So I think now we're going to see teams like Cammy and Seti that have taken height in the past, previously known as a low ground team, then sort of evolve their playstyle to take height when they need to. They're very structured at that. They're very, very good at it. They know how to get to that front side of zone and then make sure that they can claim height. So it's not necessarily you're going to be a high ground team or a low ground team. For some of these teams like Cammy and Seti, they have it all.
Yeah, and speaking of teams that like to take height, Clix and Veno. Clix, when he was playing with Epic Whale and Epic Whale, he was taking high ground way too early, around zone 9, and then on constantly getting chopped out. But joined by Veno, who has reined him in just a little bit. They did such a good job during Major 3, controlling high ground, especially in day 1.
Okay, yeah. Let's circle back, Clix and Veno. Let's take a moment, right? Let's give them a moment to kind of talk about this duo. How are they performing? You've touched on it a little bit. Can you maybe break down just a little more for me? What has Veno brought to Clix, right? We've seen Clix kind of pair up with a few different duos, and then obviously we had Queasy and Veno for so long. And then you're suddenly like, okay, wait, Veno, you're leaving EU to go compete on NA. You're already used to competing in EU, and now we're going to change all of that up, and you're going to go play with someone like Clix? Are you crazy?
It's honestly, we've already talked about it, how well paired it is. It's honestly looking almost like a trio competition where you have the IGL, you have the Fragger, and then you have the support player. But you just mesh IGL and Fragger together, and that's Veno. And Clix plays the perfect support. Watching them play in Major 3 was like watching a dance. Constantly in Veno's shadow, Clix was ready to prepare for him. And watching some of these plays that they made in the end game, where Clix would shoot towards a box, the team would get distracted in one direction, and then Veno would quickly rotate into the back and 1v2 them. It was so exciting to watch them play. They had their strategy down to a pat, but even when a wrench was thrown into that, they were able to evolve, they were able to adjust, and I think even though they might potentially be contested here today, I don't think that's going to throw them off their game too much.
Yeah, well, remember, Major number 3, their debut season, they were looking strong to win the entire Major. I think it was the last 3 games where things didn't quite go too well for them. I think for Veno, he didn't have a very good start in terms of EU's performance with Tayson. He, of course, played Major 1 and Major 2 with Tayson. You imagine this is like a Titan duo. I mean, you can see on the screen right now, he is ready and raring to go. He's been in this situation before, but as I was saying, he was playing with Tayson, didn't quite work out. He's looking at other options in EU and thought, well, not really any players that sort of suit me here. This is not, I don't want to be going into Major 3 not 100% comfortable, and I think that's why we saw him move over to NA, and as I mentioned earlier, Clix is just the perfect teammate. At the beginning of their sort of journey together, things were a little bit rough.
What's up, chat?
Maybe it was
What's up, Julius? How you doing today?
Tell that things weren't quite on the same page, but now though, when you watch them in endgame, the way they play through these tasks, the way they're hit to hit, as you mentioned, making little strategies, little plays in endgame, it's so good to watch, and they're really exciting team in endgame. When they're playing those mid-ground layers, it's so good.
We also have to give a shout out to their coach. Blood Eggs has just done such a good job making sure that they are ready to go, making sure that they are focused, because they are pretty emotional players. When they start getting hyped, they are on a tear, and then once they start going down, it's a little rough for them, but they have been able to work on that, evolve from that. And personally, I saw a lot of growth from Clix during Major 3, where Veno was down, he was feeling out, and Clix just kept building it up, saying, no, we got this, we're doing great. And Veno would kind of turn around a little bit and start smiling on stream, and you know Clix is locked in when he turns off his face cam and comms, and that's what we were seeing in the Cash Cup. You know that when he is starting to take away from his stream, that he is serious.
That's right. I love this breakdown from you guys. As we continue to prepare ourselves to kick off the competition, we actually wanted to check in with Adam and get his thoughts on the competition. Adam, it's crazy. I'm hyped. Are you?
I'm incredibly hyped. I mean, I watched you guys do the walkouts. I mean, the players seem
I thought the players were playing in the center of the stage.
You guys who don't know this, behind the scenes here, the players who have been in the player lounge this entire time have been obviously scrimming, getting together, competing against each other, and kind of testing the waters of what's going to be this incredible competition with 12 games over 2 days here. Personally, kind of sitting back and actually chatting to the players. It's a rare thing you get to do here at these in-person events. Obviously, you see them online all the time competing, and we kind of see their names on screen.
If it's okay if I send you $100, you have to do that through Twitch. You can't donate on YouTube. We're not monetized.
It's always really interesting to me, kind of the aspirations of kind of what they hope to achieve here in the next season and the partnerships, and you get a real sense of the energy and the kind of like the relationship that the players have in their duos as well here, which is really exciting.
So you do it to the
really
Twitch.
Cool, which just happens in the player lounge here. You get
Sorry
to meet
guys,
a lot of the
I don't
family
feel good
around
right
the, kind of the players as well here. Players from all over the world. You get to see their kind of their friends, their kind of like their closest who have come to embrace this amazing experience. Obviously the audience, who I love you guys already, like we've known each other for 5 minutes and you're brilliant. The energy in that room is incredible, but to actually meet the kind of people who in their personal lives as well has been really special, and something really kind of, I always like kind of love learning about backstories and stuff as well here. But actually here in the player lounge, they were here till quite late last night. Everyone was kind of grinding, kind of making the most of their time they actually have here to kind of practice ahead of what's going to be, 12 games, 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow. Don't forget as well, I'm sure that tonight after the first 6 games, there's VOD reviewing, going back, looking to see exactly how they can perfect their game, going into that second day where things are really going to count, courtesy of the elimination points and of course those standing points as well. For now though, I'm going to hand back to you guys. I'm going to kind of remain kind of cool, fresh and calm back here. It's very quiet right now and there's lots and lots and lots for me to do, courtesy of some basketball and some fun stuff behind me.
Did you say basketball? I'll be right there. Actually, I'll be there in a little bit. Guys, as we continue to talk, I wanted to highlight another duo. Just throw out. I'll go ahead and say this is probably my personal favorite duo. It's Paper. Victor V. I mean, come on.
Oh yeah,
we
Victor
saw
V
these
has
guys
some
compete,
potential.
and Victor V, I feel like University's won over everyone, right? To come out, to be paired up with someone like Paper. To
He's
just kind of take him
young,
under his wing and then say like, okay, Victor V, oh wow, you're just eliminating everything. You're going absolutely crazy. Sounds good.
You know, how I was kind of referencing them in Major 3, I was like, oh, Paper, this long-standing veteran, and Victor V, the new blood. And then I actually look back, and Victor V's been competing for quite a while at such a young age, and to perform at the level that he has is so impressive. And I mentioned one coach, I kind of mentioned another,
like
Victor V's dad. What an incredible coach. That little video that they released before the Global Championships, I am absolutely in love with this whole team of Paper and Victor V.
Yeah, they're like the brotherly duo, aren't they? Even when they were doing the walkout, sort of hopping over each other.
Great.
That's so cool. I love them. I'm interested to see how they're going to do. Of course, they seem to be uncontested at the moment towards that central area of the map. Interested to see what happens there. And I was speaking to Victor the other day after their media day. I said, oh, how was the media day? Did you enjoy being on camera? He said, yeah, I was kind of a bit nervous. I was like, are you more nervous for that in the game? And he said, yeah, I'm more nervous for the media day questions and stuff than the actual game itself. So he's looking confident, feeling confident as well.
Yeah, it must be very
I like the dynamic
nerve-wracking.
they have with each other.
There's no one in the stream, but
especially
you
for someone like
L's.
Victor, who is young, he's new to this sort of in-person event. It's just going to help settle the nerves so much.
Yeah, there's kind of this dialogue of how a lot of these duos, a lot of these players, when they do break up, they kind of tend to pick someone that's already been established, a veteran. And the question is, why aren't they picking these kind of young bloods? Why aren't they picking these like young WK Kings that can really evolve, especially if we have a very established IGL? And that's exactly what Paper did. He knew, he already read the strategy book, and picking a Victor V clearly worked out in his favor because here they are on the global stage.
It's just wild. I mean, once again, we just want to continue to remind you guys just how much talent is on this stage, how many majors we've gone through, how many duos fought to the very end to try and make it here to compete on this stage. And now they're going to compete in front of all of you for a title to prove that they are the best. And now they're kind of like mixing regions. It's not even just like, hey, which region is the best? No, it's just who's got the title and who doesn't.
I mean, I think when you talk about regions too, what's so exciting is that when these smaller regions really do pop off, we were already talking about Jerome and MK Papa, but I want to know who is going to be popping off today. Are we going to have one of these smaller regions really showing up the rest of NA and EU? Yeah,
I mean, for me, that was King and Phaser. I thought these guys were going to be the best of those smaller regions. Of course, so much experience on the stage. They won major number 3 as well. They seem to know how to play in their own region as well, as we already know. I think that was kind of a little bit of a question mark now that they might be contested by one of our teams. So they already had a really good drop spot. I'm intrigued as to how that off-spawn battle is going to go, because I don't think it's necessarily going to work in their favor at that particular middle of the map drop spot.
And speaking of other smaller regions as well, we already talked about Haman and Cal Gamer. But FKS and Adapter, that one team to take away that one win from them in Major 2. So another incredible duo here that might be showing up, although they are contested as well.
Yeah, they are. They're sort of
Clix and Veno are contested, chat. I don't know how I feel about that.
I'm intrigued about what they're going to do there. Whether one of those teams decides if they do win off spawn, maybe they go towards that north side of that Grand Glacier area. If the fight does take a little bit longer, maybe that could be a good opportunity if they get some Storm Surge as well. Even those static launch pads that are nearby as well, they can get up on that hill, base up a little bit as well. well, so they have so many different options at their disposal. And
I'm still champ. I haven't been grinding.
And his teammate as well. What a duo to talk about, because I love the way that CalGamer carries himself, right? He's one of those players that's just like, he's so cool. Like, he never shows any nerves, and you can see why. He is so good on Middle East. I believe he's got the highest amount of damage this entire chapter as well. So he is one of those players that can perform on LAN. It's all about what that off-spawn situation is going to do, because we saw it at the last Global Championships, contested in both the upper and the lower bracket, and they didn't make it to the grand final. So I'm hoping now they can hopefully fix a few of those off-spawn mistakes.
Cool, Pakistan.
Okay, I want to circle
back. You hope
here.
Clix wins?
Bugha.
Yeah, me too.
All right, let's talk about this guy for it. No, but yeah, you guys can cheer. It's okay. It's okay.
Allowed.
Yeah, Bugha. I mean, dude, you know, when we think about Fortnite, if you're someone who's like never heard of Fortnite at all, but someone says Bugha, you're like, yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I know Bugha is, right? I want to see this guy win a global championship title. To just have like every single title imaginable, like it just would cement him forever, right? He's already regarded as like this incredible player. And when you have as many like accolades as him, like people would just, they would trade it all to even have like even half of those accolades.
And just how, you know, just how strictly people look at Bugha, where if he's not getting first, then he's getting last. I don't understand how the community could ever say like, oh, Bugha's washed, oh, he didn't win global championship.
I don't get it.
But then he gets the back-to-back wins between chapters 3 and 4, and then of course going for 3rd place in Major 1 is 7th place in Majors 3, and they did split up in Major 2, but obviously they felt some kind of synergy. They understood that this was the duo to make their ticket into the global championships.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out when they split duos. They of course came back together, and that's really difficult to do when you're a team that has had a little bit of success before, split up, come back together. What are the vibes going to be like there, right? It's like, hang on a sec, you just dropped me and now you're coming back to ask if we can play. So it's nice to see them still performing well. I genuinely think this is a really good chance of them getting a top 5, maybe even the win, depending on how the weekend goes, because their situations seem to just work out really nicely for them. I mentioned it earlier, they can go towards that east side, towards that castle. Lots of different teams, even to the north of the castle as well, that are going to be landing there. So interesting to see how they can sort of manage those early storm surge damage. And even if they do get a little bit of their loot stolen from that gas station to the south of their drop, I still don't think they're going to be in trouble. I still think this is a team that can pull it out of the bag. Much like Acorn and Cold, when it comes to the end game, they're still going to be looking stacked because they can find those eliminations. Yeah,
I mean, Bugha, an incredible IGL, and then Aviv grabbing all of those eliminations as well. And the loot, like you were talking about, the loot that they walk out of that POI is absolutely ridiculous. They are stacked by Zone 2, and no one wants to face them. Although a cute little caveat for the moments that we got to see in the Cash Cups, where he saw Peter and Poy. Bugha and Aviv were currently in first place after game number 5 from the reason was Cash Cups, but Peter and Poy, you know that they want that win, the win before the global championships. And so they literally left the forecast tower, the only time that Clix and Veno got that forecast tower, and wanted to chase Bugha and Aviv. And Bugha and Aviv saw the token, saw that little glowing around them. They knew that that was where the coin was, and ran away. But again, it worked out in their favor because Bugha and Aviv came out on top.
Just crazy stuff, man. I am so hyped to start the competition. It is almost that time. Acorn and Cold, though, we have to mention these guys, right? We got a little taste of these duos, and I mean, we can't forget as well, Cold also walked away at EWC with a win, right alongside Ritual. So he's already got this confidence in him. You've got Acorn right there, ready to go. I mean, do we think these guys could go? Like, could they make that top 5? Could they win it all?
So before Major 1, before they won, we asked the question, you know, as a fun little thing, who do we think is going to win the global championships? And I said Acorn and Cold way back when. I mean, after their run that they had last year, it was absolutely phenomenal. Getting 7th place in the global championships for 2023 just solidified their spot as 2 of the GOATs of Fortnite. And then they do it again, winning Major 1 once again this year. They just the way that they synergize together, the IGLing, the fragging, it is perfection.
Yeah, it is. I think it's all about that off-spawn battle for me down there at Brutal Beachhead. Andalex and Sato, these guys are not a bad team in any regard. I mean, they're here, so that says it all. I mean, Andalex being around the block, being a very experienced player over on EU. Sato, more of an upcoming player, and he is really good as well. He's one of those players that lots of people have got their eyes on as some up-and-coming talent in the EU scene. And I think this is a team that, yeah, they're probably going to try and play a little bit slower off-spawn. They're not necessarily going to try and finish the fight too quickly. As I mentioned earlier, they might try try and dip on out. I'm not too sure how splittable Brutal Beachhead is, so if both teams decide to try and stay, there might be a little bit of an engagement there, but I think both teams would be more than happy to kind of just dip out.
I think you're right. I think Sato's going to grab a few chests and dip.
Okay, all right, I like it. We just got word. We're gonna check out the Creator Lounge. We've got a little interview lined up with Blake in Somerset.
I told you guys earlier, the Creator Lounge
get
is
out of
all
here,
about
bro.
getting in contact
That
with
hair
some
is
of the
cooked.
influencers around Fortnite. And we're joined by the awesome Somerset and the awesome Blake. Thank you guys so much for joining us. First and foremost, how's the event so far?
He only bleached. I bet you he like. It's the same time that the FaZe clan bleached all their hair. I thought he did that just for publicity.
Taking pictures for like an hour, trying to find this Creator Lounge. But I'm happy to be here, and I'm excited to see the event.
Blake, I gotta ask you, right? You know, you have a lot of experience playing in competitive. You've played against a lot of the players on that stage. Who are you looking at thinking, this is the best player in the tournament right now, these are the teams to beat?
I mean, obviously we got to look at Peterbot and Poyo. You know, they won back-to-back FNCSs. They're coming off into this event.
Somerset's not even
like
getting asked any questions.
But you know, there's 4 teams at their POI. Another team I want to look at is Clix and Veno. But they're being surprise conned by some OCE team. So we got to see how it plays out. But I'm excited.
Somerset, listen, an event of your own coming up, right? Big competition on the horizon. How are you feeling for that?
Stressed, happy, sad, I don't know, everything, mix of emotions, but, you know.
Awesome to get that insight, though, from a competitor's standpoint, because we got all those competitors out on the stage.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at the venue so far, people packing in, do you yourself even, you know, remember back when you used to play a lot and get nervous about, you know, just how many fans are there waiting for you? Like, how does the nerves factor in when you're up there on that stage?
Made a
I
grand
feel like
finals
most of these
of
pros on this stage are experienced, and I don't think the nerves are really affecting them. And for the new timers, like the one-time land qualifiers, like they're gonna feel it game 1 dropping in. Once they land on that map, they're gonna be good. The nerves are gone, they're locked in, they're ready to win.
And obviously you both are just awesome content creators. Any content gonna be coming from you guys from the event? And if so, let everybody know where you guys can, or where they can check them out.
Somerset with an O, no you, but anywhere on any social.
Yep. We'll be doing a meet and greet in the main lobby at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. I'll be IRL streaming it at twitch.tv/Blake.
Awesome stuff there, guys. Thank you guys for joining us. And for now, we got more coming your guys' way.
8 minutes, bro. Oh, then they're gonna start the match. Okay. Chat, who is winning? Let's see if any of the people playing is streaming. I don't think you can. No way. Yeah, what the yeah. 89,000 views is absurd. Okay, I guess we just gotta look at this timer, chat. Okay, let's hey, I'm gonna do a wheel spin. Did I scratch my thing already? Okay, let's see who wins. Okay, Clix. Wait, I'm not careful. Clix and Veno. Okay, Clix, Veno. Peter. Bot. Peter Bot. And Poyo. Wheat. And Ritual. Epic Whale and Muz. Bugha and Who else? Trying to think of people. Acorn and Cold. Batman, Bugha, and Rapid. I don't remember all the duos names. Worthy. Oh, Victory. Okay. Paper. I know Rezon's playing, but I don't know his duo's name, so. Name some more duos, chat. Popular duos. Acorn and Cold, we got them. Oh, Cooper Kanata. Any other ones, chat? What's up, Cassie? How you doing today? Trying to think of any other teams. I don't know the OCE teams, so. Okay, I think we're just gonna spin it right here. Let's see who's gonna win. And I'm gonna say someone else. Some other team. Okay, let's see who wins FNCS, chat. Oh, my Sigma. Oh. Ooh. Should we do a best out of 3? So, we have Acorn, Cold 1, first pick. We'll do top 5 picks. Okay, let's spin again. Okay. Some other team, second pick. Okay, come on, Clix. Come on, get in this. Come on. Bugha and Aviv. Oh. Okay. Okay, we're only doing 5 picks. Cooper Kanata. Where's that Clix? It's Cooper Kanata. Kanata, 4th pick. Okay, come on, Clix and Veno, get on this. Peter by Empoyo? Wait. Oh! Okay, looks like Clix and Veno did not make it. So, we're gonna go to docs. Okay, so based on the wheel of names, this is I'm gonna say the leaderboard. Like what the people are gonna get. So first place, Acorn and Cold. Second place, Bugha and Aviv. Third place, Cooper Kanata. Okay, fourth pick. Wait, who was the last pick? Oh, we didn't do our last pick. We got one more pick, chat. One more pick. This is our 5th pick. Clixavino, Peter by Empoyo. Oh my Sigma. Wait, no, Reed and Richard were the last ones. Some other team was second. Some other. So anyone that I didn't put on my list. Third place was, I was gonna say Bugha and Aviv. Fourth, Cooper Canada. And fifth is Reed and Mitchell. That's the way they have it. Okay, this is my list. The big. Okay, so I'm gonna be a little bit biased because I play on NA. So I'm gonna pick. We're gonna pick here first place. Obviously, I want Clix to win, so Clix and Veno. Oh shoot. Obviously them. Okay, second. I want Victor V and Paper to get high, but I don't think they're gonna make the top 3. Maybe the jump scared me, but second place. How much time we got left? It started? Oh. Second place. I'm gonna give that to. I don't even know. Give it to Cooper and Ken. Wait, who's been posting? Oh, Peter by Emporio. I forgot about him. Okay. Third. I gotta give it to some EU team. I feel like I'm gonna give it to Rezon's really good. I'm gonna give it to Rezon. And whoever his duo is, fourth place. Let's say Cold. Acorn and Cold. Fifth. Cooper. Forgot about Batman and Bugha. Sixth. Seventh. Batman, Bugha, and the Rabbit. Eighth. Victor V. I'm gonna finish my list up right there. I don't feel like typing. Okay, let's see who wins. W's. Okay, that's solid. That's solid. Okay, chat. I'll be right back.
Because Suzy can't play with his duo. Also last year he couldn't play on LAN.
Mariuka Mirsash because it's my friends.
I hope Suzy does good today. Like he deserves it. I think he also deserves to play a good tournament too.
I want Clix to get a top 3 for the first time in his career.
I would want the Middle East teams to do good.
Yeah, for me it's probably Region with the Janice, Pixie, like all the Germans basically.
Honestly, all the OSCE boys, I hope they do good.
100%, all my friends, you know, Canada, Paper, I've been helping them out on the side, just trying to see them do good. You know, when I thrive, all my boys thrive too type thing, so that's just how it be.
I walk through fire to the finish line. They all miss and I'm immortal. Got a hot drop
reset the timer? Well, they reset the timer. Like, I guess it's gonna start at like 2. Oh. Okay, what do we do, chat? What do we do here? Oh, I found some slope. I don't have arrow keys.
Hi, I'm Victoria Missig, and I teach one of the most diverse acting classes in the world. Working with Adobe Acrobat AI.
Okay, so I was gonna pass the time by playing some games. We're still at 8 minutes. That is loud. That's scary. No! 74 is crazy. $74 is absurd. Not no full screen. It is not full screen, bro. Just watch a YouTube video or something.
Spoke's hologram.
More than that, was Spoke's holograms.
I hosted a $250,000 Fortnite tournament, the PlayStation Cypher PK Cup. And today's video will be a story of 3 characters whose journey through this one match will eventually end in one of the closest, nail-biting, and intense Fortnite moments I have ever seen. No freaking way! The only question is, which of these 3 is winning the tournament? Try to figure it out as you're watching, because the story begins as they all drop into their final match. And instantly, I start spectating our first character, Yasir. He won the last game and is currently in first place, and he's landing at the raft. Yasir showing a very dominant, very amazing Game 5 win in first place with 204. Yasir is a controller player from Mexico who's made a name for himself, especially in past PlayStation Cups. And in this lobby, he's one of the clear favorites to win. But he doesn't have a massive lead. If he chokes at any point, he won't secure first place. Yasir is contested with a ton of players around the raft, but manages to loot up without too much hassle. So I switch over to our second character, Z-Link. He's landing at Red Line Rig, and after destroying... Bro, what is my cat doing? All right, after destroying people there all tournament, he has it uncontested. Z-Link is a controller player who's been grinding Fortnite for a while, but just recently has seen huge success. You might have seen him in the most recent FNCS Grand Finals. And guys, I know these characters aren't Clix, Bugha, or Peter Bob, but trust me, the ending of this game will make your investment in these characters worth it. Right now, he's in second place, only 20 points behind Yasir. And basically, whoever does better will win this $250,000 tournament. That is, unless the third character has anything to say about it. Plasmafy. 153 points. He's in third place right now going into this final game. Now, I'm not gonna lie, out of all of these characters, this dude is basically a nobody. Bro's Twitter profile picture is literally just a default picture. He's landing Grim Gate and a few players are circling around him. He's a controller player who mostly plays on console, and he has around $4,000 in earnings just from PlayStation Cups. He's in third place going into the final game, but the thing is, he's never won a major tournament, and getting first place here could really put his name on the map and set his flag down. Who knows? This unknown console player might really make a name for himself. He's still not out of the picture. It's just a tough scene for him, and every placement matters here. I want to remind you guys, first place gets $5,000, so the difference between third and second is $600. The placements matter. And by the way, his in-game name is Peacemify, so sometimes I call him that in this video. Anyways, he's got someone landing at his POI that he needs to deal with. Your skulls can be seen. I promise you they can be seen around that corner. Here we go. Couple tags. No, just one tag. All right, so now the story is set and we have our three characters. So let's go back over to Yasir, who just left the raft and is heading over to the forecast station. But it's not gonna be easy. Yo, Yasir does not want to give up this tower, by the way. Kill goes down, but that guy's actually still healthy. This is not like an easy kill. Holy crap! He's doing that on PlayStation, by the way.
Gustav, how you doing today?
He's doing that on PlayStation, by the way. Bro, he is not giving up this this tower. There's another guy pushing up. Oh my god, bro is scrapping for this tower, bro. He said, get out of here. 70 damage. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't seen him build like this. I mean, we haven't watched him much, but this guy is a freak. He's fighting off player after player, but not able to eliminate any of them. This play is getting riskier by the second. Is he gonna just go for the NPCs? Meanwhile, back at Redline Rig, Z-Link is trying to rotate away, but gets tagged by other players from Brawler's Battleground. He's getting kind of pinched from all sides, so when he decides to try to launch away, he flies near another player and gets beamed, which is great news for Yasir, who's taking a huge risk himself. Man, this is kind of risky. This is kind of risky maneuvers for a first place guy, but it looks like he really wants it. He's not giving it up. The other guy left, bro. He's gonna get it. Yasir perseveres and he ends up securing the forecast tower, which has proven to be very useful for him in this tournament. After that, he heads back to the raft and decides to refarm. Oh shoot, these guys are still fighting in Storm. He needs some white health, and since it's my tournament, I bless him with a little bit of good luck. Medkit, I got you, bro. All right, it's the best I could do, bro. Bandages was the best I could do, bro. Yasir representing Mexico. Let's go, bro. He manages to get out safely, but my chat has told me that disaster struck for one of our characters. Okay, I just heard that second place Z-Link Rain, who was the only person close enough to stop Yasir, just went down, and it looks like he's about to get snuck up on. He's looting this bunker. It looks like he's in a good spot. 2 med kits. How does he end up dying?
28 minutes.
Oh, Twitter Dark. Holy crap. Oh my God, the laser.
Oh, no.
That is so unfortunate. So that's one of our characters down. It is now a two-person story. Will Yasir hold on to his lead, or will Plasmafy, the unknown player, surprise everyone and take him down? Trust me, this endgame is a movie. So right now, Plasmafy, he has the chance to maybe stop Yasir, maybe. He still has a chance. If Yasir goes down right now and Plasmafy wins the game, Plasmafy will be ahead of him 100%. Checking back with Yasir, he's actually in an excellent position for mid game. He has heals, good guns, good mats, but one thing though that's been huge in this tournament is Storm Surge. Only 67 above Storm Surge. He's gonna need to damage other players or he will die, and that's exactly what Plasmafy is doing. He's in a great position in Doomstad, watching everyone rotating in and getting lots of Storm Surge damage. Now, while Yasir's position initially looked good, you're going to see why Plasmafy is in positionally a much better spot. Because one thing you need to notice is look at this next storm. It's a super far pull. So seeing this, he makes an early rotate in. He gets tagged, but eventually finds some tags of his own. But he's able to move in relatively easily because he rotated early. He's already good on Surge, but as he's moving in, he hears this guy in his builds get cracked and decides to do this. All right, so he's on the low ground boxed in, but then he hears this guy in the metal open up, and then as he's shooting, he actually ends up getting cracked. So he takes this opportunity, he jumps up into his box, freshly edited wall. He's gonna try to get in, and he trades some shot right there. It was pretty close, but it ends up giving him a refresh. So that was a huge kill, and now he never has to worry about Storm Surge for the rest of this match. But now we go back to Yasir, and remember how the storm pulled really far away? Storm is pulling. Plasmafy made the early rotate, but now Yasir is in trouble. Now, he low-key has to earn this one if he's trying to win. In this rotate, he needs Surge, so he's taking a lot more risks, using more resources, stopping and trying to get some damage so he doesn't die to the Surge. Get those tags, bro. Get those tags. Oh, come on. Once this zone closes, if he's under the Surge limit, he's going to start taking damage and eventually get killed. Yo, Yasir might go down, bro. Only 46 above Surge. He gets cracked, and he knows he needs to stay alive and get some more placements. He's in first place right now, but if he dies, he won't have enough to hold on. Look at that, bro. Max distance. Guys, he's not going to stay alive. He needs to survive for every point he can, and this is where Yasir starts to put on a performance of a lifetime. Oh my God, he could easily have gotten fried right there. Bro is swimming around the map. Michael Phelps. He's using everything he has just to make it in, bro. Refarm the sentry. He doesn't have time to go to go straight up. He has to go up this little hill right here. Guys, this might be the end for Yasir here, but it might be enough, man. It might. Actually, I don't know, man. It might not be enough. Plasmafy is alive. Bodify is alive. Arsenic's alive. Revise is alive.
Yeah, but
if he goes down here, one of them could take it. Get some damage in. 13 above.
I'm not gonna watch.
He's gonna have to fight here. He's gonna have to fight. Uh-oh.
Keep you tabbed, bro.
130 metal. Guys, he's going down. Unless he pulls off something crazy, he's going down.
Yeah, on another tab, yeah.
Oh my God.
See, like, if I go out here.
Plasmafy alive.
Oh, you're talking about me. My bad.
He's fighting Pixovsky, who's playing on 120 ping.
He has no mats on my signal.
Oh my God, bro, this might be it. 210. Pay attention to how many points he has.
Wait, how's he gonna get 60 points?
No way, bro. He knows which side to rotate on. He's really good at getting dead side, by the way. He obviously has the storm info, but
What's up, Josiah? How
he's
you
running
doing
low on mats, bro. He's looking for like extra loot. Can he squeeze out any more points? Every point matters right now. Every point matters. Max pull. Every game has been a max pull right here.
He's cooked.
Frick, bro. He's dead. He's so dead. Oh my god, he's so dead. Oh my god, 6 HP. Somebody look at this man. No freaking way! 200 damage. That guy was full health, full shield.
No way.
What the hell? 212. Every point matters, bro. He's squeezing. He's squeezing as much as he can out of this game, bro. I would have given up 5 minutes ago. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He hit that guy for 202 shots.
Be right back, chat. Be right back. Honestly, if they delay it again, I might start playing stuff.
Peacefy is weak, bro. Peacefy is weak. Second place is weak right now. Psycho King's behind that wall. Popping a mini.
I also keep coming back.
No builds, no builds.
Okay, chat.
Sitting in a cone. Looking for something. Can't take any storm damage.
I literally can't take a tick of storm.
How is he still alive, bro? How is he still alive?
That guy as well.
This guy's ridiculous. Behind him. Dude, he just missed out on a kill. He just missed out on a kill. He goes down. Peacefy. Score to beat is 219. Score to beat is 219. He took it from 210 to 219. When he should have died at 210, he squeezed out 9 more points. Peacefy is not even in shape to win this game. Wait. He might get the refresh here on reciprocal. He might get the refresh here on reciprocal. Out of mats, bro. He's letting reciprocal heal.
He's not out of mats. Oh, he might be. Never mind.
219 is the score to beat. He's at 171. He needs to win the entire game. He needs to win the entire game.
Oh, no.
He's not getting it. He drops pump. Gets a mini. Bodify goes down. Third place goes down. Peacefy still alive. Didn't even have time to pop minis. Circle's pulling back.
Oh,
he's so lucky it pulled back. He's so lucky it pulled back. Above you, bro. Grabs another refresh.
Oh,
grabs a fizz.
Yo, more
okay.
Yes,
he's going for height here. Who's on height? 180. Score to beat is 219. He's the only one who has enough points to beat him. He's the only one who has enough points. He's the only one, bro. CRFM on height. Drops down.
Oh my.
Get the kill. Medkits. He needs them. He needs them. Reciprocal underneath. Triple medkits. Triple armor.
Yo.
Score to beat is 219. It's a 1v1. Bro, Yasir staying alive, getting those extra points, just won him the entire tournament. Getting that kill with no health just won him the entire tournament because Peacefy would have won because he's about to finish. He's not going to finish with 219. He's not gonna finish with 219.
No.
He's gonna finish though. He's gonna finish with 218.
Yo, they finished
it was
1
a
point short.
point difference. Oh my God, it was 1 point. That is insane. We gotta refresh. Maybe the leaderboard looks different. Maybe the leaderboard looks different. Ladies and gentlemen, we were mistaken. The replay mode was incorrect. Plasmafy, if he had not gotten the final kill and the win, which netted him 10 points for winning and 2 for the elimination, would not have beaten Yasir and secured the first place, which netted him $5,000 and the win. The unknown player with the massive clutch of a lifetime, making a name for himself and winning the tournament. I want to give a huge shout out to everyone who competed and PlayStation for hosting this tournament with me. Thank you guys so much for watching.
What is he watching? Those are not. We still got 17 minutes, chat. I'm finna like load up some Fortnite. Give me 1 second.
Good morning, everybody.
Chat, that was crazy. Okay, there we go, chat. More on Fortnite. That's actually crazy. How'd he come back? I got you, bro. Okay, you got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to vote up on that. I know where this guy just. Well, we're still gonna watch the FNCS. We're just playing for like 10 minutes before it starts. Because watching videos is boring. So, yeah. I'm on 50 ping. What? I started to pull by the web packs. That's actually tough. Well, I'm drawing that. I can't go to war. What I say of what? What is it at right now? 15 minutes? What is taking them so long? Inventory is crazy. I'm messing up the easiest clips. Yo, I have no awareness right now. I'm just editing and shooting. I'm only hitting when it gets to my face. Like, see that lag when I'm streaming? It says 15 ping, but it's actually like 30 or 40. How is this going? How can I reach it? Duo got cooked. Oh no. What do you mean what piece of thing? Armor 3080. Bro, I'm so washed right now. Why do you keep doing that? You keep going with one if you fall. Like, why are you keep doing that? Going? That's actually a point. Oh my god, this guy's so annoying. All he does is place floors to hide from me. Like, Like, look at this lag. Did I packet loss? 2% packet loss. Oh, yeah. Yeah, say something. Never mind. Reset! I can't even edit. Like, I can't even do a triple edit out of her. Did this even started, bro? 5 minutes. Why this guy always put walls behind him, even if I'm not? It was like, it's so annoying. Stop building walls. Whew, get spat on, kid. Stop selling my clips. Yes, I saw your Twitch open. I still have 5 minutes left. They haven't started yet. Yeah, 3 minutes. He has such a whisper. Oh, they did start.
In just a handful of spots across the map. Is there a forecast tower? Yes. We're gonna go hang out there. Another duo here to highlight is Janice. It's Pixie, another EU duo. And of course, I mean, Janice. I mean, come on, fans of Fortnite, if you've watched, you've been following, you know this guy's incredible.
I mean, going all the way back to 2020, winning the solo invitational of Janice, and then Pixie having a great performance in the Globals last year with Cheatin'.
Yeah, really, really great. I mean, that was a duo where we were like another one of those teams where these guys just came out of nowhere. It seemed like they'd been performing well going up to that, but now Pixie was one of those players that was kind of a hot commodity, if you like, going into this last major of the chapter, because he was performing very, very well. So many different players and so many different players in EU, very veteran players as well. We're looking at Pixie and thinking this could be potentially a good duo partner for me, an up-and-coming player, picked up now, of course, by Janice. Uncontested red line rig. Interested to see what they can do. I think this is another team where, yes, it says they're uncontested. If you're one of those teams, Kazi and Aspect, for example, maybe they might look to land on them. But the experience of Janice and, of course, Pixie being such an important player within this duo, they performed very, very well in Major number 3 where they got 8. So I'm interested to see what they can bring here.
You bring up the fact that, like, you know, they kind of look out and go, hey, this is an opportunity. But that was kind of what this year of Fortnite was, right? Yeah. So much of the landscape changed after Global Championships last year, right? It was kind of like, yeah, we're kind of going back to LAN, we're kind of doing things, but once we got there, it was like, okay, this is different, right? Like, now that we're here, next year has to be different. And so many of these duos just looked across the board and were like, maybe I should pick up that duo, I should pick up this duo. Like, it's been a crazy year.
I mean, I always say that there is only one thing you can predict in Fortnite, is that it is unpredictable, regardless of if that's the map changing, the meta changing, duos literally changing between qualifiers and semifinals. We really don't know what's going to happen until the games start.
And what I love about these global events is no matter what happened in all the majors, you know, as you mentioned, different metas, different teammates potentially, it all doesn't really matter because this is where it all goes down. These next 12 games are going to be absolutely electric, and I can't wait to get into it.
That's right. We've got another duo here to talk about Epic Whale and Muz. I mean, you kind of highlighted them at the start of the show there, Muz being one of the first duos to kind of win in multiple regions, and Epic Whale, I mean, when we had NA West, when it was NA West and NA East, he just couldn't stop winning. He didn't know how to, like, stop winning.
Yeah, it's funny because I was literally just talking about how duos will split up between qualifiers and semifinals, and I literally was referencing Muz and Epic Whale right there. They actually had different duos getting into the qualifiers, and then once we hit the semifinals, because both of them did qualify, they were able to switch duos because there was a little caveat in the rules there, and obviously it worked out well in their favor, finally punching their ticket into the Global Championships. And beyond Epic Whale being, you know, the 5X, however many X's he has in his name, regardless of the back-to-back-to-back, regardless of the Gamers 8, looking back all the way to the World Cup where he got 3rd place, he has been doing it for so long. And then of course Muz, the powerhouse from OCE, now representing North America. This is definitely a duo to look out for.
I love watching Muz play. He's such an impressive player to watch. Some of the things that he can do, the mechanical ability of Muz is second to none. And I was speaking to him the other day in the hotel. I was saying, you know, are you feeling confident? How's things with Epic Whale? He said, yeah, I'm absolutely confident in Epic Whale. It's all about me. Can I make sure that I'm going to play my best game? He's a little bit nervous that he might get awareness checked, but he said if I don't get awareness checked, if I'm playing my game to the level I know I can play it at, I think he's feeling like he's going to be successful, and there's no reason why not.
I love that. Self-reflection, though. A lot of the times, these players will kind of look to outside sources as to what's going wrong. Oh, well, it was this duo that focused us. Oh, it was Greece over here. But players that can look inwardly and understand where they could have gone better, not necessarily what went wrong, but what they could have done differently, that's what makes or breaks these champions.
Yeah, that's a mark of maturity, right? For someone like Muz, again, like you said, to win multiple times, That's how he got that far, right? To be able to stop and go, okay, now what could have I done better? Because it's very easy to point fingers and go, yeah, well, my duo or this thing or this pod or POY or this thing got removed or whatever. But to stop and go, no, what can I do to really minimize that like almost RNG we experience?
Yeah, and there is definitely a level of RNG. Obviously, the most notorious is where is that zone going to pull? And if we have some teams landing on the south and the zone pulls to the north, well, how are we going to be able to handle that? What rotations are we going to be prioritizing? What teams can we potentially face against? Being able to it's what these Fortnite players are able to do with how much goes into it is honestly uncomparable even to some of the other bigger esports out there.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. I mean, you mentioned the zones, particularly now in the low to no mobility meta, particularly that sort of 8th zone, those later stage zones, maybe not in endgame, but it's those rotations where you have a maximum pole zone. It's those teams that have the forecast tower. It's those teams that have got their storm surge early. It's those teams that aren't trying to fight on the rotates. They're the teams that are going to try and put themselves in the best position and find the most success, but it's so difficult to do. It's so easy. It's so much easier said than done. Just be like, oh yeah, just go front side, go around teams, don't get shot, don't go into another team, don't box fight. But it's so difficult to do in practice because there's so many different things going on in your head. Oh, we need a bit of damage, let's hop in there. Maybe that's not the best decision to make. So the low mobility meta really shakes things up, and I'm interested to see how the players can see how they do the affection of that, I should say.
Yeah, I love that balance, right? Kind of striking, okay, we're starting the game, let's say we're uncontested, great. We know we have to hit 555 materials, right? Wood, brick, metal. Yeah. We have to go and we have to get our loot. What weapons are we doing? What's our surge strategy? Now it's zone 1. We got to start getting in position. We are low on surge. Surge is on. What tags are we getting? Oh no, someone's boxing on us. It's all just so dynamic moment to moment.
And what's been so exciting with this season is that usually when we see loadouts from major to major, it's the same weapons in everyone's loadout. Yep. But this major, between the shotguns that we have, the ARs that we have, the pistols as well.
Yes.
There's a lot of variety, actually.
Yeah, there is lots of different loadouts. He spoke about Thomas HD earlier on with that Monarch pistol, expecting some big damage coming out of him this weekend. There's just so many different varieties. Even the new shotguns, of course, you mentioned. Lots of different ways that teams can not have necessarily just one best shotgun, not one best assault rifle. Lots of ways to express yourself in the game. Are you more of a close box-to-box player? Do you like to play a little bit further away when you're taking fights? And that's what I'm interested to see a lot of our teams doing. How can they show their identity this weekend, applying themselves in the new strategy and the new season?
Do you guys feel that, like, in that moment to moment, right? So let's say we're going to have this surge strategy. We're going to need this loadout. Does that change moment to moment? Does that change zone to zone?
Yes, 100%. Obviously, you need those long-range tags. You're going to go for the ARs, having to get those storm surge tags, of course. But once you get closer, once you get to the end game, you're going to go fighting box to box. You want to make sure that you have your favorite shotgun. And really, depending on the player, you might see Sovereign, you might see the Gatekeeper, or you might see that hammer pump.
Yeah, or even those dual-wield SMGs. Those things are absolutely crazy. I think a lot of teams, a lot of players will be looking to pick those up towards the later stage of the game. When everyone's a little bit closer, you don't necessarily need that range of the assault rifles, of course. It seems like the burst is the most common one for the players that are trying to get the storm surge tags. It's not quite as good in box, so expect to see a lot of teams trying to switch that up going into the late game.
Is there maybe a weapon or two or an item or anything that, you know, if these off-spawn situations don't happen, oh, you know what? Oh, guys, I'm getting word. I'm getting word. It is that time. Once again, from the bottom of our hearts, we are so thankful for your patience. That's right. It's game time. Let's send it up to our casters for game number 1. When you see us, we want to see W's because we're ready. It looks like the game is just about to kick off here.
Girl.
Let's jump into
Not
match
this
number
girl
1.
that has like a raspy voice, bro.
All right, Fort Worth, here we have it. We are kicking things off here at the FNCS Global Championships. And of course, we know what is in store for us.
Already getting a close-up pay-per-view of what's taking place here with Queasy and Thomas. And you have to keep in mind, Duke's Sphinx, not too far from this location here at Research Rock. Brawler's Battleground, I think, providing an opportunity for a little bit of early clashing potentially.
We'll talk about those early clashes. We already know what's going to
If you don't
happen
know the
here.
map,
It's
don't be a
Malibu
commentator, bro.
versus the
Research Rock is absolutely absurd.
It's
restored.
Yeah, that was a big shot implemented there by Mustache. It's going to provide a lot of pressure as well, just enough for him to be able to group with Malibuka. They've already found a Flowberry Fizz. They're getting the shield online. Worthy and Alex know that they've got to be fast on these Avengers chests.
Yeah, and this is not the only contested team,
Just
right?
waste
There are
a
going to
bait
be
ball.
other
What is he
fights
doing?
happening here. Play close attention to what's going to go down, though. Power Alex and Worthy do
I know.
have a little
Alex,
bit of a
they might
disadvantage.
get
They're
taken
playing
out
the
here.
low ground as the standoff starts to develop. Meanwhile, a quad
Pollo,
contested
Peterbot.
drop
Let's
spot
go.
for Peterbot and Pollo,
They're
who
all
have controlled
contested.
their side.
Come
where
on,
Trashy and
X
Threat
set
seem to be in
Trashy.
a little bit of a head-to-head.
Take him
Hold
out.
that thought, though, because for a moment it seemed as if we were going to, potentially be dealing with Kazi and Aspect here, but I don't see them anywhere in sight, MDF. I think right now, Swizzy, Yapko, they're just trying to do what they can to prevent themselves from being the victims of Trashy and Threats currently, but also keep in mind what Peterbot was saying earlier on. That bot is always going to be ours. Emma Frost's medallion and that mythic striker burst, that's everything that they're after, and he's already collected it.
Wow, so Peterbot and Pollo already on
Wow,
to a
they
great
already got
start
it.
here. Clearly, they have the advantage. Clearly, they even have the respect of the teams landing here not to step center foot into their location.
It's only a matter of time, though. As soon as that reveal medallion actually procs, there's going to be 15 seconds that Swizzy, Yapko, Threats, Trashy, they're all going to be marked here at the raft. So escaping might not be the solution. They're going to have to fight their way out of this.
We've seen the interviews. We've seen, Trashy and Threat's perspective on this. They already know that they're going to have a problem with Swizzy and Yapko, and that Peterbot and Pollo will just be waiting for their opportunity as the time continues to tick on. You can see they're doing just that, ready to possibly pounce here in the coming moments. But Veno and Clix, y'all, are here, and
Let's
they
go.
are indeed contested.
Come on, Clixy.
The moment these names lit up on screen, you can just hear the crowd going crazy. I mean, a clear fan favorite for good reason. And I think the most incredible part about it is just listening to Clix talk about the fact, hey, we just found out a couple days ago, yeah, we are going to be contested. But for Damo and Resigns, you have to also factor in, this is familiarity for them. Sandy Steps has been their home as well.
Yeah, and this is a lot of respect coming from both sides. Clix and Veno, of course, just feeling out the playing field right now, playing the outskirts, meaning that no team can, rotate from behind them, whereas Resigns and Damo are content with their side of the map. But Middle Eastern teams are on the set here. Haman and Cow Gamer now up against the likes of CZB and Nathan, who's underneath them.
And CZB and Nathan, I think, definitely one of those teams that I think a lot of people would view as that potential underdog story. But the interesting aspect is knowing that they are going to be contested here at Grand Glacier. And what we're seeing a lot of right now, MDF, players that are just having these small, mild interruptions to their traditional loot paths and what kind of dominoes effect that might have after the fact.
And also, just look at how many players are alive. This is about as intense as it can get when there's this much money on the line. When
wow,
you have
Ages
this
are
much
last
time,
probably
right,
go down
to
their
wait,
first game.
sit, contemplate your strategy.
Wow,
what are you going to do when the call comes? You have to answer it.
Agers, they're going down their first
pushing
game.
the conversation right now. Agers not looking good for him. He's going to be the first to fall, and that's one NA team down.
Bit of a tragic start there for Rise and Agers, but their downfall is Teeny and Chaps Uprising. Bound to be super happy with the elimination damage that they just secured there. Surge tags are always going to be so crucial. And in a lobby like this, MDF, we know that we have so many heavy power hitter teams.
What's that one spot?
That's going to be insane.
I don't know, that Quanti, that's a
you
good
have
spot.
to connect on every single shot.
Well, here's someone who's going to do just that. Thomas HD doing an excellent job holding his high ground. He's got the angle down on the teams there in the distance. I saw Gone and Quanti as well, still at Mount Olympus. We know that they have that drop spot, not for free, but again, that southern side
they could take
is
heavy
theirs
surge
at the moment.
tags.
Queasy and Thomas HD are going to be happy with these tags, right? This is the bigger picture
There's so
of
many heroes.
hyper-competitive Fortnite. It just doesn't get more difficult than this. Clearly, we have a lot to talk about when it comes down to Cammy and Seti. This is a team that is a favorite and a favorite for a reason, as is Vico and Clixy, some of Europeans' strongest coming up, and I dare to say part of the new era.
Sparks already starting to fly, though. Vico trying to see if he can get an overhead view onto Virgo and Shadow. A little bit of a wraparound. Virgo now trying to see if he can switch, but Shadow, he's left too exposed. Vico, Clixy, they take the opportunity. They try to collapse. A nice connection, but at the same time, Shadow still standing. Virgo knows it's time to bail. And they're going to force themselves into a disengage, but Clixy, he's not interested in that. Clixy wants more.
Oh, yeah, this is a storybook
Clixy's taking him out.
kind of conversation right here. This is something that we expect it to happen. If you're going to go up against the likes of Flixie and Vico's pathing, you just have to
How you gonna
or get ran down. And Virgo and Shadow are going to be another NA team to fall here to the hands of a European juggernaut. And, you know, this is,
Juggernaut.
again, I have an inkling just to start for Flixie and Vico.
Hey, there's a big reason why these guys have Reckless Railways uncontested. You do not
Come
want
on,
to have
Victor
to
V.
deal with some of those up close and personal box fights early on, but Paper, Victor V, they've also found themselves in a little bit of skirmish here. Clone, alongside Kremzu, trying to make sure, but they've got to be careful. Look at the stealth opportunity here. Gone and Quanti, absolute ninjas.
They're getting really close here. A lot of danger lurking nearby, and Brazil, of course, known for what they're capable of when it comes down to jumping in and playing aggressive, and they do
Good
just
job,
that,
Paper.
but no,
Good
the
job.
ambush was
Good reaction.
unsuccessful.
Good
Paper,
awareness check, bro.
oh, so close. Escapes by the skin of his teeth. Talking about Brazilian teams sneaking up. It's Persa and Ed also on the prowl right now.
Everybody just crouch walking up to all of the commotion that this box fight is bringing just outside northwest side of Mount Olympus here. And the most important aspect, though, Paper, you've got to respect that 180 turnaround, throws up the middle wall, makes sure to protect himself. But Persa, they've now found an opening, but it's going to be cut short. Victor V, Paper, all these teams starting to congest here, and a surge base on top to boot.
Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Persa and Ed are recognizing we have to get in the fight. Like, whether we want to or not, Storm Surge is going to become an issue. And if you're unfamiliar what that means, when there's a certain amount of players alive, the game is going to force you to fight other teams. Damage will start to rain in the visual of lightning bolts and take you out the game if you're not being active.
The real thorn in the side right now, though, for Victor V and Paper is it's evident that they want to get inside of that bunker. Clone and Kremsu, though, they are doing everything in their power to prevent anyone else. They might find themselves trapped at the bottom of it for a time being, though, because keep in mind, teams do like to hold whenever they find duos inside of that bunker.
Quanti and Gone also setting up, looking back inwards, trying to see what's going to happen here. Meanwhile, Victor V and Paper really wearing the results of this drawn-out fight on their loadout right here. You can see ammunition starting to run low, builds even shorter than that. It's only going to be a matter of time before this starts to go super south, so if Paper and Victor V can't step up and finish this fight soon, it's not going to be good.
Yeah, but at this point, they have to find closure. There's no opportunity to retreat. You are all in at this stage. They've invested too much time, and they know that they need more surge tag damage as well. Clone, Kremzu, more than content to sit this one out, though, because the weapon bunker is sounding, and they're going to have the advantage once it opens.
Yeah, if they get to jump down there first and, of course, secure the goods, there's going to be a lot of loot that's going to be given out to Clone here shortly, but Paper and Victor V don't want that to happen. You can see how much more urgency, right, is put behind these shots now as they're trying to push in.
Clone, Kremsu, the opening has arrived here, but Victor V, Paper, they're still, I don't want to call it hesitant, but definitely wary of what awaits them when they try to catch Clone and Kremsu exiting that bunker. Malabuka Merstash, though, they've encountered some early difficulties here, it seems like, at Restored Reels. Last we checked in, they were getting a couple of decent tags onto Alex and Worthy, but now, knowing that Malabuka is in that solo position, it's going to be tough to make his way towards a reboot ban with this much traffic around him.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Look at Kanata and Cooper, though, on the move right now, trying to continue to find their way not only to the new zone, but play for this high ground, right? Looking for tags off in the distance, and very different strategy for Kanata and Cooper, where we see a lot of those other duos looking to get box-to-box fight, you know, very close quarter. They're keeping their distance almost exclusively now from other duos and other paths of duos.
But I really love this positional check, though, from Kanata and Cooper, because they've taken over a hill just northwest of Restored Reels, and they know all those duos that are far west on the map, far north, they're going to have to rotate through Cooper and Kanata. They're just, Kanata is notorious for setting up surge bases in positions where you have ample opportunity to deal some damage to other teams.
Oh, look at this. This is the clash we all expected. Veno and Clix versus Oceania's Damo there, who just rotated by. They're going to be the first to get a couple of tags and start to get the lead here.
you have to be really careful. Veno and Clix are going to recognize that if they stay in the storm, what's going to happen, those other teams are going to have strong positions to give them even more of a problem later. But it seems like they want to continue to press the action here.
Kashoro, though,
He's alone.
could get caught in the mix here. Not sure if Clix and Veno have spotted him out just yet, but Kashoro, the moment that he tries to break through, that's when Clix sees small opportunity to try and pounce in here. But again, MDF, this is getting a little bit more drawn out than maybe what Clix and Veno were after.
Yeah, because Andalix and Sato were still here. They thought it was just a solo, but now they walk into almost a spider's web here. Sato and Andalix do have heals as well, so they can kind of sustain themselves for quite some time, but I'm not sure how much Andalix has to work with. Meanwhile, the GOATs of the region, the Kings of EU, the most consistent duo in the world when it comes to LAN performances in the recent years are here.
Every view we pan over, it's like sharks in the water currently. The fact that Cammy and Seti have now decided to just stroll on over so casually, but they recognize there's no real openings for us to taste this one just
kill,
yet.
come on, Veno.
Let's prioritize our positioning and set because they can always set up.
Let's go, Veno!
Kashoro trying to do what he can to escape.
Let's go!
He's gonna shut that one down in no time. His first elimination goes to Clix.
Veno's gonna be the first to claim it alongside Clix here for a big elimination, and that's gonna set themselves off in the right pace here. Still, pay attention on the other side, Kanata and Cooper, completely opposite situation now as we talked about them keeping their distance. Visual and Braves are gonna step up to the plate. Let's see if they can hit this swing at bat, but nothing just yet.
Something important to consider though, Visuals and Braids, this is our duo that came in at the final hour. Just last night, they discovered that they were going to be participating on the global stage. What's their prep time look like in comparison to everyone else? But more importantly still, Braids, he's trying to make sure that he brings the fight to Cooper and Kanata. They're not willing to fold. A couple of armored walls already expended from both sides as well. Kanata's still able to find the shots that matter though. And him and Cooper doing a decent job at just trying to forcibly create space.
And this is not just any backup duo here. This is a team that is very much tenured and familiar with one another. They, in fact, have duoed with each other throughout the year. So, again, not your regular backup team. This is a very, very scary team to be fighting right now, and a huge opportunity like this is not going to be taken for granted. And you can see the fact that they forced these great players to use their armored walls tells a lot. Let's jump in with Murstache and Malibuka here, though, as the Storm Surge is effectively active now. Great place to be rotating through here at the Grim Gate, but I'm not too sure, even after being picked up, if Murstache is going to have a chance to really get back into the swing of things, as the Rift Island's already gone up, and we already know who's playing for it.
Peterbot and Poyo did not even wait a moment's notice. As soon as the Rift Island spawned in, these two were prepped and ready to go. Peterbot already taking advantage, putting some pressure onto teams that are just trying to rotate at the bottom of Rift Island. You know teams like to try and utilize some of those rifts along the bottom, but again, when you have a team like Peterbot and Poyo, and they're not the only ones lurking either, Trashy and Threats as well, making their presence known. But keep in mind, Poyo, Peterbot, they've got that reveal medallion.
Yeah, they're going to be able to scout them out in just a couple of moments here. So Trashy and Threats will have a big, big problem here.
Where's our
King and Phaser talk about problems. They're pushing down into the EU duo. Now, there's something that we know about King is that he's not someone you want to face in a box fight. What he's managed to do all throughout this week is instill fear into every duo. He has challenged players in the practice rooms back to back and has been the most successful.
But the way that you're mentioning that, it's all about the solos, and this is a duos game here, MDF. King trying to see if he can get a little bit of revenge damage onto Reason or Badil, but currently, Germans, they're the ones holding height, and King, he's gonna have to start burning through some of these small shield potions, and the real issue is once those shields crack, Badil, Reason, more than close enough to hear it, but they also need the damage, so the key is inevitable.
Yeah, both sides are extremely aware that this is a fight for Surge right now, and should King's team get a tag, the Surge is gonna flip. They are the team quite literally above them, and it doesn't really get much closer than this, and this is the most opportunistic time for King to take down a duo here. But Reason, there it is. Opportunities start to shift here. Reason and Vidil now. Pressure starts to loom on them.
Craziest part to think about too is that they've still got to watch their backs because Rift Island just lurking in the distance, slightly higher elevation than themselves. Peterbot Boyle, they were definitely trying to see if they could track down anybody for some additional tags, knocks, elims, ideally, but one of these teams has got to get a go on here, MDF. They can't afford to just sit idle. It's either fight or get eliminated.
Here it comes. I'm seeing 2 shots coming from both sides. Reason goes for it first. Vadiel on the other side doing an excellent job, but a trade comes out. King's weak, and he's going to be the first to fall. Reason and Vadiel come out on top, and even then, it's just enough to stay alive for now.
I put him as third.
Crazy, though, when you think about how many teams are getting caught inside of these box fights, inside of the Storm itself. Mustache, Malibuca, they're just on a recovery tour currently, and it's incredible to think that they're still 156 above that damage threshold, despite that hiccup of Malibuca having to make the reboot van play in the first place. Wax and Ping, though, they seem like they're primed and interested, potentially, but instead it's just going to be heading to the top of Rift Island. Malibuca might take base, though. He wants more damage.
Little does he know, though, there is Trashy and threats up here. Next set right now, still lurking nearby. I'm very curious as to why they haven't gone yet. And we might just find out here soon if they end up opening the box and taking fire. But no, Malibuca takes flight first. And he's going to get pretty far off. Will it be enough, Taco? It's not looking like the math is going to math here, as Malibuca is going to be the first to fall. He tries to get as far as possible. Mustache will have to land on him and save him now.
The problem, though, is that we're looking at 2 tick zones currently. Monster, Mustache, he can try his best effort, but I fear he might meet a similar fate because even if he makes it into this next edge of zone, he's still going to have to deal with all the teams that are already based up, situated, and ready to take advantage of the players that are late straggling in.
Take a look at this refresh from Veno and Clix now. They managed to find themselves a little bit of a cachet from some leftover action between Casper and Prism. Prism now not being in this fight. And still, you have OCE's Damo and Resigns almost on this warpath with them, continuing to be
your first FNCS.
thorn in their side, if you will, for lack of a better phrase.
Clix.
Back on over to the focus here as Clix is looking for action here. Those are his walls. It's Acorn. It's Cold on the other side.
Well, what there is.
A incredible 16 eliminations just to show the lobby what they're capable of.
The real issue is just knowing that for Clix and Veno,
let's
Clix
call
just
it
needs some
booty.
fight feels, and you're not going to get that at this stage unless you're able to take down another team successfully. Mustache and Malibuca, though, have pulled off a miracle at this point. And it does seem, even though they're a little bit worse for wear, they're battered for sure, but they're still kicking, and that's all they need at this stage.
They do have big shields as well to work with. That headshot that he picks up right there is going to make a huge difference there as far as their survivability is concerned. Major eliminations are happening, though, as we're covering the action here. One of those, it's Peterbot and Boyle staying active here. Down goes Chief from the high ground there. And they are doing what we expect of them. Very healthy, extremely material capped, and now picking up points. That's a runaway train potentially starting to take form.
Meanwhile, other teams like Putty and Kovacs just trying to see if they can find an angle.
16 points.
A little bit of duress here, but it's back to Clix. Veno trying to see if they can finagle their way out of this awkward position that they found themselves in, boxed up right next to Acorn and Cold. But again, Acorn and Cold, they've got a decent amount of materials to work with. More importantly still, though, I think that they are certainly willing to jump into a fight if it calls for.
Oh yeah, yesterday has absolutely proven that they can take on any team without a problem. Talk about good teams that are still standing right now. Teams that we've been kind of following the story. Victor V and Paper. Paper a little worse for wear. Seems like a bad peek's going to go ahead and put him on the backside of this engagement here. And Veno facing the struggles of taking a lot of damage here as well, and not being able to recover now as they don't have whites.
Still has a couple of flow berries, but again, will that really be enough? Queasy, Thomas HD now starting to surface as well near their area. Ritual, though, takes some big tags, left that wall open just a moment too long. But Ritual free from line coming out of Doomstad. They're going to be dealing with Epic Whale and Muz early on. The fact that this duo already has 3 elims is rather impressive, but Bugha as well, still holding his own. Shari's got a little bit of an angle peak advantage, so Bugha's going to look to try and see if he can find a more aggressive push from underneath. Meanwhile, Mustache, again, just trying to make sure he doesn't take another tick from the storm, but it's too little, too late. Just barely makes it in. At least Bugha can go for the revive.
You know, all things considering, he'll have more HP when he stands up than he did when he went down, so it's not all too bad here, but it is definitely time lost. The surge is active. They need to find a couple tags. Into the box they go. Back behind him is another duo as well, and if he doesn't hit this shot, he's going to be sent back to the lobby, and he hits the one that matters. Bugha and Mustache are clawing their way out of this hole here, and unfortunately, it might not be enough here. It's so close.
Bugha is doing everything in his power, but I fear they have finally met their end. Zero business making it that far in the first place, though, but that is the kind of power that Bugha and Mustache can bring.
Well, here's a couple things to celebrate. Placement points has been reached. We are inside the top 25. Anyone alive now is going to start to be rewarded with more and more points. This is where things start to almost compound for you, so you want to stay up. Veno is down right now. Clix has a very important decision to make here. Do you save your best mate or let him get sent back to the lobby so you can just focus in now? Seems like he wants to go for the save. Armored Wall's going to be the saving grace here for a moment, though. Instead, Veno makes the call. Leave me.
Oh my god. No way, trashy.
Veno knew there was way too much pressure coming from the other side of that wall. A fully intact duo, and that duo being Queasy and Thomas HD. There's just no realistic opportunity for Clix to bring that one back. But Queasy, he's actually looking a little hurt here. He might have been desperate at that point, and Clix finds himself in a similar situation. Only has small shield potions to rely on, 2 below. When it comes to the damage threshold, he's got to make a move, and he's got to do it now. But I don't think anybody's giving him an opening.
Well, he's still inside the top 20 now. The more teams that fall, this would be excellent for Clix here. He just has to hold on a little bit longer. And he is doing just that. A little bit of a zone pull towards his side, more or less. But high ground has Cammy and Seti looking from up above, and it has never looked better for this duo.
Jadu and Sia having already been eliminated. And again, reconvening with Clix's
oh my god
POV, but Clix is just crazy
Nice.
with the movement. The fact that he manages to escape.
Still alive.
Still
he's clutching. Almost a top 15 now, and he's inside the top 15. Could he make a top 10? It's so close, and down he goes.
Peterbot, bro.
Hands of Peterbot. He takes him down. Peterbot is also a solo.
It could have been anybody in this circumstance, but of course it had to be Peterbot. But take a look at the high ground. Chapentini. And they're looking for even more still. 5 eliminations already built up here, Monster. And they've got a really strong grasp on this high ground.
What an incredible view for Chapentini. This is coming off the mountain here. Seti seems to have lost his teammate now. Has to do this on his own here. But still, anything can happen. But Muz and Epic Whale inside the box, inside the lane. He's throwing armored walls down. That's going to buy him a little bit of time. Excellent plays here from Seti. No time to play with this storm, though. He just cannot afford it.
Seti's doing everything he can to try and scale his way up this mountain face, but things are just going to get all the more vicious. The higher he climbs, the more pressure he might encounter. Muz is going to find himself into a situation. Peterbot goes huge there, though, off the Seti.
8 eliminations now for Peterbot and Boyo here. Peterbot still going, nearly finding another one there. Just moments away now from a top 5 here. Can he do it as a solo? He's getting spotted out, though. Armor wall comes down. Another weak player in front of him. Oh, he got tagged. Never counted out. It was so close. But now the focus comes into who will win game 1. We have just 4 teams remaining. Make that 5. Acorn and Cold find another.
Duke simply too sabotage, losing his duo Sphinx there to Peterbot, but Acorn and Cold, the fact that they are still intact. 5 armored walls as well to work with here for Acorn. Chapentini, though, they're trying to see if they can look for an opportunity to collapse. Pico, Flixie off in the distance as well. The mid ground starting to really pile up here.
Well, look at this. High ground starting to run out of material.
Yes.
Veno and Flixie, this is
I still have
the
your
pick for
shield.
me. The team that I knew. You leave them uncontested. They're just going to put in dangerous work here on the field, and it is starting to shape up. Acorn and Cold and a saving grace on the low ground, on the outskirts, putting pressure onto Japan's best. Rise and Yuma, who also has 7 eliminations. Yuma sends up against Acorn, finds a beautiful tag there. Loses his teammate, though, finds another exchange. It's back and forth here. Anything can still happen.
All these teams scurrying in the low ground, though, they're sabotaging.
Yuma.
Acorn's gonna go down.
Yuma is
Yuma's still standing tall, but now Chap, Teeny, from the high ground, they're just gonna collapse, and that is just another elimination to add to the count. Veno, Flixie versus Chap and Teeny. It's a battle of Europe.
A battle for the ages indeed here.
Europe
5
is the
eliminations
better
still for
region.
Teeny and Chap. Things are starting to rack up. Teeny, the first to go down. Chap's also weak. They jump in. They jump the game. In game number 1, the victory royale will go to Chap and Teeny.
Could it be more deserved the way that they held down that high ground?
Why
MDF, you
so
can tell that they were aiming exclusively for the victory royale at this stage. But granted, you have to keep in mind, there's somebody on the ground that can help out even more so.
Our controller is crazy.
Dallas, would you please give it up for your Game 1 winners? Chap and Teeny, do you want to step up for me here, fellas? So everyone can see your glorious faces. Let's kick things off here. What a great start. I mean, you guys, obviously, Game 1, a lot of pressure, bit of waiting around the beginning, but in front of these fans. To walk us through the end game, how did things pan out for you guys?
Good. We're the best players, so it's easy.
Best players, easy. I mean, I love the confidence there. For you as well there, I mean, your teammate here, you guys worked to get Veno and Flixie in the last seconds there. You had the high ground. Is that what really counted there?
Of course, we're only playing for height, and that's how you win games. That's it.
Coming into this competition, obviously a lot of expectations, things that might happen. Did things pan out in that first game as you thought they might, or was it very different?
It was different. We took forecast, and then we just played out.
Those forecast towers are playing very pivotal in this as well. How important are those in the rest of this competition with 11 games left to go?
The most important thing, if you get that, you win the game. It's easy.
Would you please give it up one more time for your Game 1 winners? Chap and Teeny, everyone! Oh, things have started beautifully here. There is loads more coming your way here, courtesy of the FNCS Global Championships 2024. A short break from us here on the broadcast, but do not go anywhere. Stay exactly where you are. There's loads more coming your way very, very soon.
Yes, yeah, I still get you. Of course, Peter bot killed Clix. I wouldn't be mad if any other person killed him, but it had to be Peter bot. Like, it's like he's like looking for him or something, bro. I'll be back, chat.
everybody? Welcome back to the FNCS game number 1. Chap and TD find themselves the victory royale, and that first game was absolutely crazy to see these guys come out on top and to get that interview, right? Hey, we're the best team. You just get forecast, you get this, you got. We're the best team. That's it. That's all that matters.
I mean, if you look at Major 2, Major 3, when they both got second place in both majors, yeah, they're kind of one of the best teams right now. And showing up today and showing up early as well, eliminating Agers and Rise right off the bat.
Yeah, really, really interesting after this first game, because we were sort of talking about it going into the first game. Where are these guys going to land? What's their strategy going to look like? We didn't quite know, and now we get a little bit of an insight into what that's going to look like. It seems like they're really prioritizing that forecast tower. Another thing that we focused on at the beginning of the show. They want that forecast tower, and that's the reason why they're able to get height right here. You saw Cammy and Seti sort of shaping up to try and take height and holding it in that sort of 8-9 zone, but they didn't get that next zone. So Teeny and Chap took that opportunity really well because they knew where it was going.
Also, to be able to hold height for as long as they did, all the way from zone 9. Once again, the forecast tower allowing them to know where to move that height and use and save up those much needed mats towards the end of the game there. Absolutely phenomenal. What a great way to start the competition.
Just again, cold. They're just ice cold, chilling there. Yeah, we're the best. Not a big deal. Man, that is a statement game out of game number 1. But there was just so many things that transpired in game number 1. Just so many solo performances that all took place. I mean, we saw there for a moment, even Rise and Yuma making a top 3. 8 eliminations? That's terrifying. We can't let that happen.
Yes, we can, and they did. And I want to see it happen again. Rise and Yuma representing Asia right now, showing that, oh yeah, it's NA versus EU. You got to watch out for Asia as well.
Yeah, these guys are really looking good right there. 8 eliminations clutching up there in the end in those final few moments. The crowd erupted as soon as they got that final elimination. Wasn't quite enough to get into that first or second, but they've got to be happy with that start, particularly on this stage.
That's right. I want to highlight Peterbot, man. I don't know what Peterbot is about, but I do now. In those final moments, you know, Poyo goes down and you have the solo clutch, and he pulled it off.
And for Peterbot to take down Clix in game number 1, you know that there was definitely some emotions going high right there. But Peterbot, if he is down into a solo, I mean, he's honestly a duo as a single player.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both of these players have the ability to do this, solo clutches. And in big events like this, 12-game formats, these solo clutches are going to be so vital in getting these guys into a really nice position. I must say, this burst assault rifle ex Peterbot is a crazy combo. It shouldn't be allowed because he's so good with that. And then even towards these end game situations, taking out Seti there at that final few moments just to keep himself going. Of course, too little, too late towards the end, but really, really great start from him.
I mean, their strategy is just so clean from the start. Landing rep, getting the coin, getting the mythic AR, going over to the forecast tower, and then getting the Rift Island as well in that game, allowing them to just have a little bit of height, a little bit more mats, and more importantly, getting that mod weapon bench so that I saw Poyo kind of modifying his weapons there, getting exactly what they wanted so that they were prepared for the end game.
I love seeing their 3rd place. Vico, Flixie, a 2nd place. They didn't even need the Victory Royale, right? The fact that they made it to 2nd place, you've already done too much. You've already let them get too far in the game.
Yeah, I mean, they started off so strong as well, getting eliminations onto Shadow and Virgo by zone 1 there. And then, of course, just dominating the low ground as we know them to do.
Yeah, exactly. Another really solid performance of these guys. We've seen them do it previously. This is exactly what we expected. Low to mid ground, finding those eliminations. And towards the end there, where it was the final 2v2, it was kind of like Major 3, where it was 2 of the best teams in EU going head-to-head. Of course, 2 different, very different play styles. These guys are not necessarily going to be going for height every single game. But, of course, what I noticed there was a little bit of a change in rotation. They went towards the north side of their drop spot. So interesting to see whether that's going to change throughout the day, whether the forecast tower fight's going to affect that. But really nice start from these guys.
That's right, guys. I know you want more action. We can talk more about this, but let's just jump back into it. MDF, the best taco. Back over to you.
Yeah, that was a very intense game. Obviously, we're coming out. You know, I couldn't even believe it. I almost, you know, just threw the whole mic off the headset. I was really into it for a second there.
Yeah, and the craziest part still, of course, we have 2 EU teams duking it out to close off our first lobby here. And match number 2 is ready to go.
The battle bus has left the station. Match number 2 is here. What do we have in store for us this game? I mean, last one was surely a surprise with the Middle Eastern teams taking a top 10 position. One Asia team up there as well. And of course, those that you expect. The best from NA, some of the greats from EU.
Yeah, and Acorn and Cold, they haven't necessarily had an easy time about it either here at Brutal Beachhead. You know, you get like the soft contest coming out of Alex and Sato, and this could prove to be very difficult, though, for Alex and Sato, because you can tell the commitment is there, but if they want to take this fight to Acorn and Cold, it could be a really difficult one to actually close out in quick fashion.
We have to give all credit to not only Clix and Veno for Clix's performance to stay alive and secure a top 15, but Damo and Resigns, who found even more placement points, ending just closer to that top 10. So a very impressive performance for teams that were contested that game, actually. When you start to do the math on that, that is almost unprecedented.
Well, it was almost like Damo and Resigns were trailing Clix and Veno the entire match, and if they hadn't actually stumbled upon Kishuro as a solo, I almost wonder if things could have maybe gone a little differently there, because that's what really got them tied up into a rough position. But again, hindsight's always 20/20. Currently, we are focused on the now. Chap and Teeny lingering around the Nitrodrome, but Kanata and Cooper close by means that all they can really look for here is just trying to prioritize their mat count.
Yeah, we do know Kanata and Cooper like to rotate closer to Agers and Rise, whom was taken out pretty early last game, so they didn't get to secure that fight, and they found themselves in a completely different battle up against Visual and Braids, and it really didn't go their way. Shortly afterwards, Braids ended up falling to Epic Whale Muz, so pretty interesting, you know, zone dynamics starting to take shape here.
It's
that's
so
really
bad.
part
I
of the
just
high
don't feel good, bro. I'm in sore throat. Just feel like out of it, bro. And it's just so annoying, especially on a weekend, bro. On a weekend.
It's about adjusting in the real time, but here's Seiyun, here's KU.
And on this weekend, bro. Why on this weekend, like?
Little stands off here, so it seems like this game, similar to match one, is gonna kind of take its time rolling into the eliminations.
Yeah, Janice almost seemingly happy about the fact that these teams kind of caught wind of each other, because that allowed for him to just slip on by, head on out, red line rig, make sure that he doesn't get caught in the mix. He's clearly just trying to make a play for that Reboot man, because I didn't see Pixie anywhere near, so almost makes you wonder at the same time. It's going to be a difficult situation for a lot of these teams.
Here's Cammy and Seti. They have angles, they have a little bit of high ground. Meanwhile, King and Phaser getting active right now just outside the Rebels' roost. What is happening here? They seem to be finding their groove right now. It's Visual and Braids once again who are giving some of these duos a really difficult time, making them all second guess whether or not they should be sticking around and fighting them. So, you know, that's impressive.
Yeah, but this is also a really smart disengage from King and Phaser, recognizing the fact Sky Scroll still nearby as well. Rebels Roost just a little bit too poppin' for their interest at the moment, but even hanging around the underworld could pose some issues because they didn't stick around for the fight. Don't know how much surge damage they've actually been able to accrue at this stage, and once we start to get into that mid-game rotation aspect of the we already saw a handful of teams, even some of the teams that you wouldn't necessarily anticipate to struggle with their surge damage, having issues.
Very interesting. We get to catch up with Batman, Bugha, and Rapid here at the Grim Gate. This has been their drop spot for quite some time, coming out of Major 3, of course, with an excellent performance. You know, if you start looking at the paper trail of Rapid and Batman, Bugha, everyone's marking them up towards the top 3 as far as the NA teams are concerned. And talking about top 3, it wouldn't be one without Cold and Acorn. They're just putting teams down. This time, they do finish the fight up against Andalex and Sato. They don't let them escape.
But now something that Sato and Andalex are potentially going to have to start considering is if this keeps going in favor of Acorn and Cold, if they continue to take the fight to them, do you switch for day 2? But I think we still got a few more lobbies to work through before that really starts to become the real question mark here. For Stash Malibuca, though, starting off somewhat on the right foot here at Restored Reels. One elimination already. Curious if one of those is onto either Alex or Worthy.
Yeah, something happened there, but Bolts and Bryce are in a fight right now. Little build-off happening here. It's a pretty intensive early game fight for, given the situation, a Zone 1 Sky base going on here. This is going to be a full-on reset if it doesn't end fast. It's up again, Vico and Clixie. You know, obviously, our second place coming out of game 1. very much fired up, very much confident.
Bryce and Bolt are not going to fold here, though. The forecast tower, the weapons bunker that spawns nearby Dupenhausen, where Bolt and Bryce like to land. And this is something that, you know, they were willing to contest Reet and Ritual for when it was Reet and Ritual at Reckless Railway. So now Vico, Flixie haven't taken over that position. And it's funny because you asked Vico in the player lounge last night, hey, what do you think about the forecast tower? He's like, that's my forecast tower. You ask any of these players who are actually trying to contest, they'll always tell you the same thing. That's my forecast. And yet, Vico, Flixie, they find themselves stuck because Bryce and Bolt either need to get eliminated or forced out here. Whoever controls the NPC is going to win.
And it's pretty incredible. You got to talk with Vico. I got to talk with Bolts and Bolts' brother, and they had nothing but positive things to say and honestly confidence about the fact that this is their forecast tower, and he's here, and he believes that paired up with Bryce, they are a perfect combination. So very interesting to see that both teams very much feel like they're entitled to this drop. Vico and Flixie seem to be the first, of course, boots on the ground here. They're going to secure the card, which means they have everything that they need here to go ahead and be the one to get the first dibs. But Bolt comes in, takes down Flixie from up above. Whose tower is it?
Vico might have that key card, but how long can he really hold on to it? He's trying to just get out of dodge at this point, creating as much space as possible. But you know Bolts and Bryce, now that they've isolated Vico by forcibly eliminating Flixie, they're going to chase him. They do not want to let him escape with that forecast key card.
And this is not just an elimination. This is not just a player. That is someone who holds the keys to every single storm for the remainder of this game. It is worth so much more than just a set of points. Bolts and Bryce have to think long and hard, and they end up easing off for a second, but it's because Clone and Kromsu is waiting for them, and Bryce is going to be one of the first to fall now as he gets ambushed.
This was almost like an unexpected gift. Clone and Kromsu were situated exclusively for the bunker, and yet when Vico tried to escape because he recognized the fact, hey, I've just got to play for the reboot. I just need to get Flixie back into this game. We'll deal with the forecast later. But Kromsu and Clone, dude, too slick with it.
That was just dirty right there to get boxed up. But look, Bolts has the card, so he actually ends up finding Vico potentially here, or no?
Vico dropped it when
he ends up dropping it just so that he doesn't, you know, bring that heat with him. So very, very interesting turn of events here.
But sure, you might have forecast secured, but at what cost? Because realistically, if I'm Kromsu, I'm not letting you escape. And that's the thing, Vico knew that there was no reason for him to continue trying to hold on. He did not have the materials to feasibly escape unless he gave up that key card.
I actually love that we got to see him drop the key card as well, right? Just saying, hey, look, you can have it, man. My hands are in the air. White flag is waved. Go ahead, take it. And he plays for another day. That just really shows you what this tournament means, right? That's not an interaction you'll have in any regular game, right? There's just something so prestigious about the Fortnite Global Championship that even the players give respect to one another like that. It's incredible to watch.
Wow, this is looking like a menacing situation building up currently, though. Clix, Veno, Acorn, Cold, Chaptini,
Oh my gosh.
I don't think we could ask for anything better at this stage, but fact of the matter is, all these teams are just fixated on one thing, and it's likely the weapons bunker.
And you hear it, it's opening up right now, and Clix and Veno the first to fold as they recognize, hey, there are 4 teams here. This is not the greatest idea. They double back to the campfire. They'll get their chance at the bunker, right? They'll be able to pick up some scraps, get their attachments. But first, sit things out, let things settle.
I like that flyby, though, Janice and Pixie. So it looks like Janice's rescue mission was a success. He was able to make his way towards a reboot ban. But again, you have to start to wonder what kind of damage was he able to collect prior to losing Pixie. And now, Reckless Railway is heating up one more time because Vico doubled back, brought Flixie into it. But now Shadow and Virgo trying to see if they can pose a threat.
Listen, Shadow, someone I've known for a long time. I've followed his career closely. He is a very, very scary player once he starts to get situated. Game 1 jitters are out of the way now. Him and Virgo have been nothing but successful as a duo here. But wait a second, Vico and Flixie, as we know, again, are EU's best right now. Clearly some of the strongest fighters on the region. And then you have OCE's Danith and Tinka, right? Champions of OCE lurking nearby, seeing what's happening here. Trying to put OCE's stamp on it.
But Vico and Flixie, I mean, we're talking about...
Oh, I had them at 4th and they're in
winners
4th right now. I'm actually so smart.
To imagine the level of confidence.
But
even when you
I
talk
have
to
them
either
at
of them,
4th
they
to like
are
overall,
just
like at the end of the 2 days. But right
essentially,
now
and for good measure, because Vico, Flixie,
and for
been
number 3,
successful
I
despite the
had
fact that Vico
some.
was incredibly low on material count as well. He's still
actually,
able to stave off Shadow and
check
Virgo,
this
and that is
list.
not
Acorn
an
and
easy feat
Cold
by any
at
means.
first.
Jumping to the other side here, Dukes and Sphinx trying to figure out what's happening down here south on the zone as things are just starting to develop. Clearly shots are coming in from teams in the distance. Meanwhile, Queasy has that high ground. Chap though lurking up, trying to see how he can possibly get involved. Teeny already sitting on the base for a moment there, you can even tell.
I don't even know if it's Queasy that's in danger nearly as much as what it might be Thomas HD when he tries to work his way back towards the surface he has with Queasy. You can hear the Monarch pistol, shots flying out overhead. Thomas making his way back towards him, but he scouted it out. Managed to throw up a wall just in the nick of time. Queasy also on high alert now. But Chap, Teeny, they've made enough noise. Other teams in the distance actually trying to take side shots at them.
Gotta respect Thomas HD's ability to not only see them and react faster than they can land a shot on him, but to also get up to high ground.
Nothing too.
Before it was too late. And look, they're gonna just go ahead and get off of there. They're like, wait, that team, they wanna fight? No, we don't need that. They give them the respect. They back off the restored reels. They play for center zone now. And this is a very, very good early rotate to go ahead and find a new position here, find some new real estate, if you will. Meanwhile, at the Grim Gate, we have another Rise in Yuma coming out of Asia, representing here last game. Phenomenal performance, ending up towards the top, 8 eliminations as well. This game off to a hot start with 2. Look, we look away, we blink for a second, and the double headshot onto Phaser.
The lineup is just nasty. You can just tell that Thomas HD and Queasy probably ecstatic about that loot llama they essentially just picked up from the knock.
Yeah, I don't even know if they want to cross over to pick up the loot. At this point, it would end up being all too risky with King nearby, but Chap and Teeny haven't stopped their pursuits onto different duos. I'm feeling like maybe they're not getting enough tags in these fights.
Can also be so disorienting to other teams in the lobby when you're dealing with the likes of Chap and Teeny, because they're just barreling down onto anybody that they encounter. They could care less about the caliber of player that they are dealing with in the process. All they want at the end of the day is the points from the eliminations and to clear out the space to make sure that their rotations maintain their smoothness. But Janice, layer below, Chap and Teeny are currently boxed up, and they are not the only ones. Premsu, Clone, lurking overhead, Persa, Ed as well. Close enough that they could definitely tango if they wanted to.
Chapantini, 130 below. Just mentioned that they're not finding the tag, and it's very clear, regardless of how many teams they've managed to fight, it just hasn't been successful. But this, so far, looking like the best here. Double armor walls come out. That's going to slow down all of their momentum here. And if I'm being honest, I think they have to keep pursuing it, find a new angle, do something else. They can't afford to stop at this point. Teeny's got a new angle here. He's behind Pixie now. The other duo, basically, that's there is Ed and Persa, who are also very, very weak. It's just not looking good for the Brazilian duos, not looking too good for EU's Janice.
But every
behind him, Chap's hurt. Back against the wall, he needs to find the one, and it's so close, but he's gonna be the first to fall.
Pixie kind of reminding Chap, hey, we're familiar with each other for a reason, but Janice and Pixie, they just had too much of an advantage, knowing that the Storm Surge was trickling in, essentially. It just put too much pressure onto Chap and Teeny. They were just taking recklessly aggressive fights, not methodically calculated ones.
Reminder, Falcons, Teeny, and Chap were your first place team coming into match number 2. They are now down and out, effectively opening up the leaderboards for other teams to start to climb on up now.
Casper and Prism as well. I think that this is a duo that has really caught some pretty big attention given their recent performances in EU. Casper as well finds FKS that flashback moment, but Janice, Pixie especially is in a really rough position, trying to deal with Quanti at the same time as well, but these two know they've just got to disengage. They need an opportunity to get that mech hit off, so Pixie will find a moment here, but Quanti still good pose, pretty big threat. All depends on how Janice and Pixie actually choose to leave from this current position.
Take a look at Epic Whale Muz right now, also below the Storm Surge here. They just need a little tag. Bring your focus down to that bottom right, that map. We're in zone 5 out of 12, right? So we're getting into the late part of the game. Things are gonna get to real small with the circle, and it's only gonna become more and more difficult if you're one of those teams that don't have heals.
The problem is when you're also a team like Muz and Epic, you had the shield, you had the white heals, but you're losing all of it because you're just underneath that Storm Surge. Finally, they'll manage to catch a break in the form of damage. They'll look to try and see what they can scavenge here at the top of Rift Island. Surprisingly enough, mostly undisturbed.
Little update there as Adapter and FKS fully eliminated, so 10th place is out, first place is out. Cammy and Seti not looking too great right here. Below the damage threshold as well. Again, what that means is that Lightning Bolt is going to start coming down from the sky. They're going to start losing 25 HP over the course of time. Periodically, it'll start to add up. Flixie and Vico, this is why they're fighting all the teams, because they need to. Otherwise, they will be sent back to the lobby for not doing enough damage. Here it is. Vico gets slammed in on from 2 angles, but Cammy gets crushed by a devastating shot. Vico hits the one that he needs to. Meanwhile, Rise and Yuma jump into the mix here. This is our team in the lead here. Vico, though, is so good that he is putting up numbers up against every single region right now. It's still defending for his teammate.
He's just trying to make sure that he can throw Flixie into a safe position. Revive is clearly on his mind. Armored walls are going to be sent out. Yuma, Rise, they're hoping that they can try to collapse, but I fear the moment has left them. Vico doing so much when it mattered most to hold his ground, and sure enough, the revive is a success. Flixie has been brought back into this battle, and that's going to cause Rise and Yuma to reconsider whether they actually want to take this engagement.
And that was our current first and second place teams basically to be going head to head. But let's jump in with Clone and Kremsu right now. Another team very, very desperate here to find a fight. Clix and Epic Whale are the team not so desperate, but ready to defend. But no, they lose the walls first. This is not looking good. But they end up finding the shot. Clix is so fast. He hits one in, then the second before they can even notice what happened to them.
Let's go!
Yeah, you know this guy's been taking some tips from Veno. I mean, he's been forming his own kind of master class at this stage.
The edit in, caught by Veno there. The trap was delayed. So good.
That's exactly the kind of bounce back too that you would hope for, especially when you consider game number 1 probably got a little bit more messy than what they'd initially intended. So moments like that can really captivate a lot of momentum for players on the big stage.
You know, you make a great point. The first game was really difficult for them. They spend a little too much time inside the storm. So look, already micro adjustments starting to come in, but Muz and Epic Whale here. Muz is down. Or sorry, Epic Whale's down. Muz is by himself. He finds the tags that he needs, doubles back to save his teammate as the Storm Surge was doing damage. And Vidil and Reason are recognizing, wait a second. Why did you stop pushing here? Something clearly went wrong. Muz now has to back off. I don't even think he got to pick up his teammate in time. No, Epic Whale gets finished there. And the development now for Muz is that he is left by himself with nothing to really work with. I mean, it's all but over for him at this point if Vidil and Reason want to push.
At the same time, though, Muz is definitely a bit of a solo mastermind. If anybody could look for a clutch opportunity, the real issue that I'm seeing right now, though, MDF, Bugha, Pars, right behind where Muz is currently fixated. And if he wants to press forward, Vidil and Reason on the other end of these walls, it's going to cost Muz so much if he's able to escape this as far as his builds are concerned. He's already looking low on that material count.
Yeah, you saw him look through the wall. I was like, wait, what's left there? Nothing. And I think that was a mistake because now Varial and Reason can tell, wait, he's still pretty close, and they definitely know he's a weakened solo. But hey, if Muz can stay alive, he has the zone, he'll be okay for a little bit of time. Placement points are just moments away. Take a look from the other perspective, how the damage ended up racking up there. An excellent tag by Reason, and then the Surge finishes the job there in the end. So very, very close. Had, you know, they not had that problem, they definitely were the team ahead. But here's a team that hasn't really found their footing just yet. Peterbot and Boyo trying to figure it out in match number 2 right now.
Well, you say that, but Peterbot was kind of on a rampage in our first lobby. But this time, obviously, hoping that he can do it alongside his duo, Pipoli, Kyoda. They are met with an armor. Bugha and be forced to drop to the low ground, seeing they could try chop out these floors from underneath, but Pars, Bugha, they recognize there's too much desperation from this duo. We don't need to take any sort of risky peeks. We're just gonna stay them back.
They kind of have to though, but no, Mapoli goes up to the box by himself. Bugha and Pars are some of the best to do it though, and they hit their tags. Literally granted a huge, huge opportunity there to get comfortable and situated in this game now. Meanwhile, Clix and Veno on a huge rotate here across the map. Talk about a night and day position to be in. Eland, material, and much more to work with right now. Clix though has to buy some time, get a little healthy here. Starting to run out of shields to work with though, but still, they get time to regather themselves, to compose themselves for a moment.
The most important part was looking at both of their material counts. That is a strong build count for them to work with, and they're gonna need every bit of it, because when you look at Titans like Thomas HD and Queasy up on the high ground already, just trying to take advantageous shots, and any of these teams that are starting to trickle their way in, trying to see if they can suppress as many duos as possible to those mid and low ground layers.
Well, here it is. It seems like they've been able to catch a little bit of extra information there. Now looking for teams nearby. Bryson Bolt's going to be one of the first to go ahead and be in the line of sights here. But the zone hasn't popped just yet. They know it's got to go north. They're working their way through this build here. The cover's been blown, and they back off. Happy with the few tags, but still, they need more eliminations. Surely more placement points if they want to jump up to top 5, as those teams are still in this game. Meanwhile, Queasy still ramping his way across the high ground, right?
And that's for sure. Queasy, Thomas, they're going to try to hold on to hype for as long as possible. Ideally, the entire game, if possible, like what we saw at Chapatini in the last match. But Acorn Cold, very efficient, found a slight inside rotate despite so much congestion having pulled in the real center of that last zone. But everybody's got to get a move on now. Poyo, Peterbot just doing what they can to stay ahead of the pack. That reveal medallion as well, gonna help them pinpoint some of these solos that might be running through these pre-existing builds.
Yeah, those extra layers right there. But look at this, Clix and Veno catching up with a tear there. Peterbot and Boyo find Yuma as well, effectively taking down some of that immediate competition, right? You want to start dropping those players that are up at the top of the standings if you want to jump over them. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be very, very hard to do, but they are doing just that. Meanwhile, the wider shot tells us the whole story. There's an indestructible bridge separating the high ground layers from the lows.
And Pico, Flixie, they didn't manage to find the victory royale the way that they would have hoped in match 1. And now, staring down their own demise here. Flixie gonna get knocked. Vico not gonna have an opportunity either to recover this one. Just too much pre-existing pressure. But Peterbot could go massive here. Acorn's gonna get caught out, and Peterbot gets the shutdown.
Oh, but someone comes from behind, and down goes Peterbot. Just like that, it's Cold to the rescue basically here, making up for lost time there. And at the end of the day, the real winner here is Cold. He gets more placement points. He gets to heal out now and kind of wait this one out. Meanwhile, Clix is still alive here, working his way through the game. Queasy and Thomas make their way up to the Rift Island. They are looking better than ever. There is so much material to farm back up here as well.
It's looking next to impossible for anybody to try and effectively challenge for high MDF, but we see great things happen. Clix, on the other hand, alongside of Veno, they're gonna fall back to back. Trulix and Chicho now seeing if they can try and finagle their way into that top leaderboard placements. But Deal's gonna be the next one they knock. Reason forced to play this one out as a solo.
Game 2 already looking kind of crazy. Reason takes down her stash there, and he gets to secure the medkit. That's a huge medallion picked up right there. The medallion as well to give him that little bit of extra push here. And look at that. Of all the players that came into the game inside the top 5, Chicho and Trulix are one of the only ones standing here now. With 8 eliminations, they have ran their way up the standings and put themselves into this incredible conversation of a team to look out for right now. Rise and Agers, a great performance. Bugha and Rapid show up and get put down, and now it's a top 3, but it's just Pars and Bugha down here. Queasy and Thomas have all the time in the world.
Queasy and Thomas are sitting like kings right now at height, just watching all of this catastrophe unfold underneath. Chicho, Trulix, they know they've got to deal with this team on high ground. All you see is the armored walls stacked in the sky. Trulix gonna opt for the medkit play instead, hope that he can outlast Bugha in the process. But again, at the end of the day, he's just staring down Queasy and Thomas on height.
They're starting to look down here. They're starting to put some tags in. They see what's going on. It's just a matter of moments. 8 eliminations for Queasy and Thomas. They look up, who's trying to land on us? And of course, it's the one and only coming out the storm, Bugha there, who just went with a desperate play. Meanwhile, Trulix down low. If he starts to focus in here, he falls so fast. And Bugha has high ground now. This is a little scary, but the tag is so good for Queasy.
And the incredible part about it still, MDF, Queasy already had the record for most victory royales in FNCS finals, but he extends that from 25 to now 26 with this last victory royale. Incredible stuff. I want to hear more for what Ada has to say.
That's right, yeah. Would you please give it up for Thomas HD and Queasy? Pop up for me, fellas. Everyone wants to see those faces. Let me see those faces. You know, 8 eliminations, a great start to proceedings there. Queasy, I mean, what is it like playing with someone like Thomas? He's got the eye of the tiger. He sees things that no one else sees.
I don't have to worry about Surge. I literally did like 200 damage that game, and we were 600 above or something, so it's pretty easy.
I mean, Thomas, you've been there. You've got almost every single T-shirt, but the FNCS Global Championships, that would be the icing on the cake. Game 2, it's now yours. What have you felt out there so far? What do you feel in the lobby and players around you that are kind of causing you a bit of concern?
I mean, it's like really nice to play on the stage again. Like, we only have like 2 lands a year, so yeah. I'm just happy we won a game, like, and we can prove ourselves finally.
I'm seeing as well, Queasy. I mean, there's a lot of fans out here. Hey, you got cheering you guys' names all the time. Let them hear Fort Worth, Queasy and Thomas HD. Let them hear you. Come on. Right. How does it feel to compete as well in front of an audience like this as well? Obviously, there's 10 games left, but are you embracing every second of this alongside your partner?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I got some important people in the audience that told me that I should go hide and not die, and that's what I did, and we won the game.
Okay, I love to see it. And one more time, would you please, Fort Worth, give it up for your Game 2 winners, Thomas and Queasy! Doesn't that feel good? Doesn't that feel good here in the Raw? You guys have been amazing. You guys at home as well have been fantastic. A quick break from us again here on the main show, but do not go anywhere. There's loads more coming away. 4 more games today. Don't go anywhere.
I'm sure if a 2-0 didn't win the match. He ain't knowing.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS Global Championship. We just wrapped up game number 2. Queasy, Thomas, HD get themselves the victory royale. And on top of that, 10 eliminations. They are looking for that Global Championship title. We interviewed them. You saw the confidence. They're here to play.
Well, Zeke, you went ahead and said on top of that. What about being on top of the lobby, Levin? I mean, Queasy, typical. Finding himself up on the higher ground. But the most impressive thing for me that game is, it's been very, very hard throughout the entirety of the year to play these metas from 8th zone, maintain the higher ground throughout the entirety of the end game, but they did it.
I mean, look, you say typical, but if you've been watching the EU this year, it's not been typical of Queasy, right? This year, we've had to suffer and watch Queasy do this whole We're willing to see him up on height. I think everybody expected to see them sort of be playing on all sorts of layers today, but seeing them up there, right, they looked comfortable. They looked like they're in their element. All throughout this game, Thomas HD, another level when it came to shots he was able to hit, and you saw them just wiping out people below in this game. A top game from Queasy and Thomas.
Just wild to consider, right? Like, the fact that they took height around like 8th zone and they just held it, and no one thinks about contesting them. They head on over to Rift Island, flying above. They're like, hey, we don't even have to build. And if anything happens, we've got launch pads out if something were to go crazy. Them getting this victory royale is very, very scary, right? Because now they're kind of setting a precedent. You give us high ground, you give us a victory royale.
Starting to see the effect, right, of some of the other teams be impacted earlier on in the game, right? Like, we haven't really seen a Peterbot and Pollo alive in either one of these first 2 games yet, right? We know Clix and Veno also struggling throughout that early game, not really able to find their footing either, which are typical names that we might see go up there or apply pressure. But right now, I mean, when they find themselves up there, if there's no pressure being applied, it might be a little too easy for them.
I mean, I think the great thing for Queasy and Thomas here is that, of course, a lot of people saw that they were going to be landing towards that southeast, and they wondered, landing at that base, are they really going to be able to cook, especially with far zones, right? This zone pulled all the way across the map, and we saw that they were able to play out of that spot with relative ease, causing problems in the mid-game, really nice surge-based positioning as well. They clearly have a game plan locked in here that seems to be working, Zeke.
Absolutely, and we actually have a listen-in from that moment on height, so let's take a look at this.
Spring. You don't have a dash? Yeah, I have one. Okay. 1 or 2. 74. Goes far. I'm single layering. We're gonna have to dash and fight though. Top 3. 2 duos. Maybe we fizz and drop down right now. We fizz and drop down right now for sure. I have armored still. Bring that up. Yeah. I'm dropping late, okay? Yeah. Down late. I have no ammo. Can we drop the low ground or what? Yeah, okay. Well, we can fizz. Okay. Yeah. Fight this guy. Yeah. Look up. Kill last one. Yeah. Get high, don't die! Get high, don't die! Come on, man. It's too easy. Bro. It's too easy.
You heard it. Get hyped, don't die. That's all their concerns. Just 2 things. We got to do this game. And man, just to see and like get to hear those comms is really special, because we kind of get a little sneak peek into how they're choosing to operate. So calm, right? Very little comms. They're not like, hey, we're top 2. Don't freak out. Don't panic. It's just like, hey, here's the information. Top 2. Let's drop. Let's do this.
I mean, it was a great example of just the dynamics of that team, right? Queasy with very clear communication, that strong leadership. That's why he's considered one of the best IGLs this game's ever seen. But still having the trust in Thomas. When Thomas made a call and said, I want to do this, let's do this, following that and sticking to that, committing to that, great teamwork.
Resource management, planning out the rest of the game before it even happens. But that little thing that I saw at the end there, you saw Thomas, he was editing out the floor. So that way the tarps above them actually would fall, right? They would break away. So that way Bugha had nothing to kind of land on that was actually inside of the zone. Took away every single advantage possible from the competitors.
Those little things, right? Those little nuanced decision makings. Yep. so incredible. We saw there in the first place. Clix and Chicho in first place by a massive margin there. And to think in this, they picked up 8 eliminations, right? So remember, we don't always need the victory royale. That helps, but if we're placing top 3 with 8 elims, y'all better look out.
Listen, me and Levin, we were sitting down in the practice area yesterday. Shout out to Reed, was having a little bit of a conversation, and he was like, Clix and Chicho, they're just so annoying. They just build ramps up, they get all of the storm surge in the world. It's just so random, and to see them make it into the end game is really no surprise when you kind of take that sort of strategy into account.
I think the big surprise here for anyone that's familiar with Clix and Chicho is they're not the type of team you want to see or expect to see having 9 eliminations, right? There's a low elimination players, they play out their mats really well, they play out their med kits like we saw them do there, right? Had the 3 med kits. Once they run out of the mats in the end game, you play your med kits, clutch up some extra placement points. But if they're going to be able to do that, Zeke, popping off and getting high elimination games, we could see them repeat the success they had last year at the Global Championships.
That is so crazy. And a final thing here to call out, Peterbot once again in a situation he's left as a solo. This game, though, was a little bit different from them. They were kind of in shambles there, which is a little bit uncharacteristic.
Yeah, I think still kind of finding the necessary amount of surge. I think towards the later part of the game, right? I know we tuned in with them towards the earlier zones, like 3rd and 4th, and their storm surge seemed very, very fun. But as you can see right there, a little bit of struggles led to some material deficiency right there, and just the fight going for that. Pollo goes down, and yeah, again, Peterbot kind of left as a solo, but we've kind of seen those performances throughout the year with Peterbot, and these are the type of games that Peterbot pulls out the enough points to kind of hang on for the duo.
Exactly.
The worst it gets.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Love to see it. Guys, we want to talk more, but we're getting right back into action. There's more Battle Bus action to go. So this is game number 3. Casters, up to you.
Thank you guys so much. And yeah, NDF, we are approaching the halfway point here in day 1. But what's even crazier to consider still, sure, it's match 3, but tomorrow 6 more games to work with and a 1.5 times point multiplier.
Yeah, that's right. And that's where teams start to hit the drawing board. I mean, Veno has expressed this before to us in his interviews. Day 2 is always the hardest, especially for players like him that focus so heavily into that day 1 prep. So this foundation that has to get built here and now is extremely important. Let's jump on the Battle Bus one more time.
And just like that, match number 3 is upon us. The Battle Bus is departing one more time here today. And I think also, NDF, one thing we're really going to get a chance to see is how the micro adjustments continue to unfold, because at this stage, you really want to make sure you're setting yourself up for the best recipe for success heading into day 2. But this halfway mark could really be the telling tale.
Yeah, and we're kind of jumping back to match 1 vibes right here. Cal Gamer, Haman versus CZB and Nathan. They won the first fight, kind of fizzled out the second. This one now is all up to Cal right here. Cal finds the first tag and no duo in sight yet. Kind of runs off to a safe spot. Very smart position to put him in. Meanwhile, Nathan has more time to go ahead and start healing up, but no material. We all know Fortnite's a game of builds and attrition, and if you have the mats, you usually have the fight in the bag. Cal Gamer comes on top for the Middle East.
That is a big clutch opportunity there for Cal Gamer, because him and Amon definitely need to start rebuilding a little bit more in terms of that leaderboard. But again, they're not the only ones with that vision in mind. Verstash, Malibuka, Restored Reels one more time. Oshi, Worthy, and Alex. I love seeing them lurk in the horizon, but the way that they've chosen to split that POI is pretty interesting.
I want to see more Worthy perspective in Alex there, but we have to see what's happening here between Oshi and Middle East here. This is a really big fight for FKS and Adapter, whom are winning at the moment. Tinka goes down, Daneth is down as well, and FKS and Adapter collapse from both angles so perfectly. Look at it from Adapter's perspective, just catches him in the nest there, in the danger web, and it is over before they can even put down a build.
Have to love that supportive fire coming in as well. Perfect timing. Phaser and King, though, slight world of hurt here. Phaser trying to do what he can, but at the same time, we'll have to just check back in with him, see how he manages as a solo for the time being, because we've got action heating up here at Restored Real. So many medkits getting tossed out, but Mustache and Bugha manage to take this one over yet again. 2 eliminations in the bag, plenty of heals to work with as well, so they'll be able to recuperate nicely.
Take a look from Mustash's perspective there. He lands a great tag onto Worthy so fast. Then Bugha finishes off Alex, who's a little weak there. Almost finishes Bugha even with the HP disadvantage, proving that he definitely had the better shot, but just gonna come up short there. Meanwhile, Threats and Trashy have gone up against Peterbot and Boy, and you can see the results of that. Not very good for Trashy at the moment, but Man City Threats, if it's one thing that we know, is that he's a veteran of North America. He's gonna stick around and try to put down some numbers here.
Know a lot of players, definitely big fans of that thermal scope as well, but it's gonna take more than 1 or 2 nice shots for Threats to work his way out of this position. Keep in mind, he's still possibly gonna get sandwiched here if he's not careful. Peterbot Pollo still close enough that they could continue to play spoiler there for Threats. The Yapko and Swizzy also on the wraparound here. They're gonna choose to just try and work their way through Charon's Crossing. Not really interested in sticking around.
Garrison Shari, center zone right now, chasing down Phaser. Phaser gets inside the tunnel. We've seen some very fun plays go down here, but this dynamic not too exciting. And it's just simple math, right? There's only so many places you could be. Kiros takes down Shari. They've already took down King, and that's going to be quick wraps for that duo. Meanwhile, on the other side, Queasy and Thomas HD right now, very much situated, coming off of the Victory Royale. No one, just like no one in sight either, right? Very, very comfortable as far as the spacing is concerned right now.
Hey, we already heard what the comm sounded like for Queasy and Thomas and what their intention is as far as the matches here today. Just get height, don't get eliminated. It's as simple as that, or at least it sounds like it on paper, but taking height in the first place is the real challenge.
It's so easy, right? Just do it, basically, is what Queasy's trying to say here. Keep the mentality locked in, and they do just that. And honestly, I think the more important insight, how much he depends and relies on Thomas HD, knowing that, hey, Surge, we got it covered. I have one of the best duelists, right? Like in the game right here, in the world. Thomas HD, no stranger to hitting those shots when they matter. Meanwhile, Flixie and Vico, they have to make up for that shortcoming in game number 2, falling in the mid game.
Yeah, and it's all gonna pop off here yet again by the Forecast Tower. One that's situated in between Reckless Railways, Mount Olympus.
Chat, I'm gonna
realistically,
turn off my cam because I'm
you
about
have to
to eat
keep
some
in mind,
food.
Different out of their backyard, and that's exactly what they're after. They find Job and Michael trying to just sneak around the low ground, but it's not gonna work this time as Bolts and Bryce find their first elimination. That's a nice amount of surge damage as well, so they can afford now to stay engaged in this fight for the Forecast Tower in comparison to maybe Vico Flixie, depending on what their surge tags might look like.
Yeah, and you know, Job and Michael had that strategy. They were to come in with this surprise contest, and it just seems like things are a little difficult for them. But Swizzy and Jocko, right, talking about coming over insurmountable difficulties just to make it this far. Swizzy finding his footing here. He's gonna take down Ping and Walks. Just one of the 2 for now, but still, eliminations starting to fall their way. These are critical points now for the tournament standings. On the other side, Clix and Veno make it out of the drop. And now they're on their way to the north side of the zone here. Still Cold, so dangerous on the outskirts here.
Cold making sure to just use the natural terrain, keep himself as concealed as possible. But again, Clix and Veno are more than aware of just how much attention the Forecast Tower is bound to draw towards them and their initial rotates, but it seems as if Veno and Clix were a little bit more fixated on trying to deal with Shari, Kiros, but now having to look back because of the tags that came into play from Cold and Acorn and Sherry, probably a little bit happy about having some of that pressure alleviated temporarily.
I saw Veno saying, wait, is that a solo rotating back here? So he's a little bit more keen now to rotate towards that duo. Nice find on the Cactus here. This map awareness from Clix and Veno, given that this is their natural terrain, is flexing right now, but Geras and Shari, they let up the pedal a little bit, and all of a sudden now they're perched up above them. Flixie and Vico here do not want to give this one up here, though. They have chased Michael into the storm, who Michael just wants to save his teammate John, but no, he's pushed the wrong way. First through Bryson Bolts, now through Vico and Flixie, and just like that, it's over.
One of the beauties of LAN, I wish you guys could have witnessed it. Vico's mom getting a chance to see him in action, just shouting the moment that they find those eliminations. Love to see that kind of cheer forward. As Reet and Ritual, they're going to depend on each other here, trying to power through the likes of Toyota and Mipoli, but Ritual, he's lost his shield entirely, has more than enough to recover though, but what he needs is for Reet to continue to buy him time. So much pressure. Both Mipoli and Toyota choosing to take the same angle, at least for right now, but that could provide the wiggle room opportunity here for Reet and Ritual to get a wraparound effect.
Really get to lock in right now. Asia has had quite the appearance so far. I'm looking at the standings on the side, but things are starting to get updated here. I'm seeing teams fall, players and teams get eliminated as things continue to develop here. And talking about Asian teams in the distance, you have Zagu up close, you have Bobby getting closer and closer. So it's almost like Reet and Ritual are just getting surrounded by this entire region here.
And it's not just Asia either. If I'm not mistaken, it looked like Bugha and Aviv are also kind of moseying their way over towards this action taking place by the weapon bunker, but Reet shredding through Mipoli's shield. Not enough to crack him just yet, but still forcing him back. It's clear that Reet and Ritual just want box control, take over the space overlying that bunker so they can make sure that they defend it with their own builds.
Oh, Kyoto and Mipoli trying to situate themselves for the first stab at the bunker. Bobby and Larpex trying to do the same there as they lurk nearby. On the other side, though, high ground here for center zone, looking for any teams off in the distance. Chicho and Trulix, the surprise pop-up in that end game last round, really showing up for themselves there. Team Falcon and Valiant,
if he hits
proud of that one.
If he hits someone from right there, man.
Ooh.
Okay, Chicho, we understand. The Monarch pistol, clearly one of your preferences for a reason, but still, I don't expect Chicho and Trulix to leave this position anytime soon. This is their bread and butter. Surge base up, take control of teams that are going to be forcibly rotating from those outskirt positions on their drops, and just funnel, control the way that they're actually moving on the map.
Oh, look at this. Unfortunately, second place Rise and Yuma now down and out. Once again, opening things up for a second there, but so far, that Asian team has put up quite the performance, right? Representing for their region. That's really the best part about this. We play all year to get the best players from every region globally together in one space to compete against each other. What a flagship event here, but on the other side, Vico and Flixie continuing the story here. They have the bunker now.
Probably rather content as well, knowing that they could take their time, but there is another team starting to approach their position, but it might just be a duo that's gliding overhead. Doesn't seem like they're gonna bother stopping or recognizing the fact even that there's a duo still lingering inside of this weapons bunker. Chapentini, on the other hand, dealing with the likes of Bugha and Pars. Outskirts of restored reels, and this could be a rather dangerous position because keep in mind, Trulix, Chicho, they've got a surge base nearby as well. They could look for prime third-party opportunities, get some good tags in here.
Chapentini now on the run here from Bugha and Pars. Smart disengage given that low ground terrain is going to be a lot more difficult to play from. Bugha and Pars, honestly not in such a strong position themselves. 28 builds is nothing for a player like Bugha, especially in this type of lobby. He really has to start to, piecemeal something together, or their end game is it's going to crumble. It's going to crumble.
Part of the problem for Bugha and Pars, though, is that landing by the ship at station, their intent is to try and make a play for one of the forecast towers. We've seen them throughout the majors in the regular seasons, right? And they've tried to consistently make plays for Forecast, but they've got to deal with the likes of Peterbot, Poya, who are also making rotates, and it can be difficult for Bugha and Pars as well to just maintain their map position because they have so many teams kind of surrounding them, looking to cut them off at every position.
Although it's only game 3, I do want to hit the VODs and see what's going on with Batman, Bugha, and Rapid there, as they haven't quite really popped off up to the expectations. But hold up, Rift Island now officially secured by Bugha and Pars. This is honestly a very, very good pickup here if they, of course, can get the loot, but an elimination would be even better. Teeny gets hurt in the process here. Chap secures the high position here in defense for his teammate. Singles out Bugha. Bugha down to just wood builds. They need to get some of the outskirts here. And already Chap and Teeny secure the center of course, what will be the cache, right? All the loot that's going to go in and spawn out of that.
The capture point could be a really big advantage here for Chap and Teeny as well. Bugha Pars recognize more than anything else, they need to try and rebuild their material count. Granted, Rift Island can definitely provide, at the very least, ample amounts of bricks, but that's only if they're not disturbed in the process. And it seemed as if there are a couple more duos trying to make their way towards top of the Rift Island. Veno, Clix also still hanging out inside of the storm. Comes as no surprise though, really, when you consider the fact they like to stick in the storm a little bit longer than some of these other teams. They're usually pretty consistent about getting those surge tag damages, but they can also be very dependent on the vending machine to accrue the heals to make sure that they can afford this time inside Storm.
Vending machine makes a massive difference. Bunkers make a massive difference as well as far as having the heals. To string together a strategy like this, Cammy and Seti clearly have a stronghold on their area. They're playing deep into the storm, and this is, again, a team that is no stranger to staying in the storm on these invitationals, on these LAN events, right? Like, we've seen it happen every single time. They almost welcome the storm, right? To stay away from the other opponents there.
Cammy and Seti, they were probably cheesing the moment that they found out the hover jets wouldn't be an option for players, because everyone knows, historically speaking, they perform incredibly well, if not possibly even best, during these no mobility or low mobility metas. So it comes as no surprise, really. They were able to find their surge damage, a little bit to work with at least, dead-side rotations, but Malabuka Mustache, jam-packed action potentially here at Restored Reels. Finding some decent shots, but more important aspect still is that Casper and Prism are under some heavy pressure. Those Storm Surge tags trickling in now might cost them all their splashes.
82 below. Pressure starting to rise here. Janice gets pushed in, drops down to low ground. Just letting the Storm Surge kind of do its thing here for now. But Casper doesn't stop. He eggs on solo here into the wall of Pixie and Janice. We've seen what happened to duos before. It normally doesn't end well. Malabuka and Mustache also lurking nearby, hearing what's happening here.
And again, you can technically out-sustain the damage that's dealt, but 25 a tick, not to mention the other teams taking notes, shooting at you as well. Shield crack has gone out. That might be the go sign here for Janice and Pixie. They recognize the fact, though, this duo looking a little bit too desperate for him. Mustache, Malabuka instead gonna strike from behind. Casper, Prism, they were so fixated on Janice and Pixie, they had no idea the real threat that awaited directly behind them.
Yeah, now Mustache and Malabuka have nothing to worry about. They have so much damage. The refresh is there. They're going to be fully focused in on likely getting to the new line of the storm here shortly. And they saw, like, you know, this team was fighting another team, so clearly they're very much aware. But wait a second, Pixie knocks on the wrong door. This is a full duo. Little did he know, he was likely thinking this was what was left of the other team that was just there, and Janice falls for being out of position now. Mustache and Malabuka really racking up the eliminations this game.
Devious work there by Mustache and Malabuka, though. The way that they were able to separate Janice and Pixie in that moment. Keep in mind, Pixie definitely still trying to do what he can, but yeah, that is just some very tactical play coming out of Malabuka and Mustache. Their chemistry definitely aligned. Pixie still trying to do what he can, but Malibuca Mustache, they know it's a solo hidden somewhere amongst the rubble of these pre-existing builds. Pixie trying to hope that he can maintain a little bit better position, but he's just getting shredded. The builds are not going to withstand all the shots coming in. Malibuca Mustache with yet another elimination. 807 damage above as well. They can take their sweet time now on the rotates.
And you see it from Mustache's perspective onto Casper. Say huge shot there in the replay. Very well executed. Well, that's going to set themselves up for success. They have nothing to worry about other than get to Storm now. For Veno and Clix, a little bit of a different story here. Still a successful game nonetheless. 2 elims, plenty of material to work with, especially in Clix's reservoir here. However, the damage will start to become a problem soon, but talk about problems here. Kanata's got a big one. He's got XZ Trashy on the other side of the wall. And no teammate, Cooper, who is the returning champion from last year, paired up with Kanata right now, is now found himself watching Kanata having to root from the sidelines.
Yeah, I mean, the ship at station has just been fully skeletonized at this point. All the walls practically torn down. Other player builds replacing them, but Kanata has done a decent job, at least at forcing Trashy back. And in fact, Trashy so low, Kanata not going to be able to get the outright elimination just yet, but he's hunting it down. Trashy just hoping that he can buy himself a little bit more time, and Kanata's got to be careful, because Queasy and Thomas, they're also nearby.
We already know Queasy and Thomas have the confidence coming off that last game. Big rotate coming out on the other side, though. It's Agers and Rise who are on the move right now. Rise going to be the first to fall in this exchange here to the hands of Bolts. It seems Bolts and Bryce to get the elimination credit here. And Bolts and Bryce are holding on just barely. And Bryce willing to stay in the storm. He needs these materials, trying to pick up what he can here to go in and get himself a foundation to work with. And this is a congested side of the storm. Look at how many teams, how many players are sitting around this general area.
This is a lot of our northeast-based teams as well. And Bryce, at least with that refresh on the material count, he's going to be able to at least dictate which direction he wants to head next. Might be able to protect himself on the disengage as well. Agers, though, might not find himself in a similar fashion. Still, the armored wall will at least prompt a forcible disengage for the time being. Everyone recognizing the fact they've got to scale over this hillside as they approach the raft.
Well, time to make a decision. Agers goes for the fight. And now he's in the storm, but a tag is going to set him off here. The clock is ticking here. Just a couple moments left, and he jumps onto Muz and Epic Whale. Tries to go for the axe through the wall, but instead delivers the loot to the hands of Muz and Epic Whale, who really needed that, but the storm ends up doing the rest there on this back edge. And it's just one problem after another now since match 1 for Epic Whale and Muz here. It's going to be difficult to ask Epic to do much more at this point, given the situation.
Epic just hoping that he can survive, but that dream is shut down instantaneously. Just domed from a distance, and not much left to do except sit and wait for match number 4 to begin. Trulex, on the other hand, though, no Chicho again. Some of our teams that are just trying to lead, unfortunately finding themselves in these compromised positions. If Trulex goes down now, MDF, that's going to be a heavy hit to placement points.
Yeah, definitely will set them back, given that they set themselves up with such a strong position now after that first game. Obviously coming in with a little bit of a lead, but how long can that lead last when you have people like Peterbot and Boyo putting sights on you? And looking at that update there, Cold and Acorn are down. Yuma and Rise are also down. This match 3, almost a defining moment for some teams here that had a real chance to break away, but as all things balance here, it's almost like we're brought down to reality. So Trulex, really the only player now in the lobby that has a 30-point gap, but for how much longer?
He's just trying to stay as concealed as possible and hopefully connect.
An elimination, really?
Yet again, Dukes now forced to play this one out as a solo. His box gonna get collapsed upon. Pico, though, loses Clixy. Another one of our teams in the top 5 wiped out.
That is actually going to be very, very important for everyone who's on the bubble now, looking to jump up into that top 5 spot. and even better for the likes of Peterbot and Poyo, who are very much there. Thomas, HD, and Queasy, who have been running their way up the standings here. Look at this late rotate, allowing them to have this much visual. Not even needing to build walls on the side is a sign of confidence on its own.
Look at this Thomas now. He was just taking shots at the lobby leader. He's still got his sights set onto True Legs. Might have even identified him as a solo, but they're going to find themselves chopped. Malabuka, Merstash now trying to make their approach towards Queasy and Thomas. Meanwhile, Peterbot Poyo, they're currently sitting inside of top 3, third place to be specific, and they're going to instantaneously take over the hill. Prime position, also catching shots, tags, connecting onto Queasy, but the hill height is the real W here.
Well, I hate to call it early, but it is not looking good for the lobby if you're rooting against Peterbot and Poyo right now, as they have got themselves the natural elevation, the material count, and the base already set up. Meanwhile, Queasy finds himself in a bad rotate there, taken down. No elims earned this game. No chance that Thomas can survive there if he doesn't fight his way up. He doesn't even have mats here, the shield bubble, the saving grace, but also the flare to the lobby. Hey, I'm over here.
There's only so much that Thomas can do from this current position. And first, he's got to break through Yapko and Swizzy, throws out the shield bubble. It's his last hope at this point, hoping that there isn't a duo underneath him, but unfortunately, he won't even get a chance to reconsider where he wants to go next. Peterbot and Poyo more than content to take the shutdown.
And they're the team up top, looking down on the rest of the lobby here. Other NA players still here, Reet and Ritual. But you have EU's Huddy on the front side with Kovacs there. Peterbot looking down, putting tags onto the roofs of these builds. Huddy and Kovacs have 7 eliminations, but very little material now. It's gonna get super scrappy down here. They're in that conversation of top 5 here, though, as they've managed to nearly fight their way into a top position now. But things are slowing down. Everyone really thinking about what the next move's gonna be, what's best for their situation here in the tournament. Merstash, Malabuka look up, they say no. Peterbot and Poyo are still there.
Huddy and Kovacs, they're actually gonna opt to play from inside Storm. Now they're gonna make their move, but they're so late on this rotate. Peterbot and Poyo are bound to catch wind of this. Immediately the shots rain in. Kovacs trying to scurry around, but he won't escape. There's too much pressure. Peterbot too accurate as well. Another duo life getting flamed here in the mix. Merstash, Malabuka now caught wind of Reet. Unfortunately, front side of zone is not going to be controlled by Reet and Ritual much longer. Malabuka, Merstash here to play.
Yeah, and they did all that for a top 5, right? Look at how slow things have gone here, because everyone wants placement points. But the problem is now you're giving Peterbot and Poyo so much more time to decide about how they basically want to win this game here.
Ritual still trying to work his way through. He's crouching, he's breaking the builds, but Peterbot and Poyo MDF, I hate to call it early, but they are looking primed to take over here in match 3. Unless Merstash and Malabuka have something to say about it, currently contesting Yapko and Swizzy. This could be a massive refresh for builds.
Swizzy and Yapko, 8 elims. What a monstrous game for them here. Top 3, breaking his way through the builds here. He still has a lot of gas in the tank here to work with, but Malabuka and Merstash put up such a strong defense there. A great tag onto Merstash to go in and set things up, but he steps in now. It's time to throw it all down. It's all or nothing. Right hand peek here for Merstash is going to work well. Peterbot and Poyo jump down from the high ground to go and get in the mix. One of those goes to them. Merstash is down. Malabuka's down. 2v2. All they got to do now is find the last shot, and Poyo, hungrier than ever, is going to get one. They just need the second now.
Peterbot, Poyo, they're tracking him down. Swizzy staring just a layer above. Poyo's gonna fall though. This could be massive. Swizzy could actually take it, but Peterbot trying to shut that tree down. Peterbot, oh my God, is all he needs. Swizzy takes it home.
Peterbot and Poyo get taken down to the hands of Swizzy. Phenomenal job here in the end. Just when you thought it was over, just when you thought he didn't have a chance, they clutched it up. They pulled through.
I have to put a little bit more respect onto Swizzy's name here. Keep in mind, he's a powerhouse player coming out of EU, but Adam, close on sight.
Thank you so much. Give it up for your Game 3 winners! Swizzy, wow. That one-on-one Peterbot there, right at the very end. You managed to start that out perfectly, but walk us through the final stages, how that all went down.
I don't know, like it was actually not that hard.
Not as hard, not as hard. Peterbot and Pure have been very strong throughout the competition so far, but Yapka, you guys are looking very good too. Walk us through the first 3 games of this competition. How has it felt for you two as a duo? Is everything panning out as you expected?
Yeah, we just adapted very good, I think, and we're just playing our game. I think it's pretty good. I'm pretty confident we can play good.
Obviously, we've got a bit of a halftime break now. What do you guys do behind the scenes? Do you kind of go over tactics, strategy? How do things go now? Or do you just rest and relax for a second?
Yeah, we're just gonna take some break, like relax and think about the next 3 games.
And I'm gonna ask you as well, watching that at the end there, you watched Swizzy in that one-on-one. Are you feeding anything through on the comms then, or are you just keeping quiet and just letting him do his thing?
I mean, I'm just calling behind him, you know? I'm just telling him everything. Because I was still alive, so I could see everything on my screen.
Love to see that. One more time, give it up for Swizzy and Yapka, everyone! Thank you very much, guys. Now, obviously, you know that I've got a voice of an angel, okay? No one booked me for the halftime show. I can't believe it. I'm devastated. I don't hold grudges, but I actually blame Zeke. I could have done a repertoire of my Fortnite Festival classics, and I couldn't do it. Zeke, I blame you. It's over to you, buddy.
That's okay, Adam. You can blame me. Most people do. My gosh, Swizzy here. You could tell in the moment that like Swizzy's in like almost like a state of shock. Like he was literally shaking. And it's because he 1v2s Peterbot and Poyo. How many people in that exact situation, you're literally just like, it's that's it. These are the guys that I don't want to be fighting. This is it, the final moments of the game. And he answers the 1v2.
One of those games that you go ahead and you're like, yeah, this one's over.
We all thought.
Peterbot and Poyo, yeah, they got it, right? Up on the higher ground, and then it comes down to the 1v2, and it's like, yeah, they got it. And yeah, I don't know, Swizzy just hitting incredible shots from the low ground. Peterbot just not having everything reloaded right there at the end. Makes all the difference.
We are in the Swizzy era, man. I can't believe it's taken us so long to see this player on the big stage. And if this is what we've been missing out on, oh my goodness, I can't wait to see what we have in store. This guy has been performing at the highest level of Fortnite for about a year now, right? We saw towards the end of last year in Chapter 4 just how impressive he was when he won FNCS with Putrick. We wanted to see him at Globals. Unfortunately, we couldn't. Even this year, they qualified. They've been dominating EU. We couldn't see him with Vanya, and we thought, oh my goodness. I mean, cool, we get to see him, but it's not going to be the full power duo we thought we would. But Swizzy and Yapko been looking good, man, and Swizzy in particular, shining as always.
I just cannot believe that 10 eliminations onto that duo. And again, on the flip side, right, we still have to give props to Peterbot and Poyo.
Yeah, right.
They just absolutely dominated that game for so long. And those final few moments, right, when there's 3 duos remaining, you just wait. You're like, okay, when they start to fight at the bottom, we look to strike. Unfortunately, though, Swizzy was on the other side.
Yeah, this was actually one of those games that Peterbot and Poyo pretty much secured second place, or it, could have been that victory royale way earlier than that. It was actually the 6th to 7th zone pool where everybody was actually northeast of Grimgate, but then the zone pulled southwest. It pulled all over that green river that gave everybody the dashes, but the difference there was that Peterbot and Poyo, they actually saved those dashes for 9th zone. Once they were able to rotate into 9th zone, they used those dashes. They got ahead of Queasy and Thomas. They built up on the hill, and they had high ground for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and like you said, from there you just expect it to be easy street. And for the most part, it was. Unfortunately, those final moments, we know just how tough they can be. But it's such a great sign for Peterbot and Poyo, right? We just talked the game before this about how, look, those games we saw earlier are probably some of the worst games we'll see them have. And yet they were still racking in big points. It only gets better from here.
We got to take this to a listen from those few moments because that was just a crazy run from Peterbot and Poyo. Let's take a look.
Sorry. We can get up left and get height. We can get up left and get height. Come. Come. 35. They're looking. 30.
Look here. No bills.
Yeah. Got it. We're good. 13 alive, by the way. Everyone's stacked. I think everyone's stacked. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going. Yeah. Just look at the team's frame.
I'm looking. Duo. They drop.
It's this team right here. This 60, no bills.
360 wood. Give me coin, give me coin.
Yeah.
Give me coin. Right here.
He's reloading, Guys?
Always great to actually listen into the comms. 11, we were actually having a conversation about Peterbot's comms. You were listening to them over at EWC. Compared to there, what's the comparison?
I mean, at times, right, in some of those games, you maybe was getting a bit quiet. I remember some of his teammates on the feed, they were complaining, you got to talk a bit more to us, Peter, but the communication, much more in his element here on this big stage.
Nice. I love to see there in those final few moments as well. In that situation where they made that beautiful little rotate up the hill, right? At that point, second place through, they're gone. And now they're thinking, okay, we have an opportunity here. We can really look to pull away. And again, just kind of telling the lobby, we are on height. You're not going to get to play the game. But when we're ready, we'll go ahead and pick you all off at the bottom.
Absolutely. And I mean, look, they're in first place. No surprises there. I think it's interesting how even with their success, if we're going to be critical here, I think we're seeing the effects of the whole Raft situation where they're not getting that whole POI to themselves. It feels like in some of the NAF and CSs this year, they would have gotten a POI like that all to themselves and been able to run with it, have cap loot. But the lack of loot, you'd argue, means, again, he doesn't have as much ammo, he can't spray as much towards that back end. When he runs out of shotgun ammo, he can't switch to his AUG, right, and use that. Small, fine margins, but it's, causing a difference here. But if they're going to stay in first place, I mean, he's not going to be too bothered at the end of the day.
I mean, I'm happy you actually brought up the point of the Wrap, because that game we actually saw something a little bit different. First two games, it was very, very passive. No elims were kind of happening over there. But this game, Peterbot actually picked up Trashy very, very early on. So that could be the adaptation that they're kind of looking for to make sure they just get that extra little bit of an edge coming out of the Wrap.
And Cammy, right? They also find another impact over on Cammy to just disrupt them and their plan. So just crazy. Bugha Mustache as well, third in that last game. Dude, I don't know. Like, think back to game one. Bugha Mustache just had this horrible game. They're just shambles the entire time. They're going down in zone. They're picking each other up. And now they come out swinging third place with just an unbelievable performance.
Well, Bugha and Mustache, that game number 3 right there, they actually took it to Alex Noor. They elammed them very, very early on. But they didn't leave their POI. They did not leave reels at all, right? It was remained in the zone. And I think they picked up like 3 more eliminations from the POI alone, just picking up stragglers, picking up rotators. So awesome to see that they're very, very familiar around that POI, so much so that they can find elims even later on in the game.
I mean, when you look at Comp Fortnite this year, Vivid, it's been a matter of surge basing here and there.
Yeah.
That is not Bugha and Mustache's game, right? They want to go into places where people are going to rotate into them and they want to fight people. And they did that so expertly here. And it felt like a vintage game for them, even towards the end game, right? Just causing havoc on lower layers is what they were always known for doing. And so it's great to see them in their element here on LAN.
I wanted to call out their 6th place Chap and Teeny. We see them just go up a few points there. They managed to fight that Rift Island, fight for that Rift Island and claim it. But we did not see them in that end game, right? Think back, they won game number 1, and then it's kind of, they're not necessarily stalling out, but there's something that is kind of keeping them from hitting these final few end games. What's going on? What do you think?
Well, maybe it's the giant surprise of them not landing where we were kind of expecting them to land. They're actually landing over at the Nitro Dome, right? Which, very, very like them to kind of just randomly land somewhere. And maybe we're kind of seeing the effects of that, right? Maybe now that players around them have kind of adapted to how those rotations are kind of being made by them. They're like, oh, so this team's going to be doing this now. We're obviously not going to allow them to do that or something like that. But I'm sure there's adaptations being made by some of these players.
Absolutely. I wrote down a whole long list of like effects of them switching up their drop and the team's effects. Before we get to that though, right? Them landing on Nitrodrome, some added context. It was the spot they landed at, right? Last season, right? When they were playing. And when you actually look at where they were deciding to land, they never really committed to a spot, right? At one point, they wanted to go reckless and they were going to go towards the underworld. And it's funny, I spoke to Kanada and Cooper a couple days ago, and they were like, for sure, those guys are going to go Nitrodrome. They knew, they were like 100% those guys aren't committing to whatever they're saying they're going to commit to. They're going to land on us. And I guess they were very prepared for it. But even then, man, Trapantini is the kind of thing you expected them to do, right? Have some sort of switch up in game plan.
I love that the casters going into that game called out micro adjustments, right? Game to game, we're just thinking these little nuanced things. How do we get the upper hand on all of these duos? And of course, now being the halfway point is more important than ever to do so.
Yeah, and I'm happy that you actually brought up that halfway point, right? And quote unquote adaptations, because now that we are actually in that halfway mark, the players are off the stage. They're actually behind the scenes right now, and right now they have the opportunity to not only talk amongst themselves, right, kind of get refreshed, kind of reboot back up into the competition, but the opportunity to also talk to their coaches who are hopefully seeing things that they are not.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking to some of the coaches that are here, right? We were talking to Sven and Razari, right? Those guys coach a bunch of the players here, a bunch of the top teams here. And there are some top teams, I think, who have maybe had a quiet first 3 games. So there's going to be plenty to talk about behind the scenes.
That's right. Well, you heard it here. The players are currently on a halfway point break. So what we're going to do is we're going to step away. When we return, though, game number 4 from the FNCS Global Championship.
Well, hello Fortnite fans. Kelly Link here in the Creator Lounge, where I am just surrounded by so many incredible people, and 2 of my favorite people are going to be joining me right now. Panda, Jacob PR, I feel like we're bringing it back all the way to NA West on the FNCS. It is so good to be talking with you guys. How you doing, Panda?
Hey, listen, it's the Global Championship, so you better believe we're loving it. What's going on, Texas?
It is so exciting, so electric, and I know that so many people here are excited for Game 4, but we do have a little bit of a break, Jacob. But when that break comes back, I'm ready for Game 4. What about you?
Oh, I'm definitely ready for it. Even though there's like a little bit of a slow start and some hiccups, including that last way the game ended, Peter, Bot, and Pollo, oh my God, this is a legacy in the making, and there's 9 more games throughout the weekend, and I couldn't be more stoked.
But man, I thought that was going to be Peterbot and Pollo's game. Everything worked out so well from them on high ground, where we've seen them time and time again. but who was waiting for them on the low ground? Swizzy. Is that something you could have expected, that 1v1 going out that way?
Honestly, yeah, I can't lie. I predicted that was going to happen. No, I'm just kidding, guys. But no, honestly, really it is the nerves, right? That's the biggest moment that Peterbot's had of the day. He came down, he tried to take the fight, and unfortunately it just didn't go his way. But that's how it happens sometimes.
But even without the victory royale, Peterbot and Pollo are currently sitting in first place, and I think that's something a lot of us kind of expected today. Do you think they're going to keep this going?
I 100% think they do. Consistency is key, and in a lot of their big wins throughout the course to get here, it's been their consistency. And Pollo, I think, has been a huge backbone for this roster that doesn't get enough credit, so just a big shout out to Pollo.
Well, speaking giving credit, Swizzy, absolutely incredible. Not even playing with his main duo of Yapko and still taking the victory royale. What an incredible performance.
Yeah, honestly, listen, you can't count out Swizzy. He is a phenomenal player playing with Yapko. Obviously, shout out Vaniac for not being here. But honestly, this duo is special. They still have a very, very good shot at taking that top spot. So just because Peterbot and Pollo are there now does not mean they've secured it. I'm telling you, there is still a lot of games to play.
Guys, I am so grateful for you to chat for me real quick. And before I let you go and go back to the desk, where can people find you? What do you have planned for the rest of the weekend?
Oh, listen, we got a ton of great stuff going on this weekend. Make sure to check out Life with Panda, Life W Panda on all socials. Jacob and I are hosting a post-Global Championship live stream, so make sure you tune in. I can't wait. And of course, the lovely Kelly Link. I'll let you send it off.
Oh my goodness, thank you. But real quick, Jacob, where can people find you? I know as far as watch party goes, you are constantly streaming FNCS watch parties. Where can people find you?
On Twitter and Twitch, you can go to Jacob MVPR because I'm the most valuable Puerto Rican in this place.
Thank you guys so much, and let's head back to the desk.
No, Jacob, what?
Yeah. That's Jacob.
Dude, I love Jacob PR, bro. I'm honestly thankful he's not here because if he was, he'd be so tall. Anyway, thank you so much to Life with Panda, Jacob PR. We love you guys. And I like that Panda kind of called out one thing specifically. There's still like a lot of games left to go. Keep in mind, we still have 3 today, 6 tomorrow, but under that 1.5 times multiplier. We're already seeing games go crazy. Things kind of unfold, maybe not in ways we expected. What have you guys been seeing and that maybe excites you about the last 3 games?
Why don't we go ahead and start with the early game here, Levin, right? There's big questions around, well, pretty much almost every single spot on the map. Yeah. But I think Brutal Beachhead was a big question mark. How was Acorn and Cold and Andalex and Sato going to go? And right now, you know, game number 1 was a little bit passive. Games 2 and 3, though, Acorn and Cold have come out with 2 eliminations each one of those games.
Yeah, and that's huge, man. I mean, Acorn and Cold, if they weren't uncontested, would have been a favorite to win, right? So seeing how they did there was going to be crucial.
That's right. I actually just got word. We have an interview lined up. Adam Savage is standing by with our duo in the first place. Adam, what you got for us?
Well, I've currently got with me the leaders of our competition right now. Peterbot and Pollo join me here in the player lounge. Fellas, it has been an unbelievable start of proceedings. Peterbot, 23 eliminations. Looking 23, I think so. Both you guys so far, yeah. Leading it. He was like, just me? 23, so. But he expects that. He expects 23 straight up after bat. What's that?
I gotta have 17. My AR aim right now is looking crazy. Like 16 or 17.
Okay. Well, I mean, whatever happens, it's looking strong, and you're very much in the lead here. Pollo, walk us through the first kind of like couple of exchanges on the forecast towers first and foremost. You guys got it 1 time so far. Does that kind of does it concern you at all? Is that a real issue, or are you guys just kind of like heading through whatever happens regardless?
No, I think the first game, like, we were getting held by a team, Bugha Pars, they were sitting in like a bush. But after that, like after we were able to get to the forecast, we were fine. No one contested or anything. The next 2 games we weren't able to get it because they didn't spawn.
Well, we saw as well, like the zone shifting left, right, and center. For you guys, how has it felt in those first 3 games, adapting as well? I mean, we saw that you're going to be a lot of players going to challenge you guys. You saw an elimination feed, Clix in that first game as well. That must have felt real good too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it felt good. It was just like I was like, so he got eliminated, and basically, I just got like 5 eliminations in 1 zone, and then like the win, like that are expected to win, and yeah, I mean. I don't know.
Talk me through that exchange as well. There was Swizzy right at the very end of that last game there. Does those kind of moments get under your skin at all? Do you kind of feel those? Or are you just going to move on to the next thing?
No, we got a 12 elimination second, so it really doesn't matter to me. We're in first by 40 points or something.
You're looking good. Poyo, I've got to ask you as well. We heard the crowd as well going wild. Obviously, you guys. Peterbot gets I think home court advantage to a degree. How does it feel for you as well? We're playing alongside Peterbot when you kind of hear the hype around from the fans here in the stadium and at home too.
I mean, it's amazing. It brings me up as well, like with Peter's fans. I mean, it affects me too.
Yeah. Well, you guys have had an unbelievable year thus far. Will they make it another win under their belts? We're 3 games in, and so far it's looking very, very good for Peterbot and Poyo. For now, it's back to the desk. These guys getting back to their seats. Game 4 is imminent.
You know, I think one of my favorite things about Peterbot and Poyo, I'm going to say something and let me get the whole thought out, okay? I love that, obviously, they're amazing. They play so well. And I love that Peterbot talks so much because Poyo is like an amazing player. And he's just like, yeah, Peterbot, you just talk for the team. I'm just going to sit way over here, talk for the team. Yeah, things are great, and they're amazing. I'm good. Okay, bye. That's one of my favorite things about them. Is that crazy? Am I crazy?
No, I mean, but I think it really, really works for them, right? And that's what you kind of need when it comes down to duo dynamic, right? Somebody's a little bit more vocal. Maybe that's how it kind of goes in-game as well.
I mean, yeah, I think when you look at the dynamic of that team, anybody that plays with Peterbot is going to have to put their ego to the side. I mean, that guy's got enough ego for all 3 of us on the desk here. You know, he could talk for days, that young lad. But I mean, look, he's a top player and he backs up his talk with performances in game. And it was interesting there, you know, how Adam sort of asked him, like, do you sort of let losing that 2v1 affect you? And I think it's good that it doesn't, right? And he talks about how it doesn't matter, we're still at the top of the leaderboard. I mean, I think it's that sort of mentality to just keep going, even when things don't quite go right, is the key to why they're so successful.
Yeah, I mean, saying, look, 12 elimination, Victor Royale, or second place, it isn't the Victor Royale. Now, if tomorrow, 1.5 times, you definitely want that Victor Royale. Those points are going to matter. But, bro, 12 eliminations and a second place, that's still a ton of points.
Right.
And as he called out, he eliminates the second through 15s. At that point, you're like, cool, I'm just creating a gap for me and Poyo.
Yeah, instantly looking towards the positives of the situations, not necessarily the negatives, which is really, really good. Now, we were kind of talking about something prior to the break, right? We were like, okay, now they have the opportunity to go ahead and converse amongst themselves with coaches and everything like that. What can we kind of expect going into game number 4 to maybe change, if anything at all?
I mean, one thing I think I noticed throughout the first couple games already was there was a bunch of teams actually switching up their spots. I felt like we were seeing a bunch of different people in areas of the map in early game where they just shouldn't have been. Like King and FaZe were all the way in like the southeast of the map. I think Michael and Job was somewhere there as well at one point. We're like, I thought you guys were landing all the way on the other side. So clearly there's been big switch ups already, and I think we'll probably see a couple more.
Absolutely. You guys have kind of started talking about Acorn and Cold. I kind of wanted to circle back to that conversation. The duo, how are they performing? Are they performing the way, I guess, you kind of, in your mind, envision they would on LAN?
Yeah, no, I think Acorn and Cold definitely are going to find themselves within the top 10. I actually predicted that they were going to be in first place at the end of day number 1. Right now, after 3 games, you know, Peterbot's got quite a lead, so I don't know if that's going to happen, but I think they're performing very, very well, handling the all-spawn situation perfectly.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, I think most people who know me know I'm a big Cold fan, and I'm a massive Acorn fan as well, and I really do back these guys to do well in every given situation. I think we know with 1.5x points, we saw them in Major 3 and NA not having the best day 1, but with the 1.5x, the comeback that they had to place as well as they did, they're always going to be in the competition. No matter how far down the leaderboard these guys are, until we get to maybe game 11 tomorrow, right? They're going to be in this competition, and when you have that ability, that's a real big strength.
That's right. We've seen their off-spawn situation. We actually have a listen from this last one, so we'll see how this goes.
They're ahead of us, but
are they?
I see they're squad.
Should we swerve? We swerve?
I mean, yeah, but I got so far.
Swerving.
They're down in this middle here.
Okay. I'm like lurking around, okay? 100.
61 or 60 another.
Just take our time. Take our time. Take a minute. Take a minute. Right here. 34.
Don't be something to that. You got 3 builds. He has no mess.
Crack them.
He has no mess left. I'm on his own. 81. Oh, let's
You're
go,
him.
baby.
My God, let's go, bro.
That's so much, bro. We're chilling. We're literally vibing.
You are the best, bro. Good work.
We love getting those listens in, right? Really getting to hone in on how are these duos communicating, what are they kind of calling out, and I just love these like little sneaky tactics, right? Really utilizing those third angles to kind of just sit underneath that little stair and go, yeah, I'm lurking, come around the corner. You're like, oh, it's just one person. Just kidding. Acorn's right over here. I just get shotgunned, I'm down, you're on your own.
Yeah, sounds like there was actually an adaptation. I mean, they're right. Should we swerve? And actually, they went ahead and did it. So there was actually a different idea going into that game. But still, even though they had to go ahead and adapt, they still executed on whatever they have planned for when something goes wrong on the drop. And I mean, you saw the situation in terms of Luke. Cold had almost nothing, no shield, and Alex and Sato were all geared up, ready to go. Still won.
Right, that was one of the things I actually spoke to Sven about, right? Their coach. He talked about the prep they've been putting into off-spawn situations. I think they got a really bad reputation for off-spawns after what we saw in Season 2 of this year, where they got bossed at Grimgate by Peter Bottom Boyo.
Yeah.
We'll sweep that under the rag, right? Pretend that never happened. Right. And I think they've come into the Global Championships much more prepared, better ideas, different options, right? And they feel comfortable regardless of which option they have to take.
That's right. Our players are making their way back onto the stage right now. We are preparing to kick off game number 4 of the competition. As we continue to kind of talk about this micro adjustments, Levin, you called out something before we went to break here recently. The fact that Chapentini, they kind of, the single decision they made sent ripples throughout the game. I'm really interested to kind of tap into that and kind of discuss how one decision could kind of change a whole game. Can you talk me through that?
Absolutely. I think you see instantly as we kick off game 1, the effect on one of the teams nearby to the Nitrodrome. Rise and Ages, right? They get taken out, wiped out by Chapentini of Spawn. They're a team where you look at their game plan, things were so set in stone, so clear for them. That would have been a big shock for them. Again, that ruins their momentum in the start of the competition. Yeah. You look at Chapentini, they're a team that wants to have good loot. They're a hungry team. What they're going to do? They're going to play for that bunker towards the windmill south of Nitrodrome. Who else in the lobby likes to play for that bunker? Clix and Veno, right? So they went there in, I think it was game 2, and Chapentini is sitting on it, right? Again, now that affects their game plan. They go into the end game with a bit less loot than they probably would have had Chapentini not switched things up. So all the teams around them that don't even land at Nitrodrome are affected by the fact that Chapentini have chosen to land there.
Yeah, and sometimes those are kind of like the instant effects, right? The loot, the bunker, those type of positions. But these zones so far have actually been pulling up slightly to the north. And whenever that happens, teams like Clix and Veno, they actually spend so much time out in the storm. And that strategy is actually used by a bunch of teams here. But when you add in that extra team, right, as kind of adding like, or acting as like a blockade for some of those rotations, it can really throw all of those team strategies off, because when you are actually sitting in the storm taking all of that damage, sometimes those rotations are actually down to perfection, and those little adjustments like new teams landing in the area can make all the difference.
And I think too, when we kind of remind ourselves of previous majors, I feel like in those situations, a lot of the duos are kind of have like a big ego, right? It's like, I'm losing the situation, I've got to commit, and then we're eliminated, now we're waiting a game. I think all the way back to even Vika, right? The fact that his duo goes down, he's got card in hand, and his options are, I go for forecast, I just run away with the card, or I drop it. And that's not even something I would have even thought of, but he does it. And so those little decisions, once again, really rippling through the game, so interesting to me.
Yeah, that's one of those fights that keeps happening consistently, right? Vico, Flixie versus Bryce and Bolts, so much so that now it's a consistent thing that's happening. Other teams are like, whoa, this is happening over here. Let's get involved.
I mean, the big difference there, right? You know, for Vico and Flixie here versus on EU. On EU, they would have just rolled the teams who were landing, right? That's what happened when you... point where at, you know, Major 3, teams weren't even landing on the forecast. They were just getting it for free. Here, Bryce and Bolts aren't going to be pushed over. They've dealt with Reet and Ritual. They've dealt with top teams there before. They are going to fight, and they will be successful at times. So how do Vico and Flixie adjust to that in their game plan?
Is it just like such an easy decision, right? Like, because you're saying on EU, we look at Vico Flixie, we go, just that's fine. Forecast is yours, but everyone here on this land, they're just like, nah, we're going to let you have it.
It's just a combination of two regions, right? Like you mentioned, I really like that point, actually, as both of these teams have experience fighting teams over at the Forecast Tower, right? And typically, if you're on your own region, you're just kind of fighting one team, you're winning. But now it's two players or two teams that are kind of used to winning, used to fighting, meeting on the international stage.
Ooh, the breakdown. Crazy, but it is that time. Once again, we are ready for more action. Game number 4 is upon us. Casters, take it away.
We're a quarter of the way into this 2-day competition. Let's not forget, this is just the start now.
Yeah, and I mean, with the way that things have been going, it is just absurd to think, MDF, that Vivid Shirt is still holding strong, at least for the time being, because Peterbot and Pollo have technically put NA on top.
And they're doing it. They're putting up the performance. It's a pretty EU-heavy top 10. We always expect that, though, right? More teams, more chances, but let's see it for match number 4. Game number 4. the pivotal moment, the critical moment in your tournament day for the first day of the FNCS Globals. And you might be asking, why is that? That's because after the last 3 games, after you get this halfway break, you get to reevaluate your situation, possibly talk with your coach, possibly look at something in the background, right? Try to figure out, what have I been doing wrong? How can I adjust?
Possibly reconsidering whether or not you want to go for the 50-50 contest. And as far as Huddy is concerned, he's already out of the conversation. Sky and Scroll, though, a little bit beat up, but they might be able to still close this one out. Kovacs, though, understanding the dire situation, the consequences if he's not able to pull through. He's trying to do what he can to scramble, make sure that he keeps his duo with a realistic opportunity for the revive. And he's done just enough to push back Sky and Scroll, even for a moment.
Now Kovacs and Huddy are in 4th place, but it's not looking good as they get taken out. The first team to fall now to Scroll in Sky, and it has to be a crushing loss there as Huddy and Scroll went head-to-head, and Huddy just didn't have a weapon.
Just didn't find enough damage when he needed it most, but again, that's part of the nature of those direct 50-50 splits. You can test at Rebels Roost inside that building. You know where the port spawns are going to be at, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to pick up something worth going for in the first place. Malabuka, Merstash, on the other hand, restored reels. Saw that little flash by Merstash of the drop map. Love the printout, but Merstash, he's got his eyes set onto Alex's head right now, and that's going to be his first elimination here. Oceania, things are looking a little bit grim there at Restored Reels.
Up against EU, not so much up against NA, as honestly Resigns and Damo have managed to really hold their own up against Clix and Veno, but Clix and Veno have played very passively, if you will. I think they are recognizing this opportunity before them, and they don't want to just throw it all to the wind because they're being contested. They're willing to play a little bit smarter, and we actually love that because we've seen very different engagements go down when a team's contested. Sometimes they want to headbang right into one another and see what happens. So the results of this drop spot have actually worked out relatively favorable, even for Damo and Resigns there.
Yeah, but at the same time, how much better still would it be if Clix and Veno had it all to themselves by Sandy Steps? Cold, Acorn on the other hand, we saw the differences during the halftime preview of Andalake Sato's success in comparison to Acorn and Cold's. And Cold, alongside Acorn, they are looking to keep the streak going strong here at Brutal Beachhead. Andalake and Sato, they need to come up massive if they don't want to end off with a huge point differential for day 2. Even with that 1.5 times point multiplier, it's still a big ways to climb.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the stats. It's a pretty significant gap between Andalex's capabilities and Sato's versus what Acorn and Cold have managed to do in this game. And this is why you're seeing them push up with such confidence. However, we do know these are all players that are very much qualified to be here, quite literally and figuratively. So you cannot let your guard down. One mistake and it'll be the end of your game, that's for sure. Even now, Cold and Acorn say, hey, you know what? You have the high ground. You defended well. We're going to back off.
Sato and Andalex are definitely hoping that they'll be able to turn things around here in match 4, but at the very least, they do know that they'll still have that opportunity for VOD review. Maybe reconsider exactly what their plan of attack might be, but Flixie and Vico already making sure to tear apart everything that resides at the bottom. They know that they're gonna have to deal with some other teams soon, but they like their position of control right now.
Gotta get that medal one way or another. For Thomas HD and Queasy, they do the same, scrapping every opportunity up here. And Thomas HD and Queasy, we kind of talk about their drop spot being so desolate, right? There's no teams nearby. It really is such a significant difference, I would say, between how their tournament is going down here versus the likes of really any other team. Another team that had a similar position was Bugha and Aviv, but we haven't even been able to see what they can do. Because if we were to look north, they have a similar situation, really no one nearby, but what is it that's missing there, right?
Yeah, they kind of have to forge their own path, create their own engagements, essentially, and hope that teams are willing to even bother with fighting back, because so many different circumstances now. We've seen teams just immediately go on the retreat, go on the defensive, not necessarily looking to be as aggressive, and that has definitely resulted in some teams struggling with their surge, but Peterbot Pollo revealed medallion as well. Plenty of ammunition as well inside of that striker burst assault rifle, so Peterbot Pollo hoping to secure this forecast tower for themselves.
See what happened there though? They stepped to that forecast tower. Veno and Clix is like, oh, time to go. So we saw in the interview, Peterbot was willing to call out Clix and Veno and say, I dare you to come meet me, but we all know it's probably not a good idea. Rise and Yuma, however, from second place, they fall down 5 placements after last game because of an early game fight. This time, after weighing even what happened there, they feel like it was worth it. And they're coming back into another pretty battle here.
But for Yuma and Rise, already running relatively thin as far as their material count is concerned. And it seems like Yuma would at least prefer to disengage for the time being, but a shot from overhead. Swizzy in the distance, but thinking Walk's still behind. Yuma and Rise might find themselves unintentionally pincered here. Slurp Trek gonna buy them a little bit more time though. They'll at least be able to box up, hope for some safety net to come into play, but at least with the shield refresh, now they're hoping to maybe take that fight because at the very least they need the siphon materials.
Yeah, they'll need to get the damage. They'll need to get active here. Muz and Epic Whale on the move right now. What we've noticed about this team is those mid games, really, really, really tough positions to be in as they found themselves in just a jam. It really feels like from time to time, but if they can just overcome that, see what they did right in game 1 and mirror that performance, we'll see them jumping right back up into the conversation in no time.
And something else that's important to know, you have to keep in mind, Muz and Epic Whale, they're kind of landing at that same drop as Reet and Ritual over by Doomstot, except Reet and Ritual, they are fully in control of the Mysterio, and they like to collect that mythic Sovereign shotgun. That's the most important aspect for those two by Doomstot. So for Muz and Epic Whale, I think at times they may have considered, do we want to challenge for that Mysterio bot and take over the goods that Reet and Ritual have essentially been hoarding all to themselves, but at the same time, that's not going to be an easy accomplishment. It seems as though Reet and Ritual got the advantage there.
It's not looking good right now. Teeny is here, Chop is here, and they take down Murstache and Malabuka, but not before Chop gets finished there. And it seems like there was another team. Is that Rise and Yuma that just stepped up out of nowhere? No, it's TT Rise and Cooper, the NA players. Agers and Rise obviously playing with one another. Cooper and Kanata, they're in the distance, side by side.
Could be a big moment though for Rise and Agers. They've been trying to claw their way up the leaderboard essentially, and the same could be said for Cooper and Kanata. And Restored Real is bound to draw a little bit more attention. Look at Teeny just trying to squeeze his way out of there, fully understanding
he gets out.
It is not worth sticking around at this point. Too much attention having been drawn.
Take a look at this, the open edit. Malabuka Murstache falls, so Teeny still earns a little something here. It's not for nothing, but losing his teammate in the process, we're not even sure if he gets the reboot card, so we'll see how that develops in the coming moments. But first, Reet and Ritual have a big, big task in front of them, and that's currently escaping the grips of Asia's Yoda and Mipoli, who's hunting them down right now. All in efforts to fight for the bunker. These bunker fights have been not going in the favor of Reet and Ritual. I think they're realizing, like, this is a little bit more difficult to do on the global stage than it is on just the NA region. Some qualifications and armored walls to secure the win here, forcing them into a bad camera angle. Reet has to think twice about doing that again.
Reet just trying to make sure that he can actually escape, recognizing the fact Juice not worth the squeeze at this moment. Sharam, Zagu though, seemingly in control of the weapons bunker for the time being. Zagu already at the bottom of it. He's gonna make his way over to that weapons mod bench as well. Make sure to prioritize exactly all the little goodies he would prefer, but Reet, Ritual, they've had an opportunity to recuperate. Feeling healthier. They're ready to re-engage with Sharam and Zagu, but they have to be careful. Reet fully understanding he can't just recklessly spin current corners.
Ritual looking for an angle here. Armor Wall's gonna put a full-on stop to that and force to the outskirts here. Another wall comes down. Zagu and Shadome are really, really tempting them now, baiting them into these terrible, terrible peaks, and they're winning every single trade here. The one downside, though, is that they're running halfway now on armored walls as they've used half of the reservoir, but they own the bunker. Who cares at this point, right? This is a full-on refresh opportunity now.
Slightly better situation, at least for Shadome and Zagu and Reet and Ritual. They've spotted out our material count. It's entirely too low. We weren't able to capitalize on finding an elimination or two, so now they have to fixate on just rebuilding their material count in the first place, and that as well is bound to cause a little bit of, you know, trickle effect damage towards Reet and Ritual's game plan long term, because they're missing out on surge tag damage time.
Speaking about Aviv and Bugha, they've taken now Reason, now looking to see if they can claim Vadil here, just aside the Doom's courtyard. It's a big rotate in, Vadil left by himself. Everyone decides to back off. Very interesting that two duos shown up, and the two duos are like, wait, there's someone else here. So very unaware of what's happening at the moment. For that reason, they give the respect, and I'm sure Vadil's trying to wrap his head around, where did everyone go?
That's a different level of paranoia altogether. I mean, no one, at least inside of those boxes, and yet Vadil still crouching around, still trying to stay as tucked away as possible. Can't really fault him, though, when you factor in the caliber of player that all of these teams are essentially stacked up against. Yeah, there's good reason to be concerned about which wall you face next, but Vico, Clixie, back into the thick of it. Seems like they've got a slight overhead advantage. Right side peak, though, not going to be there just yet for Vico. Clixie instead, different approach altogether. He's on the same level as Ed and Persa, just putting immediate pressure onto the walls in front.
Any team that can pop off today and finish inside the top 10 will have a real fighter's chance to run away with things tomorrow. Tomorrow's a 1.5x day, so setting up your foundation is so critical to your success. Vico gets just punished by Persa's shot there. Little reset now as Ed tries to get the heals here. They're fully back up into the swing of things.
Definitely a bit of a sucker punch as well for Vico when you really think about it, because the way that he was charging in there, it seemed like he had zero concern that anybody was going to be able to piece him up in that moment. Nearly met his own downfall for it, but Persa, Ed,
oh my God,
they're actually finding the smallest angle, tearing up the toes there from Vico and Flixie.
Very, very important tags. That's going to set them up with a very solid damage lead now. Off they go. Meanwhile, Reet looks like he's continuing to get active, but look, 4th place is out, 5th place is out. The standings now starting to gap away. Thomas HD and company, Trulex and company are the closest two, but our 1st place lead, Peterbot and Boyo here, set up for the Rift Island. They continue to fight for it. It's like you see it spawn and you know, all right, who's gonna be there? It's this team right here.
Nah, for me, it's the fact that Peterbot just lit King up, trying to rip by the side of Rift Island there. And Peterbot, we heard it direct when he was doing that interview with Adam Savage. My aim is on another level right now, and that might be the most perfect example imaginable. He is definitely looking like a bit of a menace there now, with the height leverage as well from the top of Rift Island. Other teams have really got to be wary of exactly how they're choosing to rotate. And I think that this is a prime opportunity as well for Peterbot and Boyo to essentially control the flow of the lobby.
Yeah, and it's good that he gets to show it off as well, but talk about controlling the flow of lobby. Reet is keying right now, on the move, on the hunt here. Reet and Ritual continue to find teams to fight. This time, even with the health at disadvantage, they have the height advantage.
Yeah, but Reet, he could get full HP whenever he wanted to. He's gonna go ahead and split a mech kit off with Ritual as well, and they'll take this moment to pause the action, make sure that they are as healthy as possible. We even get an opportunity to hear direct how that elimination went down just now for Reet.
Got it.
140, 140!
Nice, I'm getting it.
I'm jumping in. I'm in.
Full box.
On me.
100 dead.
Nice, bro. Chill now. Chill now.
At the body.
The tone set up though. He's like, all right, chill now. Like, let's relax.
It's like it's too crazy.
Yeah, we got it. Really showing us the emotion that happens when a team clashes. Things really peak up.
It's crazy. There's still that was a left side peek through the window edit, and the fact that he's able to come out on top for that one.
I think that's a problem he's got. We've seen him actually get
he loves that.
punished for that. Jumping into a Janice and Pixie though. South side here, zone's pulling far north. They notice that they have to move sooner rather than later. This is where strategy really comes into play here.
See that drop in the damage threshold though? 515 above, immediately chopped to 189. It's evident that everyone's kind of picking up the pace here. Janice, Pixie, fully aware of the fact that they've now got a duo right next to them. It's gonna be Andalex and Sato even, and Andalex, he knows he's got so much ground, so much time he needs to make up for, but Andalex immediately 180'd upon Pixie, gonna be there for the supportive cover. Now it's all up to Sato to keep his duo's hopes alive, and Sato calls through.
Good tag there, and honestly, it was a combination of the damage Andalex put down, Sato coming in to finish the fight, but someone else has arrived. It's another solo. Just looking, it's the reigning and returning champion Cooper who's here to fight. He's got a huge disadvantage on the HP, but he is still looking to tag, but no. Sato finding his stride in the late half of the tournament after being, again, contested fully up against Acorn and Cold. Come out of that, overcome that drop spot, and now find themselves 3 eliminations in super quick succession.
But even though it's a brief moment of relief here for Sato, the fact that he managed to survive this whole exchange, unfortunately still, it's all an uphill battle. Sure, you've got 3 eliminations, but you are a solo now, trying to make your way out of the storm. Not sure how that's gonna pan out for him, but this is massive right now. Peterbot Pollo, sure, they might have a little bit of a gap between themselves and everybody else on the leaderboard. 56 points to be exact, but at the same time, Peterbot, he's already a solo in the 6th zone.
Peterbot may have his community on his back, but the rest of this lobby, the rest of the world is hoping he does not perform well. Acorn is gonna be the resulting team of the reason Pollo is down and out. And this is good for everyone else. Obviously not so good for Peterbot, right? He's got such a strong lead, he could break away with it and nearly solidify a first place to close the day. However, this gives everyone else a realistic chance now that they can take down basically the kings of NA.
And that looked more so like Acorn and Cold delivering a much needed heat check to Peterbot and Pollo, kind of just reminding them, you might be first right now, but if you're not careful, we'll still look to take over. Granted, Acorn Cold currently sitting outside of the top 5 even. They know that they also need some very valuable eliminations and placement points if they want to make up the difference at this stage, but Rise still operating as a solo, doing what he can, but there is just so much that stands between him and his next movement.
Yeah, it's not looking too good right now, and all things considering, with 100 damage below, he's got to do something big here. Now, teams are going to start moving, so maybe it's not wise of him to move first just yet, but gotta hit these tags when the opportunities open up here. First one's a miss. No second reveals itself, so now he has to push his way in. He sees Crisp here. Crisp comes in. This is one of his chances, and he finds the tag there. Meanwhile, what's happening on the other side? Clix also similar pressures, but they find the Asian chance of Bobby on the backside of the zone there, and Larpex, and take them down.
And that was a nice moment as well for Clix and Veno, because as you can see, they are just barely managing to stay above water at this point. 27 above on the damage threshold, to be exact. And Veno already taking note, some teams that might be elevated a little bit higher than their current position, but Yuma has absolutely no idea where these shots are pulling in from. It looks like he's getting lit up from 2 different directions, and Batman Bugha actually gonna be the one credited for that takedown, but Veno, Clix just chopping directly through the center. they've done a decent job as well of making sure to go unnoticed.
Clix out of ammunition for his rifle. This is the worst we have seen this duo, and arguably the most important game right now. So all they have is each other at this point, and this is why they continue to remain below the surge, is because they don't really have the rifle ammo to find the tags. These shotgun pelts, I mean, they're not much. They're not going to do much. You have to take one of these wall-to-wall exchanges here. Flowberry Fizz comes out. Great catch here. It's Rapid who falls. And I think, again, they lose the elimination credit. However, the damage, though, is theirs.
And the body loot as well.
Very
Veno
nice.
just practically refreshed the max mats. But most importantly of all, MDF, they've got the relief that they needed as far as that surge damage is concerned. Veno clicks on a box up momentarily, but Thomas HD from above. The Monarch pistol just continuing to pose such a massive problem for everybody else looking to rotate inwards.
The power of knowing where the zones are going, it almost feels like they just have it all locked in. Thomas HD and Queasy here continue to do these wonderful rotates. The first to take a stab at some of this positioning, and it's starting to show off.
They've got half of their game plan already formulated in live action. They took height for the time being. Now they just need to not get eliminated. Peterbot as well, fighting his way through this lobby, refusing to budge. You would think that he's still a fully intact duo with the way that he plays. So much swagger inside of his own gameplay. Veno also barely managed to cling on to life, but 5 eliminations as well for Clix and Veno at this stage.
I was gonna say barely holding on, but Veno was there still. Just Flowberry Fizz, the refreshes now, things are starting to come together. Peterbot's got his eyes on the prize here, though. This is the villain arc for Peterbot right now, unfolding before our eyes here. As he continues to swing his way through this crevice here, but no! Doesn't take the first shot as a warning, and that's a huge mistake now. The first mistake we have actually seen from Peterbot right there. He should have known better.
Clix on the other hand, he's gonna get credit for Gadu. CM might still be kicking somewhere, but at least for right now, Clix, Veno, they're managing to find the refreshes when they need them most. Plixie and Vika, though, they've taken note of the team across the way from their current position. They're looking to try and get the chop from secondary height. Plixie, in fact, even hoping that he continues to build up. He's trying to cut off Queasy, and he finds him, falling straight to the ground.
Queasy jumps up and just gets melted there. That's the problem with the Flowberry Fizz. Unfortunately, now Vico and Flixie have a real opportunity here to take high ground, secure it, solidify their spot straight to the end game. Meanwhile, noticeable names alive. Bugha, Aviv, Quanti, and Gone still standing. Ed is in this lobby. Acorn and Cold are still alive.
Wow.
And the save from Thomas HD onto Queasy, though, was definitely not something I saw coming.
Acorn and Cold now, they're gonna opt to layer swap through the low ground, making their way, crossing over all this natural terrain provided by Castle Doom, but again, the high ground, it belongs to Vico and Flixie. They are seeking out full control of this fourth lobby here, and everyone is folding underneath them. Clix down to his final 2 HP. Will he have a moment? Finally gets an opportunity to pop a small shield potion, but again, just scrambling, doing everything in his power to survive. He's got players funneling in ult from every direction, and it's not gonna be enough. Clix has been taken out.
He did find Bugha there, though. A big elimination for him. Look at this. Trulex and Chicho once again in the end game. Just going for the heal off, looking for a top 10 solidified spot. But it's not going to be easy. This Castle Doom is very hard to navigate across. Remember, these walls are extremely high HP, but look who's back in action. Thomas HD is almost figuratively and literally putting Queasy on his back this game right now, and Queasy gave him the credit last round, and rightfully so. We're seeing him really work for it. Acorn falls now. Bugha, Aviv, still alive here. We couldn't have found a better time to talk about them, because they've managed to rat their way through the castle here, and now finding mats to stay alive and get back. Meanwhile, Plixie and Vico jumping their way back up into this top 5.
Plixie and Vico from the rooftops now by Castle Doom. Bugha and Aviv functioning out of the attics exclusively, but Thomas has lost Queasy yet again, only this time no opportunity for the revive. In fact, he's down and out for the count as well. Skrull doing everything he can to just try and make it back into zone, but it's all up to Vico and Flixie to hold their ground. They're gonna cut Skrull off in the process. Vico nearly gets credit for the knock, but instead we'll have to watch that one slip away.
Vico finds that extra elimination, though. They are slowly cutting down the poles here, getting closer and closer to the roots. Give a look at it. 7 elims for Flixie and Vico. Bugha and Aviv not looking to jump up into the flames that are Vico and Flixie. Give it a second, though. No match. They have to continue to farm here. And like we talked about, this building, very, very interesting to try to navigate through. Armored wall comes in. At the very least, Bugha's trying to, you know, make this a war of attrition, and they find an elimination. Another big one here. More points here. Vico and Flixie are coming down. They had enough of the weight. They find Aviv on the backside there. Vico losing a lot of HP to the storm, though.
Vico nearly getting trapped in the process there, but unfortunately for Aviv and Bugha, they're gonna get caught inside the structures. They're trying to work their way through. Aviv barely has it, but Vico and Flixie, just a little bit more HP to work with. They bring this one home.
And it's almost like they just keep doing it now. Vico and Flixie, a very, very clearly strong duo here, showing up in spades, putting up the performance, and you can see the look on their faces is expression of pure excitement. They're ready to.
Alrighty, would you please put your hands together for your game 4 winners? It's Vico and Flixie! Come on up here, boys. Come on, enjoy the moment. Enjoy the moment. Unbelievable there. You guys are always so smiling, so happy, and you must be very happy with the Victory Royale. Talk me through the moment there. We saw that taking the high ground, Queasy goes down, courtesy of beaming out the sky, your partner in crime here. That was the goat right there. That was a big moment, right? Capturing that high ground really made that game yours.
Yeah, exactly. We just decided to key like forecast this game because we said if we get forecast, we just guarantee win, you know, because we needed like a win to get comeback. So we just decided to play hide on that, and then yeah, they just counter sprayed, and Felix just said the spray, and yeah.
It was pretty special.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. I mean, talk us. You came very close. I think it was game 2. You guys came second place as well. You had a really really tight go of things there. But eliminations are working well. Standings too. You guys are really flying up the leaderboard again now. Flixie, what's it been like first 4 games into Global Championships for you?
It's feeling really good, and yeah.
How have you been navigating these last zones as well for you guys? How are you kind of working together to make sure that you always get into that end game?
Well, we always look at the zone each other, and then we just like talk about it, how we're gonna rotate, if we're gonna early or late rotate. Like we just look at the zone, and then from the zone on, we just decide what we're gonna do, and we talk about each other. You know, we're not doing single decisions.
Obviously, this being day 1 of 2 as well. 2 games left today. What is the aim, the end goal for today? What would you be happy with finishing up? Is it absolutely top of the leaderboard, or there or thereabouts kind of in the? What do you guys want to do in these next 2 games?
I think if you're top 5 after the first day, you can easily win because it's 1.5 point, but I want to be first after first day.
Okay, and I've got to ask you, Vico, I know you like being out in front of a crowd here, you and Flixie. How does it feel to be out here in Fort Worth enjoying? In fact, make some noise for Vico and Flixie, everyone, please. How does that feel when you're the crowd behind you as well?
It feels great. I couldn't like be more happy about it. It's just like I feel the need to perform better, you know.
You just got a Victory Royale.
Exactly, but
this guy.
I can always do better, you know.
This is it. They can always do better. They're striving for the very top. One more time, please give it up for Vico and Flixie. Game 4 winners there. We're going to take a very short break. 2 games left today on this day 1 of FNCS Global Championships. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in just a second's time.
Welcome back to the FNCS live from Dickey's Arena. Every time we get that countdown, everyone in here starts to count down, and that's how we know. It's like, oh, time to focus back up. We are back in it. Now, after game number 4, Vico and Flixie pick up a victory royale. Guys, that was just a crazy game that for like a moment, I really believed was Thomas, HG, and Queasy's game.
Oh,
and then they just said, nah, Heights ours.
Exactly that, right? Me and Levin were like, oh yeah, this 8th zone position from Queasy and Thomas, they had the entirety of that hill/mountain kind of covered. It was like, wow, they have so much terrain covered, and that's going to grant you free high ground for the rest of the game. Flixie, though, gets ahead of the moving zone. Queasy jumps just a little too high with that Flowberry Fizz activated, stuck in no man's land all the way up there in the sky, and what a great bit of shots from Flixie to kind of secure the high ground for them.
Yeah, unfortunately, probably not the best there from Queasy, right? Obviously, they start getting sprayed, so you know there's a team applying pressure on you. You fizz just in case you get chopped, but then you ain't got to jump, man. You jump and they instantly beam you, punished right there.
Is it one of those things where that last game where they had the high ground, right? They didn't really get pressed for it. This game, they are getting pressed for it, right? Did they kind of like forget that that can kind of happen?
I'm not sure if they forget. I think it was one of those ones where you maybe just slip up in the moment, right? It's a very minor mistake. Unfortunate to get caught out by it. But from there, right, when Vico and Flixie went on to take the game, the crowd in here, they were rooting for one team and one team only to win that one, right? Everybody wanted Bugha to win. You could feel everybody was getting ramped up every time Bugha was on the screen. But Vico and Flixie ruined that party, and you know, they've been ruining a lot of parties for people this year. These guys have been setting the lobbies on fire that they've been in, and it's good to see them get a win here.
Crazy as well, they call out that forecast, right? Just allowing them to kind of have knowledge of where we're going next. That's just one less thing we have to think about. Now all we have to do, ruin your game plan, Bugha. Nice try, man. I know where you're going. I'm gonna make sure you get boxed out. And then of course on the other side, right, you're looking at Bugha and it's like, I have to navigate this building. I'm running on fumes, and these guys are just sitting up there waiting for me to come around this corner.
Yeah, the castle was playing a big part of that. But yeah, me and Levin were like, wait, they're at a forecast tower, and it's not the one over by the railway.
Right,
so some adaptations, right? Maybe that's what we kind of can see from that halftime coach cooking something up.
I mean, yeah, that was a big shock to me. We've all been discussing where they're going to fight Brights and Bolts for the forecast near Reckless Railways. They said, forget that forecast. We're going to head over to, you know, Reels and fight over at the Reels. I mean, they took down, I think, Malibu and Masash in that game, right, which is a team that's been fighting for that a lot as well. They really made waves in that game, and if they're going to keep on just going for whichever bunker they see fit, I mean, those teams are going to have to really struggle to get a grip on the game.
And we see, because of that game, now 1 point behind Peterbot and Pollo, right? And just think, on the flip side, for a moment at the very beginning of the game, we tuned into Peterbot, and you called out something specific. Wow, 600 above Surge. Yeah. This is kind of crazy. But then it all falls apart for Pollo, right? And then Peterbot's put in that situation. He has to solo clutch. And he does put on points, and he's kind of keeping them just at bay. But now these guys are neck and neck.
I mean, what a crazy thing, right? That game was going so well. They were just max. The Storm Surge are going well. I myself have no idea where Acorn and Cold came from. The decisions to just land on a duo right there is an incredible one by Acorn and Cold. Worked out for them. They picked up Pollo right there, and 5th place for that duo, actually.
Yeah, not too bad at all. I mean, I'm looking at those two teams at the top, and the parallels, my mind instantly goes to the sort of narrative people were building earlier this year. Peterbot and Pollo dominated. You know, everybody was looking at, is this the new formula to have two amazing fraggers with each other? When Vico and Flixie joined forces, everyone said, are they trying to replicate that dynamic? Are they the EU, you know, Peterbot and Pollo? Even, you know, Vico's acknowledged those comparisons himself. He said, hey, look, we still got a bit more to do to get to that level. But right now at the Global Championships here, 1 point between them, they're clearly at that level, it seems.
Just a crazy situation to look at. And of course, I wanted to highlight Bugha taking it there to placement, right? They only did manage to pick up the 2 eliminations, but they take it to that 2nd place. That's a bunch of placement points.
Something about Bugha, right? And this usually happens on a seasonal basis where it's like the start of a new season is usually kind of slow for him when it comes down to tournaments and everything like that. But then whenever it comes down to the actual FNCS, which of course happens towards the end of the season, he always picks it up, I swear. And I would love to kind of see that trend over the course of these 12 games. Have that happen at the Global Championships. A slow start so far. Let's pick it up.
I mean, again, really unlucky at the end there, right? With the way the zones pulled through Castle Doom. I think my biggest critique of Bugha over the last sort of year or so has been, he's really great at just being able to get his team into the top 10 consistently, right? But when it comes to win condition, putting his team in a position to actually win the games, sometimes it's felt a bit lackluster. In that game, though, it was excellent, right? The way they came low. And again, if it wasn't for a bit of unlucky zone pulling, they might have a chance to actually really win that game from Vico and Flixie. So really impressive from Bugha.
Absolutely. Guys, I want to talk so much more, but we got to get back into the action. Game number 5 is upon us. So, Monster D Face, the best taco. Take it away.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think that went totally different than what I expected. Obviously, given that Peterbot and Bugha fell early, now we have 4 teams in the race that are really close.
What really got me though, Monster, was hearing the way that the Dickies Arena just erupted the moment that Peterbot actually went down and Peterbot and Bugha were full-on eliminated. It's crazy to think that they're actually trying to battle against all the odds here.
Yeah, like I said before, it's everyone against everyone here. Match 5 is great. Match number 5 is kicking off here and now, and the standings couldn't be more closer. A couple of teams, though, are starting to find their strides, right? The top 10 ever evolving. A lot of those notables jumping up a significant amount now, really solidifying themselves in somewhat of a healthy position. Even if all things end now, the amount of points that teams like Acorn and Cold and above have earned is looking pretty good.
A little bit more respect here coming out of Huddy and Kovacs, though. Sky Scroll, they're actually going to take over the 2nd floor here at the mansion at Rebels Roost. And the biggest advantage right now for Sky is the fact that he's managed to find Sovereign Shotgun, but at the same time, there's a hammer pump here for Kovacs. And both of these duos, I think, acknowledging the fact that if they take a little bit more time to loot, it could go slightly better. But this could be disastrous. Murstache, Malabuka, they already started to get a little bit more caught up than they would have liked. They dropped 3 placements after the results of that last lobby and find themselves currently situated in 8th. And Alex Worthy, they're trying to make them sure that they're the first team to fall even.
Yeah, Alex has a lot of HP here, but Worthy's a little worse for wears. Worthy falls, and we've already seen one 1v2 today. Let's not make it another. Power Alex is already pushing the agenda here. Well played for Australia's Alex and Worthy from Team Power, putting up the numbers. And you know, if things continue to go that way, they'll see themselves in a good standing. But you can see it's not easy by any means to get the first drop in the first weapon. And talk about tough fights that could have went any way. Acorn and Cold seem to have had things slightly favor them this time around.
Yeah, but at the same time, Cold losing Acorn and Alex Sensado may have done just enough damage. Fortunately for Cold, he is looking relatively undisturbed here at Brutal Beachhead, but any of those other teams lingering around that southern zone in the desert area happen to catch wind of the fact that Cold is a solo, and the reboot ban might be the biggest heads-up opportunity there. Could be disastrous, but Alex, Worthy, the Power Fellows, they don't even get to rejoice in their celebration of coming out on top because Agers and Rise have arrived to the party.
So have Batman, Bugha, and Rapid coming from the high ground there, finding tags onto Rise, almost saving the day at this point for Team Power. Agers, DT, Rise now have to back off, unaware of what all happened here. Meanwhile, Alex saves his trusty teammate here.
He's got the stairway to heaven up there, though, man. That's kind of insane. Restored Reels certainly getting relatively active, but Alex Worthy probably just happy about the fact that they're going to have an opportunity to keep this one going. Stronger in numbers for sure. Vico and Flixie, though, they seem like they've really been heating up. Shadow hoping that he can cool them off, but Vico at the same time, he knows so much damage has been done, but he's going to find himself on the receiving end this go-round. It's all down to Flixie to clutch up.
Flixie's very good, but going against Shadow here, I do think Shadow is an extremely strong box fighter. The edits come in, though. Look at how fast Flixie manages to respond, but still Shadow with the better shots overall. And now a time to heal here. Flixie has to respect this duo now, and I think he knows that. Tries to go up to find and secure his elimination. Can he track it back here is the question. Seems like he knows where it is, more or less.
At the very least, I think Flixie wants to ensure that whether or not he wins this exchange between himself and Shadow. In fact, Virgo had all the goodies that Flixie could have possibly wanted. It was a medkit that came out of the body loot. So pressure is on now for Shadow. Very high likelihood that Virgo was able to communicate. He got my medkit. And so that means that Shadow has got to act fast if he wants to prevent Flixie from reaching 200 HP again.
He also gets the material, right, which Shadow only has 2 mats of now. So what was once a very promising situation for Shadow is not looking like that anymore. 2AM Shadow gets the first tag put on him. It's not looking good anymore. The jump shot is no good, and Flixie clutches up. And there's not a duo in sight at the moment, so he should be able to save Vico. And I know we put the focus on Vico and his potential, but now you can see he is equally met with a very strong partner.
But you know that every single one of these players has got their eyes set on that elimination feed as well. So for Peterbot and Pollo, they might have at least some slight indication that there's been trouble, at least in match number 5 here for Vico and Flixie. They could look to try and circumvent this route that Vico and Flixie traditionally like to go after and potentially cut them off, maybe even look to ensure that they can maintain that first place position if you take out second.
This update right now that we're getting onto Clix and Veno, who's on the move here, just north of the Sandy Steps, but they're seeming to double back. Something wasn't right up there. They're backing on off now. A lot of material to make up for here, so bit of a scrappy start. No eliminations tell us that the Australian team of Damon Resigns escaped the drop. Meanwhile, Victor V and Paper possibly in a fight against Chapentini here shortly.
Wow, talk about Medkit Nation though for Victor V. Chapentini are gonna have their work cut out for them if they wanna take up an exchange here between Paper and Victor V. But most importantly still, Paper and Victor V, they have amassed so many boxes surrounding this forecast tower. Chapentini were looking to try and take down for the forecast keycard first, but immediately Paper, Victor V, look at a collapse. Chap fully cracked Victor V. Paper, no, they've got the advantage. Teeny actually gonna get pincered instantaneously, and now Chap trying to see if he can save his own life.
Almost put through a full edit course right there. Victor V at 3 eliminations right now. Flexing how good of a player he really is. Don't let his face fool you. He has experience under his belt. Chat, clearly better on the standings at the moment, but not by much. It's a point separating them now, as these 3 eliminations have really jumped them up. And look, it's all for everything, right? They have the card that they need for the rest of the Storms here. Chap has to just back off at this point, otherwise he'll start to lose his tournament opportunity here. Game 5 being very late into the day. These are the last chances to set yourselves up with points here, so you got to put your ego aside.
Well, you say Chap might need to back up, but with the way that Rise and Agers are closing in, Paper, sure, he's going to confirm that forecast for himself and Victor V, but at the same time, if they're not careful on the disembark from the forecast tower, Flaming Boost Tube could pose some issues. It seems like Rise and Agers were setting up in a position to try and protect it, try and maybe get a knock-on elimination for any teams looking to take it.
Now, all things considering, the point gap between 6 to top 20 is very, very close. Things start to jump up towards the top 5, so even a team like Paper and Victor V have a lot of opportunity here to really ramp up. Meanwhile, Thomas HD just giving us a show, showing us what he can do with that Monarch pistol. He does it without the scope this time around, so all the more impressive.
That makes me sick to my stomach watching Thomas HD use any sort of sniper-esque weapon, you know? Even though it's the Monarch pistol at the same time. He's just so pinpoint accurate, it's ridiculous, but Batman Bugha, Rapid, they're trying to get a little bit of an uprisal here, and Rapid, he's got visuals in his sights, beautiful right side peek, perfect moment to open up, but visuals immediately looking to retreat, and he's gonna go side by side, hip to hip one more time with his duo.
Great tag there for Rapid to set them up, a big 108, but Visuals climbs his way back into a fighting stance here. Clearly, they're not content for fighting for this position here of the bunker. They back off. Bugha and Aviv, we get the early update with them for the first time to really see what is unfolding for Bugha. No shotgun. Oh, wait, yeah, he does. Got a little loadout going on here. Aviv as well on the move right now.
It's a nice rotation so far off the launch pad from the peak of that mountain, but the main difference that I've noticed in Bugha and Aviv's game in comparison to what we saw, for example, coming from NA Major 3, typically they like to be aggressive towards the team that is landing on Piney Lane, but that has not been an option for them this game because Coyote and Foley, they're just not willing to take that exchange. They're bailing, they're getting their loot and immediately looking to rotate out, so it's not really leaving Bugha and Aviv anyone left nearby. They're having to forcibly create these storm surge situations, and it's not easy to acquire those tags by any means. You miss one shot, that could be the difference between above or below that damage threshold.
That is true, and speaking about big differences, Peterbot and Pollo just got their hands in on that bunker. Let's not forget the bunker will give you access to that modification bench to change your weapons, right? To get yourself nice and comfortable. And now that they have that, they'll likely be looking for the Rift Island to go ahead and take a fight. Meanwhile, 8's Flixie and Ovation Vico back in the game, as healthy as ever when things were almost fading away for a moment there here in game number 5. But they're in first place, they're in the lead, and they're looking pretty situated now.
And they're going straight back to home base. Little do they know, though, King Phaser could be a very problematic circumstance, depending on the approach there for Vico and Flixie, but still inside deep the storm. Muz and Epic Whale. Decent amount of material count though, but it looks like Muz is gonna have to lose at least one of these medkits along the way, fully intending to just locate what he can inside of the bunker, maybe even make use of that weapon mods bench.
Back on over to the other draw spot, though, with Vico and Flixie here. It's the landing home. Let's see it, though. King and Phaser playing the low ground right now instead of opting for a little bit of a stronger position. So I'm almost calling bait here, but given his stance, all of a sudden, yeah, things switch around really quickly here. King looking for an opportunity, but no. Drop, trying to run here. Phaser must have called back off, and it's not working well. Not right now for them. Vico and Flixie still on the pulse here. Phaser barely gets up to that next layer.
Every shot that Vico lands, it's almost like he's directly telling whoever he's up against, scram. But at the same time, where can King and Phaser actually run to? They are trapped. Vico and Flixie, no reckless railways like the back of their hands. And sure, I'm aware that King and Phaser, they're bound to have good knowledge as well of the POI, but to the same extent as Flixie and Vico, one of the main takeaways that I got from last night listening to Vico in the player room was him saying, nobody plays reckless railways right. We are the only ones that understand this POI, and when somebody is that confident in their knowledge, that's a serious threat.
Yeah, you saw he had every angle. He knew where to cut them off, basically within the building, the structure, and they knew better than to push into the railway itself, given all the cover that's there. So happy with the damage. Meanwhile, Clix and Veno, though, on the move here. Again, no strangers to the storm here. We saw them double back after going north to try to find some tags. Now they're looping their way, again, south and then into the new zone. Everything's starting to piece together. Meanwhile, the standings, one of our top 10 teams are down. Just for that update there, Malabuka and Merstash is that team. Look at this, though. Swizzy, Jacko, from a dub into a fight here, landing on visuals and braids now. Looking for the big shot, didn't quite get the maximum damage, but still gets the finish off visuals there. And all that material, they are right back into it.
The most important part as well for Swizzy and Yapko is that time to elimination was so fast. It's not going to give a real opportunity for, say, somebody like Yuma in the distance to actually have a chance to play catch-up, look to third-party opportunity, because it appears as though Yuma might even be in that solo situation, and when that's the case, you're always hoping that you can kind of just stumble upon an engagement already taking place, maybe get some shots in that might allow you an opportunity to go for a little bit of siphon materials, a knock, elimination, points, placements. is really what everybody is after right now.
Thomas HD and Queasy, damage numbers looking phenomenal right now. I don't think there's anyone beating them in the game here at this given moment. Moving around though. This is the Mount Olympus, right? Home of Quanti and Gone. Should very likely be up top somewhere. Look at this. You got Janice here. You have Kramsu. A lot of the Brazilian teams there. Persa and Ed.
A little bit of a giggle because if the one surge base wasn't enough, Trulix and Chicho have evolved yet again into maintaining 2 separate surge bases even. Meanwhile, Aviv, Bugha tangled up a little bit here right now with Swizzy, but we've seen Swizzy perform already once today, MDF. In a 1 versus 2, and this time he still got his duo with them, but most importantly still, Aviv, Bugha, they're trying to do what they can to break through some of these builds, but they're just gonna find themselves cut off. They're not able to actually cross the gap just yet because Bugha also needed ample opportunity to make sure that he could regenerate his shields off of what heals they have left, but that's gonna be more than enough room for Yapko and Swizzy to just full on disengage.
Bugha and Aviv don't chase either. They just let them go. So it's telling. It shows us that they want another one of those end games. They need another one of those end games, and they can't toss it away. It's a chance for them to go ahead and do just that. But they do need more damage. But talk about that. It seems like Swizzy rotates right into Bryce and Bolt. So not too much longer do they fall. But Peterbot and Pollo, the Rift Island, we already know. They hit the mod bench, they're set up, and then straight to the Rift Island every single time here. And now Shari is so low. Storm Surge gonna be giving them a big, big problem here in the coming moments.
The worst part is knowing that it's Peterbot and Pollo. Every time that reveal medallion goes off, it's every 50 seconds, by the way. And again, teams are marked, players are marked for 15 seconds after the fact. That is so much information, and in the hands of somebody like Peterbot and Pollo, it can be devastating for the rest of the lobby, but Cherry, he's managed to find an isolation moment. Worthy trying to do what he can, but the Storm might take him out as is. Instead, Cherry diverts his attention to another Oshi player, and he is going to find Damo in the mix. Couple of knocks, couple of eliminations. Couldn't have come at a more perfect time.
Look at this, though, the setup from Aviv and Bugha after rotating. They find Swizzy again, so Swizzy was knocked, picked up, and then ultimately falls back to the hands of Aviv here. You can see, yes, 2 eliminations, so starting to really heat up now. Bugha and Aviv come to late half of the tournament. Wait a second, though. Storm Surge is active now. Damage is starting to add up here. Even with that elimination there, they will need a single tag. These are the chances, and when you miss them, it does end up catching up to you. Down goes Bugha to the Surge. The next tag will take down Aviv, and they know it's over.
It's a tough break. Devastating one potentially, but at the same time, the mental bounce back, the mental fortitude that players like Aviv and Bugha are sure to compose themselves with. See how they bounce back in the final match of day 1 here today. But more importantly still, all these other duos, all these other players that still remain, Monster, Scroll, Sky, trying to scale their way down, but crossing bodies of water, knowing that there's teams already set up on elevation, shots just pouring in from multiple directions, and you're still trying to maintain focus for an open opportunity. Scroll can't even take any sort of chance to heal. He knows that if he pauses 1 moment too long, that's where he'll be taken down. The build count just not where it needs to be. Handful of armored walls remain now for Sky. He's still trying to see if he can get 1 more shot in. Any sort of a break at this point, but essentially MDF, it looks like they're about to fall just outside the placement point zone.
Yeah, he's got Batman Bugha coming right at him as well. Doesn't quite find a chance to find the tag there. Someone else snipes the elimination there too, and all focus starts to aim towards him, but 46 above here, doesn't hold on long, and he just gets melted right out of the game. Meanwhile, Reet and Ritual are down. Rapid and Batman Bugha don't survive the rotate, as you saw there, and so much of the immediate competition, our bubble teams are falling. That's going to make for a very interesting last game of day number 1, given how close it's going to be point-wise. So we're going to see a lot of changes come that last round, but Veno and Clix holding on by a sliver here.
This is too close for comfort, though. Clix and Veno have practically no space to work with. They've got 2 separate teams underneath them. Their only saving grace being the fact that Peterbot Pollo nearby, getting those mark indications from that reveal medallion. That's going to be enough for them to emphasize focus onto Reason's box. But again, Acorn, Cold, directly underneath where Clix and Veno are currently at, and they are looking to be in a much more situated position here. This is tough stuff.
But look who's got high ground again. Flixie and Vico take the chance here while everyone's playing passively boxed up. They snipe up a strong spot, and they already have the marker set up for another high ground spot. And you can tell they're playing for wins here. This is all win condition setups. Meanwhile, Veno and Clix struggling here below the surge, need damage, they need health. And it's a very healthy Vico and Flixie above them, so not an easy duo by any means, but they don't have that information.
Veno knows that they don't really have much of a choice at this point. They've got to jump into just about anyone's box if they want to keep this Game 5 run going strong, because a refresh is a necessity at this point. The material count entirely too low. They need heals as well, and they're not going to find it unless they eliminate somebody else. But overhead, Vico catches a glimpse of Clix, takes out a huge chunk of his HP, but at the same time, Clix actually does wind up falling, and Veno meets a similar fate. Just no escape from the top end of the leaderboard.
And it just plays so smart. Vico and Flixie use those armored walls perfectly to bait them around, and then right when you think they're not interested in fighting, they get at the top on the Veno and Clix there, and you know, it's just excellent defense, and clearly they're playing so well. It's hard to compete against that. And talking about that, Peterbot and Pollo continue to find eliminations. Take a look at the replay here. While all of that was unfolding, they find threats with the finish there. Now that's 3 elims, another end game, inching its way towards them now, as we're almost to zone number 9. Big moves here for Peterbot. They're gonna give up the high ground a little bit here to play the low front side. Very interesting strategy given that they had mats to work with. But too many teams are alive for their liking, it seems.
Also, the natural elevation possibly working against their favor for the time being. They don't want to get caught off guard, much of a similar fashion the way they've been catching other teams off notice. But Thomas HD, Queasy, they can see all these teams sliding down the mountain face. Tramsu and Clone doing what they can to survive. Similar circumstance there for Cooper, as Peterbot and Pollo continue to pressure against his walls. But just behind, Peterbot saw Victor V and Paper as well. Could be some big fights taking place soon in the low ground.
Let's not forget Kovacs and Huddy were taken out in the drop last game. They were in 4th coming into that round before slipping down the standings now, showing us just how consistent they really are, coming right back into things. Meanwhile, Queasy pushing their way through. Down goes Cooper, looking for the finish. He'll get it. Kanata forced to run up to another layer here. And they might not be in a spot to win the game just yet, but they are racking up a lot of points now once again, coming into the final rounds here for day number 1. Chicho and Trulex, another end game for them as well. Teams just showing their stride. It's very clear who's had good performances here today. Acorn and Cold get chopped out by Flixie and Vico. They are just the talk of the town right now.
Vico, Flixie, Peterbot, Pollo, they just seemingly operate at a different level altogether currently, and everybody else just trying to play catch up. Chicho, Trulex, they've caught wind of Epic Whale, but Epic Whale doing what he can. It's an even exchange, down to just Trulex versus Muz. But the question is, will he even manage to find that? Instead, Kovacs gonna opt to play the medkit. It's all down to just placement opportunity at this point.
And then you have Pollo and Peterbot still alive right now, still kicking here. This is the only competition besides Acorn and Cold who can obviously rack up enough points to give everyone a run for their money. Bryce and Bolts are setting up for the high ground win while Pollo, Peterbot Vico, Flixie are fighting for eliminations closer to the low ground now. And they might just clash here in the moments to come as they're standing on opposite ends of the low ground position here. Boyo pressuring everyone nearby. Flixie down, Vico down as well. To the hands of the teams on the other side as well. And look at this, the low ground spot for Peterbot and Boyo, just so content, but now they're looking for high ground.
But the real winners of that exchange, Queasy, Thomas, Vico, Flixie, they all eliminate each other, so now it's just up to Boyo and Peterbot to see what they can do. Bolt and Bryce, though, firm grasp of the high ground, doing what they can to just try and shred through the players underneath. Dukes scrambling, barely managing to throw up some wood above his head, keep him safe for the time being. But at the same time, Peterbot and Boyo, they are titans on this low ground currently.
So Peterbot has to get an elimination here and then go for high ground if he wants to do something, but these teams are not making it easy. Meanwhile, Watson Pings are getting active for the low ground, though the shots are coming in. Peterbot and Boyo find the first few, and there's still points to be earned here, and Boyo wants them all. It's gonna make a huge, huge difference here. Secures the material count as well. That's gonna set Peterbot up for just enough. Bolt and Bryce have been here before. Bryce specifically has won games in person on land. I called it before, this is the team that you have to look out for. They are so talented. However, Peterbot and Boyo just, I mean, they've been ahead of the pack so far.
But Peterbot and Boyo, they got the most recent refreshes.
Boyo's
Granted, everyone's building, everyone's burning through it, but Boyo strikes first. Bryce is gonna fall. Peterbot understanding it's all down to Bolts to try and clutch this one up, but it's Peterbot and Boyo after all.
Bolts has been here, though. He knows what to do. Don't give him a chance to heal. You have to fight back. Armored walls come out. They have a little bit more math, but Peterbot has too much to work with. Another armored wall. Bolts has an angle. Can he get it? No! Peterbot won't drop it twice.
Peterbot and Boyo strike yet again on the day. Match number 5, and the victory royale belongs to them. First place continuing to extend itself, and that is the real difference maker here today, MDF. We can see our big winners on the screen right now, and Adam's there.
Would you please, Fort Worth, make some noise again for Peterbot and Boyo! Oh, do you know what? I love those moments, because this crowd wanted that to happen. Boyo, the Flowberry push there. You guys were low ground, you pushed on through. Talk us through the moment there, and when you make that call and how that happens between you guys.
Yeah, I think it was the zone pulled back, so we had like all builds to use to go up, and I was able to get like a good angle to kill one.
Elimination-wise as well, you guys are consistent there. Standings as well. Peterbot, how would exactly, I'm sure there's so many aspiring Fortnite players here as well. It's just constant for you guys. Major wins. What is the magic, the secret sauce that is really making you guys, ensuring you get to these top spots right now?
I'm not gonna lie, we have the Mythic every season, you know what I'm saying? And me with the Mythic, I'm just unstoppable, you know what I'm saying? I get so many eliminations and stuff, so yeah.
Dangerous out there. As well, I'm going to talk about there being this experience right now, because you guys have been consistent. We're going to see, I'm sure, a lot more over the course of this weekend. Boyo, what's it been like for you as well? You feel the crowd out there. One more time, Fort Worth, let them hear you guys. It's for you, buddy. They're amazing, by the way. And I mean, this must be a lot of wind in your sails as well. How does it feel to be performing in front of this crowd here at Global Championships?
It feels amazing, especially getting a win. It's like hype, and then like on the walkout, everyone is cheering for us. Yeah, it feels great.
Okay, and I want you one more time. Anything you want to say to people, to the crowd right now, to get them even more hype than they are already?
Hey, I appreciate you guys, and yeah, we're winning this right now.
There you go. Give it up for Peterbot and Boyo! GG's, fellas. Again, lots more to get excited about here. These guys crushed it. I'm sure they'll continue to do so. Lots more games to go, though. One more left today. After the break, it's coming your way. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the FNCS, and a big welcome back to Kelly Link and Mini Miner. Game number 5 goes to Peterbot and Poyo. My goodness, just so much went right for the duo in this last game, from the Rift Island to the bunkers to just being stacked in 8 zone. And now, somehow, we've given them a victory royale. Who let that happen?
I mean, we kind of saw it happening a little bit in Game 3. We all thought that that game was going to go their way.
Yep.
But getting second place with double-digit eliminations was
Peterbot
only
won
the
again,
start
but-
for this duo. Peterbot and Poyo showcasing once again why they are the demons of North America, chopping out Acorn and Cold right there, being able to chop out height and then not even claim it as their own. I thought that was going to be the follow-up, but instead staying on the low ground and then finding so much loot there, giving them the advantage in the final moments.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. This is actually their 10th victory royale this entire chapter. The only duo to get double-digit victory royales this entire chapter. The way they went about it was really, really impressive. All of those refreshes, as you talked about, Kelly, was so, so vital. Using those armored walls to protect themselves, and even just keeping themselves using that Flowberry Fizz, ensuring that they keep that mobility, and that was crucial to this moment right here for Poyo. Popping that Flowberry Fizz to give him that little bit of extra mobility and jump high just allows them to close out the fight really well. I mean, they were on low ground. I thought, Bryson Bolt surely should close this one out here, but Peterbot and Poyo in particular there, what a clutch.
I mean, typically when we see these low ground teams, they try and stay there as long as possible, and it's usually the high ground teams that have to drop down low to face them if they don't have the heal off potential. But not when it's Peterbot and Poyo. No, they're gonna go up and they're gonna fight and they're gonna win.
That's right, and we can see those highlights presented by NASCAR. My gosh, I love too the fact that when Adam goes in for the interview, he's like, hey, Poyo, talk to me about what you thought. The fact that Poyo had just these disgusting angles on these duos, and a lot of those circumstances, you're not thinking there's like a duo like in this weird angle. Poyo's just like, hello, here's my shotgun. I want a victory royale, please.
This is crazy.
My gosh, just so well done. And the fact that they also had the heals. If something crazy goes on, they're like, we got a couple med kits if we have to push it to that point. We also have a listen in from that last game. Take a listen.
Look in front. You see that solo? We're just going left of him. Come. Come up. Come on, low ground. Come.
I'm with you.
Let's do it. Let me go back to our tarp then. Go back to our tarp.
Nice.
Just hang on each other.
I can go up.
Throw all the way up.
They don't know.
Get on me. Chill.
I have no bro.
Chill.
Look up.
100.
He's dropping.
We're good. Chill. Stop. Yo, take my kit.
He's dropping.
Chill.
20, he took 20 balls.
Let's
Nice,
go!
bro.
We're the best, baby!
That's like, what,
Come
13?
on. Bro, we're the best,
go,
bro.
bro.
Oh my god! Let's go!
10. It's fine. 10
Good job, bro. We're crazy, bro.
Yeah, I mean, they're super funny. I love too in that moment. Poyo's like, dude, 15, like, to him in that moment, he's just eliminating everyone, right? Like, it's all happening so fast. Just so well, expertly played from the duo. And again, to see them playing from low ground just so well, like, if you said, yeah, they're a low ground team, I'd be like, yeah, but that's kind of not what they're about.
The thing is, they're an everything team, regardless of the situation, regardless of if they have the mats for high ground, or if they're going to stick to the low ground, they are going to come out on top. And look at that distance. We saw after game number 4 that it was Vico and Flixie in first place by just a few points. Now the lead stretching to 50 points for Peterbot and Poyo.
Yeah, Vico and Flixie were looking really good there as well going into that game. That end game was really solid for them, and just up until they went down there at that point. And of course, that just gave Peterbot and Poyo the green light to make sure they could make the most of that game. Even in that listening right there, they were saying, how many eliminations? Oh, 10? Yeah, it's okay. Most teams were like, we just got a 10 elimination victory. Oh, let's go crazy. But these guys, that's just another day at the office for them. Something else I'm noticing about this as well. Look at that, Bolt and Bryce moving up 19 places up there into 8th place. Huge performance from these guys. The way they held height was really good as well, using these armored walls to ensure that people couldn't chop them down as easily. And it's just this constant pressure. Look at Bolt's inventory. He's used pretty much everything. Only one big pot left to make sure they hold on to that height and maintain it. Really well played from these guys.
And we also saw them on Rift Island as well with Peterbot and Poyo, but choosing not to engage in that. Instead, just using it as a little bit of an advantage, seeing where the rest of the lobby is landing, making sure that they're able to be put into an advantageous position, and that is what allowed them to grab this high ground. 8 eliminations before Bryce went down. Bolt's, though, doing his best to try and fight him out, but when it's Peterbot and Poyo that you have to 1v2 against, there's not much you can do.
And it's nice to see them making these end games as well at the the beginning of the show, we were talking about this sort of contestation with Vico and Flixie on that side. How's things going to go there? What's going to happen? Are they going to be, is it going to be one of those teams making it to endgame and the other one maybe not? It seems like they both sort of found a way to play their own game. And of course, Vico and Flixie making that more north rotation, finding some other forecast towers if they need them. And then Bryson Bolts are able to make these end games consistently as well. So it seems to be kind of working out for both duos right now. And if Bryson Bolts can continue to do that, I expect him to finish in the top 10.
Fantastic stuff. And I love too, I know what you called out, the fact that Rift Island, they kind of go up to fight Peter Bob Poyo, and then they go, whoa, Peter Bob Poyo, my bad. Peter Bob Poyo, then just like, they just blaze a trail, and they're like, hey, well, they've already done all the work. Cool, let's just follow them, right? And then they
Peter Bob and Poyo in
even
first,
if you aren't able to claim Rift Island just by getting the material, there is also that ribbon mod bench that's
Clix
in there.
and Veno
and also
are
you
in
get the
9th.
great rotations from the static launch.
I was in your stream earlier, where'd you go?
I was AFK for like
an
an hour.
using the rift, so if you do need a few tags, well, guess what? A lot of players are going to be rifting around you and be able to get those tags. Speaking of a great performance, Acorn and Cold just going absolutely crazy.
Yeah, this is really, really nice to see from these guys. A little bit of
I'm a little
performance
sick,
we have seen in some of the games, but it's one of those where they tried to take that high ground, got chopped out. We saw Acorn going down right there, but it's all about Cold. I think Cold can clutch up in those situations. Didn't quite make it happen right there, but this is a team that won't let that affect them. It seems like Osborne right now is being so much more of a breeze than we anticipated going into the show, so they're able to make these end games consistently. They're going into a decent loot as well, even playing for height there.
Neither do I.
Work out in the end, but this is a duo that I expect to see in more of these end games, even in day number 2.
I'll be able to play, and like, we're about to go into the last game.
Of what?
Of FNCS of day 1.
Oh.
I'm streaming for almost 5 hours. This is too long.
Thank you, Zeke, and that's right. They have to secure the lead now.
Oh my god, don't fight me, bro. Don't fight me. Osborne fight. He had a purple dual SMGs. I just used a green shotgun that I found on the ground.
And killed him?
Yeah. Don't fight me, bro. Don't fight me.
Did you have Japanese school today?
Yeah, I did. I came back like an hour ago.
Let's see it. The last game.
Watch me emote on him.
Clix and Veno aren't doing that. They're in 9th, which is actually pretty good. But like, it's not that good. So this is my leaderboard this is the leaderboard that I had, that I made. So I have first place, it's just biased. I want them to win. Clix and Veno. Second place, Peter Bob and Poyo. Third place, Rezon and Vidil. Fourth place, Acorn and Cold. Fifth place, Cooper and Kanata. Sixth place, Reet and Ritual. 7th, Batman, Bugha, and Rabbit, and 8th, Victor V and Paper.
Victor V is in the
No, he's in like
globals?
He's in like 6th right now.
He qualified to goals?
He got like top like 10.
Oh, I don't know.
He's like I would like to see him win. He's very young. He has a lot of potential. He's probably gonna win at FNCS.
It would be Bugha all over again. He said Bugha was older.
Huh?
Wait, was Bugha older when he won the World Cup?
Bugha?
Yeah. How old was he when he won?
14 or something? I don't know. 13, 14, I don't know. But it was also like, Fortnite was different now. It's hard to go pro Fortnite now.
Yeah. Well, if you're gonna go pro in Fortnite as a young child, you're gonna need like your parents to like homeschool you or something, because there's no way.
I bet you if I was homeschooled, I would have some earnings. But I would rather not be homeschooled. I would rather do like half in school, half out of school. Like my bad classes I would do online, my good classes I would do in school. So like I'll get out of school around like 12, you know.
And no fear here. Last game they survived the drop. They made something good out of it.
Wait, do I carry the purple dual SMGs or the blue striker?
That's up to you.
Bro, I don't know. Okay, that's SMGs. If I find it all money,
given that there is $2 million+ of prizing available here in the tournament, so much more to play for than just the bragging rights, of course.
I'm trying to see. But Clix and Veno still have day 2. Day 2 is 1.5 point boost. Oh, they're fighting right now, Clix and Veno. If they lose this, they're cooked. They're down by 150 points. Because PewDiePie has 300 points. But they trap people in the tunnel, so they might win. Oh my, Clix just got beamed. No, Clix just sold.
Because Clix has to fall back. There is no other option. They cannot afford to fall here. They are still maintaining a position within the top 10, but the fact that they've managed to fluctuate outside of top 5, that's a position that can be really difficult.
Oh, they were 6th place. Yeah, Victor V and Paper are in 7th place right now.
They done better than Clix.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind if they won, honestly.
Veno is there to defend.
I really just don't want Peter Bot and Poyo to win, because ugliest duo ending.
I mean, but they deserve it though. Like they've won. They've got like 2 second places and a win. They just won last game. Like, so I gotta give them that props.
I was
Like,
watching that thing on the live Fortnite channel when who was it? I forgot who it was, but someone a solo pushed against Peter Bot and Poyo.
yeah, it was it started with a sweetie.
Sweet. I forgot his name.
Yeah, he's like an OCE pro. Yeah, he won it too. That was good. But that only put him to like 10th place though.
No, it was a European player because his duo couldn't make it.
Huh?
It was a European player. Oh yeah, and Vaniac. His duo was Vaniac, but Vaniac couldn't make it.
Why not? You can't play global if you. His name was Swizzy.
Issues with visa. He had a visa from before, so he was able to play.
They're on the high ground right now. If they just
You can't play this without a duo, bro.
Yeah, that's why they have what's it called? Filler players.
He didn't get he got a fill?
Yes, he did. Yeah.
He
He
said
started
that.
that from this season.
There are roughly
Oh.
6
He's
teams
like living under a rock.
in this area. All with
What do you mean?
sidelines on
It's
Veno
an
and
OCE pro. How am I supposed to
People
know?
don't that.
Wait, how am I
It's a
not?
European player.
What about him? What does that have to do with his duo not being there?
His duo couldn't make it because he couldn't get like a visa in time.
Oh, okay. How am I supposed to know that? I don't pay attention to these
They were
pros.
just
who's
prevented
fighting me?
from getting optimal positioning to set up for the forecast
I'm not
tower and
trying to fight
launchpad
this
plays,
kid.
and now they've lost that position entirely to the likes of Peterbot and Poyo, and they know it as well. So at this stage, the only option left is for Clix and Veno to confirm these 2 eliminations now onto Damo and Resigns.
yeah, they're starting to push here pretty aggressively.
Oh, they're pushing.
God,
Doing
don't
a
fight
much
me, bro.
better job
Don't
now
fight
as he's side by side his teammate Veno.
He's the greatest player.
Opponents. Damo on the
Don't
run
fight
now.
me.
Built out to the side there. Click still
And he had a
curious
gold on.
to the fact that he owns some of the territory here. That's going to be a
Get out of here,
small victory for them in the time being.
Yeah, he did not expect it to win that.
Over they
He
go.
thought I was scared.
This is where they had initially trapped
Which I kinda
Resigns
was
and
scared,
Damo. But at the same time, Damo managing to sneak
What
around
assumption
out
was it?
back, but it's only because of the fact that Giras, Sherry, they have moved in.
It's
to the
crazy how
city.
smart pros are. They
Now
can't
Veno
like
Clix
see
fully
where
aware of the fact that
the
there is
enemies
just
are, but like
too
we
many
can see
numbers
their outline,
surrounding
but
them.
like the fact that they always
Too
know
close
where
for
they're at,
comfort.
even though they can't see
They've
it,
got to
it's
find
crazy.
another way to escape, and the other thing that could potentially be threatened at this point
Unless-
for Clix and
unless they're
Veno is
cheating.
the vending machine. It's going to be, I don't want to say impossible for them
But
to
you
make
gotta
their way
give
to
Peter
those
Bar and Pearl
resources,
their
but at
creds.
the
They're like the
same time, how do
best
you break through
duo in
all
NA
these
right
duos
now.
already surrounding you?
He had a gold auger with
Yeah,
the
and
red
again,
dot
more
scope.
points
Oh, yeah.
lost as well.
Or they
it's
might
not
be like
just,
the
of
best
course,
duo in the world
game
if
starting
they
to
win
slow down for 'em.
globals.
It's the points that they're not accruing because Giras and Sherry have effectively
Yeah, it's
taken
global.
those
If they win,
eliminations
they're the
now.
best duo in the world.
Even Aspect and Kaz are just off in
It's
the
all
distance.
about
They're listening
RNG.
to
They
what's
have to have
happening.
good RNG.
Jumping on over to
True.
Like
other very
you can get a
familiar
bad gun
teams
on
here,
spawn
XX
net when we do
Ritual,
FNCF.
as well, kind of inside the Doom stat, but yeah.
Do I tank Storm for this bump?
Muz here waiting,
How crazy is this
almost
though? Oh, it doesn't make it
combed
there,
up.
yeah, I tank Storm.
Slips out the side
Oh
there.
no,
He's very
Muz is about to
fast.
die.
It's not gonna make it easy by any means. That's
Must
all he
die.
goes, but it's a
Wait, there's
2v1.
the
What
bump.
can
Okay,
you
okay,
do?
It's
Reek
okay.
takes him down without a sweat.
And,
Okay,
it's
Batman
really
Baby and
interesting
Rat
to
Bid
actually
are
see
in
Reet and
24.
Ritual clashing this early on
Rat
with
Bid.
Epic Whale and Muz. A passing
Rat
comment
Bid.
that Reet made
Rat bid.
player room last night was You know, we missed out on a cash cup. Most recent one, Epic Whale and Muz, they were able to get Mysterio uncontested and all the little goodies.
I feel like if Peterbot wasn't so cocky, he would be like a very well-respected player. He wasn't as cocky. But like, sometimes it's good to have a cocky personality. That's what makes him so good. He's so confident.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He'll push it. He'll push a duo on like 20 health and end up killing one and getting the other one one shot.
You're feeling good, and then Reed and Ritual though, there to remind them, nah, this is still our territory. But again, it could be a clash of the Titans for sure.
Well, Chicho and Trulux have continued to show us that they have what it takes to find their way up.
Wait, so how'd you hit elite in solo?
They've really fought their way up the rankings.
I told you to play, bro.
Unprecedentedly, no one saw it coming here. But when they make it into the end game, they're just an unstoppable force. You don't really know what to expect from them. You'll find them in the mid ground, sometimes on the height, and all of a sudden now they are just there.
Trulux and Chicho just have a way of going unexamined, essentially. Like, it almost seems like they have a very seamless transition from their early to mid.
Blue Gatekeeper, Gold Og
game, and a big part of the reason for that is that they are just a team that is notorious. They go for the surge bases, they go for the reliable third tag damage as well. They are just excellent at bottlenecking teams into a certain flow on the map, because wherever they surge base at, you know it's going to be an optimal position that's going to prevent everyone else from participating.
And we did notice that they have the storm information as well, just given to us from that update there, so they know exactly where they need to be, where the next zones are going to be. Moving towards Vico, pushing in on Virgo. Not looking to let them have this for free, but there's armored wall there, and oh, he's serious about it. You know he's serious, and he's willing to break this one down.
Might be here for a minute. Depends. Imagine another one goes up right after the fact, and sure enough, just in case you thought they were done, Vico and Flixie, they're gonna be pickaxing for a hot minute to get into this bunker. Virgo and Shadow know that they are functioning with limited time here, and every second just means one more opportunity for Shadow and Virgo to continue to strip the weapon bunker of all its valuable resources, but this is about to be an all-out brawl here for Vico and Flixie.
Not looking good for Flixie. Shadow and Virgo were ready for the fight there. And another armored wall comes down, so those armored walls are instantaneously put at maximum HP. They clearly have 3 or 4x the health of a metal wall, so it's a good way to slow a team down, especially the second place one, but let your guard down, and now look, team is flying in very, very fast here. We'll get their names shortly. Flixie and Vico is in a world of trouble here potentially now.
I'd say even they're lucky that it seems as though Virgo and Shadow were just out of audio range to hear those shields getting cracked.
Well, they gotta get past their own armored wall,
yeah,
right? It's a two-way street there.
It is a two-way street for sure, but at the same time, I definitely respect the decision there from Vico and Flixie, because that fight back that we saw from Shadow and Virgo defending their position inside of the bunker, despite the fact that it was Vico and Flixie, they did not care in the slightest, and I love that out of Shadow and Virgo, because they're a team that's coming in here, and I think a lot of people don't necessarily have many expectations for them, but the confidence that they compose themselves with, even on socials, they are here to try and actually shock the world.
Yeah, they really have matured as players, but look at this, Vico and Flixie now find Jerome and Zagu above them. You know, you take us back to the invitational window where Zagu really put up a performance and won over the parts of the NA region and honestly the global fan base of Fortnite. Bring him here. He's got a lot of work to do coming into tomorrow alongside Shadom there, but the VODs will tell the story. The practice will show. Vico and Flixie's preparation clearly coming out in spades here, as is Peterbot and Pollos, and we all know they're guided by the same person.
But at the same time, you have such a strong day one performance. You got to be careful that you don't let that confidence transition into overconfidence. And Vico Flixie, I don't want to call it an overinvestment just yet, but they got a whole lot of nothing after investing a decent bit. I mean, they were practically max mats before leaving that weapons bunker position. They were trying to see if they could wait out Shadow and Virgo, but those two were not willing to budge in the slightest, and now Veno, Clixy, they didn't have any other options but to leave in a totally separate direction.
Oh my god.
After acquiring nothing out of it as well. I mean, I get it. You're feeling good, especially after the performance they've had today, but moments like that could be disastrous in day 2.
Yeah, definitely. Like you mentioned, it's surely confidence, right? Pushing in like that, but give it a minute here. Acorn and Cold now pushing Zagu.
Because if someone breaks the tree from
Rise and Yuma, actually. Rise and Yuma, who started off so hot today,
he also
have just dropped their mid games for 3 games in a row now, and it is really weighing in on the standings. They're going to have to hit the drawing board big time now, as they have went from 2nd place all the way down to 14th now, and that just shows you how good of a couple of games they did have, given that they're still inside a very respectable position on the standings. So everyone who falls now, everyone you see getting dropped here, that's going to be the end of their day 1s.
Poor Bolts, man. He's just trying to break through the armored walls that Kramsu and Clone keep throwing his way. And not only that, but he's got to make sure that he keeps tabs on the team that's also based up on a hill behind him.
To buy a book
Bolt's price. They're not trying to get greedy by any means here. Pixie and Janice are definitely posing enough of a threat that they are trying to be tactical in the approach here. They just want the immediate fight up against Kramsu and Clone instead, but Kramsu and Clone, at least for the time being, they've got the health advantage.
Yeah.
Clixy, though, finds himself below the surge. It's all making sense now as to why they realize they have to push a team. Going and Quancy at the Railways are going to be meeting the team that is the king of the Railways at this point. And this is the 2nd time now, right? Almost deja vu here. But this time, Clixy and Vico need the damage and the elims to go with it. Clixy gets shot first, Go puts up a great tag there. But the edit comes through, and Vico is down at the bottom to catch him there. Fox running out though here. Can they make it come in time? Sure can. So Clixy and Vico have a moment here to breathe.
But again, this all kind of stems back to that bunker fight for me, MDF, because they spent so much time that now they are scrambling to try and make up for what was lost in the midst of it. Because they did not get the surge damage that they would have hoped for. They lost a decent amount of their resources, and now they're just praying that they can come out with even more refreshes after the fact, but they've got a long ways to trek through some of that storm as well. All the while, teams like Queasy, Thomas, a little box fight of their own up against the likes of Analex and Sato.
And that really shows you the significant difference of having a strong early game start versus a slow one. When the surge turns on, it is really, really evident how far behind you can be. For Queasy and Thomas HD, they're kind of on that line as well. They survived the first hurdle, but this next one that they know is looming nearby, they will have to stomp past. Analex and Sato here have had a very difficult day 1 up against Acorn and Cold, only surviving the drop 3 of the 6 times so far, this being one of them. And now they're met with this almost brick wall, this force that is Queasy and Thomas HD. Meanwhile, Quancy ultimately does end up falling here, but not before claiming Vico and earning some points.
And sure, there might be a chance for the reboot ban play to come into effect, but it's likely still going to leave Clixy and Vico sitting just underneath that storm damage threshold, if not even more so piling up against them. All the while, Peterbot continuing to claim as many eliminations as possible throughout the course of the day. These guys have been leading the charge here, and Peterbot goes for another one. It just doesn't seem like Analex was prepared in the slightest.
I can just hear the reaction through the headphones of what's going on here in the arena. Clearly the crowd is starting to rally with Peterbot now. Just take a look at that. No! The first emote of the day as well. So confidence surging, right, that we've seen.
Clixy trying to stock up as best he can in the Grand Rail Station, but Couple of med
I only got
kits.
7% from that game, bro.
Still might not be enough to deal with this 2-tick zone. He's doing everything he can to make his way across. Bolt's in a similar situation, but in fact, it's actually Veno and Clix on the receiving end, and they're the ones under the most duress here. Veno, he's got a little bit of shield, but underneath that damage threshold, their final lobby of the day is not gonna pan out the way they were hoping. 9th place team in trouble.
Kind of crazy. Clix and Veno fall. Bryce and Bolts jump up above them, and they were neck and neck on the leaderboards, on the standings. So a very, very critical set of eliminations for Bryce and Bolts, and now Veno and Clix are set back home, basically having to think about today and figuring out how to patch up their gameplay to close out in top 10 performance for tomorrow. But Bolts and Bryce heating up in the back half of the day here. They almost had that victory royale last game, dropping the ball there, which again, to me, I didn't expect it. I really thought Bryce and Bolts had that in the bag, had it secured, but Bugha was just incredible with the angle finding. Hold up. Acorn and Cold now find Hiras and Shiri. They've almost fouled each other from the south side of the zone somehow, swinging all the way here to the north side.
At the same time, though, they need to find some closure on some of these box fights. Spinks, Dukes, just all a couple boxes away.
Hello.
A little bit closer, it's actually going to be Batman Bugha, Rapid, who are directly next to them. Siyun and Kadu, though, they don't waste any time. They immediately aggress into Rapid's box. They're going to find one elimination there already. Batman Bugha struggling with the surge as well, trying to do what he can to play for the medkit, but he won't get the chance. Taken down by the last surge tick.
The Elim credit is going to go to Bolts, given that he did the last bit of damage there, but in the end, now there's a lot to worry about here. Siyun and Kadu obviously looking to fight back because they need a little bit of damage as well. Kado's going to fall there. Siyun's going to fall as well. This is to the hands now of Dukes and Sphinx. Where did they come from? Dukes showing up here to jump into the fight out of nowhere.
It's incredible how quickly they were able to close the gap between themselves. They overheard the box fight commotion, and they knew that's their prime opportunity to strike. Bolts as well, finding Felixi, the dominoes effect. They started off so strong here with the forecast availability as well, and yet find themselves eliminated way outside of where they'd hoped to be. And Thomas and Queasy, this could be a huge moment. I'd say everybody inside of the top 5 even. We're looking at Trulex and Chicho, Cold and Acorn. But again, all eyes on the Queasy and Thomas HD currently. They've been doing a fantastic job skirting their way through these seeds.
All I can think about is that Peter and Bugha are starting to run away now, having a chance here to really take the lead on the scoreboard. Second place is down and out. Queasy and Thomas HD have to stay in the running now to keep this one close. Meanwhile, look who's running their way on up. Sphinx and Dukes from the back.
Julian, are you trying to play with us? Are you trying to play ranked or something?
Huh?
Are you trying to play with me and my brother?
Well, I was just trying to see why you left the call.
Okay. Are you getting?
I will get on after this game. After this FNCS game.
Okay.
Are you gonna leave the call?
No, I'm gonna stay in the call. He said he'll get on after he finishes watching that game.
For Peter and Boyle, and they're the ones that were shooting from behind alongside Cooper and Kanata. Bolts, he was already running low on his material count.
Bro, Clix and Veno died.
His final 10 builds, hoping that he can
They're in 9th place. Oh no, they're in like 10th.
They selling. They're not even 4th.
Yeah, I
The best
know.
part about it is he just keeps getting marked every time he finds a new spot.
That's so depressing.
The armor walls he gets though, very nice here, and it's honestly Peter and Bugha. Like they are just almost toying with him at this point. They could have pushed at any given time if they wanted.
Look at the duality of the loot that they are functioning with. Queasy as well. He's actually got no builds.
No build.
Queasy is just running it at this point. These walls might not even belong to him. Thomas HD in a similar position, trying to climb up over. See if he can find any.
Wait, what are you guys playing?
At this point, a refresh is the only option.
Queasy found one. Look, he picks up the Elim, gets a little bit of mats there, splits it with his teammate, but the shots are coming in from the front side now. Has to burn.
Bro, I just got every single rarity of the Stinger SMG in the pregame lobby.
Right now, and They are nearing the top 15, the next threshold there. Down he goes, all up to Thomas HD now.
I don't have a purple,
to
but I
keep
have
the
all the
dream
ones you can get
alive,
if you need them.
to earn as many points as possible here. But what is humanly possible
got the
when
whole
you
collection.
barely have anything to work with?
I'd still kill you.
He can just break into the top 10. I think Queasy and Thomas HD would be very happy with the closure on their day one performance. Even more so still,
Well, it's almost an 100-point difference between first and second. It's an 80-point difference.
It's so difficult to maintain this level of composure. But even as a solo, Thomas HD might be able to make some magic happen.
Up above though, the scanner is still coming out for Peterbot and Pollo. They have all the information in the world. Top 15 now. 28 below. Down by here. Those could be maps, but no, he needs more than that. He needs to drop teams for placement at the very least, if nothing else. Wow. Honey falls there.
I'm hiding on the stairs because there's 2 kids in my building and I have no gun.
Max there. Some builds too. Gets up on the second layer. Shots come in from everywhere. Gets a couple more placement points, and it's something. But now look at this. Kanata Cooper in the end game. Trulex and Chicho once
I want Peterbot and Pollo win. Oh, Peterbot's a solo. No, never mind. No, it's not.
Even more importantly still, they're applying a little bit of pressure here onto Pollo and Peterbot. They
I got a
are
gun.
actually forced
It might be a
to
charge
just try and
shotgun,
pump
but
their
I'll
way
take
through
it.
the mid-ground. You can tell Pollo, Peterbot, they want to maybe take a jab at the height, but Azers and Rise currently in full control and continuing to ramp upwards. Couple of armored walls expended as well, just to ensure that it's not going to be easy for them to get chopped anytime soon. They've also got the Crowberry Fizz as that emergency exit plan, but Pollo, Peterbot, across the way, spotting out Kanata and Cooper. The reveal medallion just doing so much as far as helping them to establish exactly which teams, which players they want to aggress.
They are strategically choosing who to target, given that they have all the information that they need. Meanwhile, Geras and Shari are saying, oh, we have a chance to win if we can get out high ground. And they look up. Peterbot spots out Kanata inside the zone, gets a little bit of damage, figures the zone will do the rest. Now focus comes in on the low ground, and it's so smart for them to be down here. They're just earning so many points now.
Yeah, you got it.
That they are.
Oh my god, no way Peterbot and Pollo go back to back.
Just in the eliminations alone, they've got 7 between the two of them. Geras
Behind you!
solo,
Behind you! Nanny, wait! Dead. I got him.
2v2 for the win. Peterbot and Pollo versus Rise and Agers.
The credit onto that Geras elimination, and now just a raw 2
Yo,
versus
chat is
2
intense.
up against the likes of Agers and Rise.
They're dropping. Peterbot hit. 84. Come on, Pollo. Let's go, Pollo. Let's go, Pollo. Oh my way, they might have just won. No way. Not again. Not a. Bro, they have the big health advantage.
The high ground here shortly. Give it a moment now. Peterbot and Pollo side by side here. Rise and Ager starting to fizz it off. Pressure coming in from the low ground. They're running out of materials. Armor walls are done. They're depleted.
Still decent amount of space for Peterbot and Pollo to work with.
Yeah, Peterbot and Pollo just are about to win again, bro. No way they lose.
Two in here.
Is concerned. Peterbot, Pollo, they are fully
90?
in the driver's seat. But that doesn't mean that Rise and Agers couldn't turn this one in their favor. They also need a massive game here to finish strong on the leaderboard.
Definitely. This is going to be a significant moment now. How do you close out day number 1? Second and first, very impactful differences here. Peterbot and Pollo start to swing their way up. They get the angle that they're looking for. Pollo once again doesn't quite find it. Peterbot's hurt though. It's a low ground attack.
Peterbot's dead. Pollo, does he want me to?
Trade from Peterbot up top. He has done what he needed to.
Oh, Pollo, W Pollo. They won again, back to back.
I don't like Peterbot or Pollo.
But just that hater.
Next to me, and Peterbot could say the same fashion as
He's winning as of right now.
Duo Pollo. These two can always try to reestablish control, and they took this last game by force.
One more time, back to back victory royales. Give it up for Peterbot and Pollo.
He's probably the best player of our time, not gonna lie.
I seem to chat to you a lot on this day one of this competition, and I'm loving it because what we're seeing out there, doesn't matter if it's high ground, low ground, mid, you guys are in control. Pollo, walk us through the last part of that game there. I mean, it just seemed that, even though you were on the low, you managed to control things perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, it was like last game too. We waited for old builds, and then we went up. We were able to like crack them. Peter got a kill, and then the other one just 50.
I mean, we celebrate. Well, there's people are really screaming your name over that. Someone literally shouted Peter, the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life. And rightly so, by the way.
It won't let me build. Oh my god, my
Poyo
team
well.
just spiked to a
Let's
thousand.
give it to you. A teammate like Poyo, what's it been like competing this year, in this competition?
You can give me, you can
give
give me,
us
you can
props.
give me.
How great is this as a duo teammate?
I mean, he's the best teammate possible. I mean,
I'm
he gets
gonna respawn,
eliminations.
just
He's
chill,
like
just
a
chill,
good
just
like
chill.
IGL when I need it. You know, like we're kind of like we both make calls and you know, like we're like the best.
Yeah, I'm
team.
gonna dip out of
We're looking ahead to tomorrow now. Today, I mean, you guys have cemented yourselves top of that leaderboard. It is looking mighty fine indeed. What do you do tonight? How do you guys kind of like regroup ahead of tomorrow? I mean, do you need to regroup at this point? Are you just going to play it exactly the same way? Poyo, how do things
I
happen
just
tonight?
died out the
What
air,
happens
bro.
tomorrow?
Like,
There's always room for improvement. We're
Survive,
gonna
survive.
look
Can you
like
survive? Can you
games
survive?
tonight, and then see what we
8
can do
seconds,
tomorrow.
please. Just keep building, bro. Just keep building.
Steps away.
Peter Bot probably, I
Someone's
bet you
gonna
Peter Bot
lift
probably
that
weighs like
trophy.
100.
How do
One
you think it's going to be you guys?
I'm back.
How close do you think it's going to come to it?
That'll be us. It won't be close. I mean, we're ahead by a lot.
If I don't get shot out
and
the air again.
tomorrow we're gonna come out winning.
Fort Worth, do you think Peter Bot and Poyo could go all the way? Could they go all the way? I think they
Yeah,
could. Look, congratulations again. Fantastic way. One more time. Our Game 6 winners, Peter Bot and Poyo! What a way to wrap things up here on the main stage today. Back-to-back dubs for the guys here. Who knows who will get that tomorrow? We'll have to find out. For now, though, back to Zeke and the gang. What a day one.
Game.
There's no pizza here, bro. Oh my god, there is. Dead.
Peter Bot, Poyo.
The evil can't. What's that, Zeke? Is it? What are you writing?
This is the global script right here. Don't see that? Oh, sorry. Actually, yeah. No one's supposed to know that's a thing. I didn't write that. Guys, what have we done? How did we let this happen? How have we allowed Poyo, Peter Bot to get a second place, 2 victory hours on the day in the situations that they have been? This reminds me of Major 2 when we set a 1,000 record,
33?
right?
Dead! Oh my god!
Crazy for them. They went off, and now they're looking to do
And
something,
he danced on that kid too.
No. They're looking to show
Who?
up
Peter
every
Bot?
other
Yeah.
region.
Oh yeah, I hate
You
that.
ask how we let this do it. No one
I mean, but they can test them at Island.
Behind us, behind us,
been
behind us,
talking
behind us,
about
behind
for the
us.
last year. Peter Bot and Poyo have absolutely dominated. They have become the demons of North America. They have broken so many records this year, and they are here to finally put out all the doubt, to show everyone that we are
Peter
the
Bot is
best.
so good,
This
bro.
isn't luck. This is ours, and we have
My PC
deserved
crashed.
it.
And
Oh my god,
yet
back
again,
him,
they're
back him.
playing the end game so well. You saw Poyo
I'm
talking
the
about it
max. I
right
have
there.
0,
Another
0,
very
0.
similar end game to what we saw last time.
Come in,
Going
come in,
into
come in,
this,
come
Peter Bot and Poyo were
He's
the
above you, above
team
you.
that held height for the longest
21 crack.
out of any duo this chapter. It seems like they've changed things up a little
I
bit
have
here.
3
They're
builds.
more than happy to
I
play
need that
those
refresh.
road
Let's go,
round
let's go,
layers,
let's go.
finding those eliminations. And I said it to you, Kelly. I was like, how are they always getting this medallion, this assault rifle? How are they getting it every single game? They're making the most of it in day number 1.
How much
as well.
longer? How much longer?
It's
How
all
much
about
longer?
day 2 now, though. Are they going to be contested for it? Is someone going to throw a spanner in the works? That's what it's saying.
Dude,
When
oh
you
my god.
asked me, I was talking about Grim Gate, and when we saw Acorn and Cold, one of the best duos in the world, try and fight Peter Bot and Poyo for that spot, and they lost and they left. Acorn and Cold, who is one of the best teams contested, left Peter Bot and Poyo. No one is going to be fighting for this. We might see some things change for Major 2 or for Day 2 because anything can happen in the FNCS Day 2 competition because it is that 1.5 times multiplier. But not just going for the coin, for the mythic weapon, not just going for the forecast towers, but also going for bunkers, going for the Rift Island time and time again, and sticking to the low ground so that they get those refreshes. They get all that loot, finding splashes. Zeke, I heard you lose
Did you just say, hey, yo, what the
those.
skibbity?
I can't. Like, you know, that's the second time now. The game before, they run in and they find the armored walls, and that was a difference maker. Here, they find the splashes in a situation where they're thinking, okay, we've cracked them. They're on whites. They're out of shield. And then they're like, yeah, splashes. We're both up to 200 again. Good luck. We have a listen in from those that game winning
Oh, he got the crash pad for me. Let's go. I missed the crash pad. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Keep going. No, I don't think we look for a kill.
I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
Ready?
Body here,
I'm
body
done.
here.
This kid's about to get dogged on.
Chug, get the
31
chugs.
white.
Where?
Chugs.
Dead.
I have
Build.
six, bro, 6.
Nice.
I got ammo. I got ammo. Take.
Reload your guns and stuff.
Come in.
80.
Dead, Fry. Dead, Fry.
Kid on me. It's the kid we killed earlier.
Both
114.
Both one. I'm not giving.
Two kids, I think.
Let's go! You're the best, baby. Let's go. We're the best players in the world on my life. Let's go.
Oh my god, this kid's so weird, bro. He has a target on my back because I killed him earlier. And I just keeps chasing me.
This isn't just like a
Don't
major.
run, bro.
And this
Don't
isn't
die.
just a
Don't
major
die.
self-contained to
10
its own
seconds,
region.
9 seconds.
This is
Box
the
up.
peak of
Box
Fortnite.
up,
This
box
is the
up, box
toughest
up,
lobby
box up.
we should see ever, right? 6 regions, the very best of all regions. And yet
I'm back.
Peterbot and
It's okay,
Poyo
I'm
are
back.
performing like this. Mini Miner, I'm terrified going into day 2 and a 1.5 times multiplier.
Yeah, and I'll tell you who isn't terrified. Peterbot and Poyo. You
Of
saw
course.
it right there in those comms. Just when you watch them play, it looks so hectic. It looks so crazy. It looks like they're having an absolute madness on the comms. We do a listening right there. Very, very calm. Poyo's doing such a great job at listening to Peterbot. You can tell he's sort of the more vocal player in the duo. And the comms are so precise. It's something we don't really get to talk about too much because we don't get to listen in too often online and stuff like that. But just the art of communicating is so understated, and for these guys, they do it so well. Every single thing that they say.
Oh my god,
is
they're
contagious
leading
about
by.
it.
Second place has 295, and first place has 150 point lead.
And Poyo, 45 eliminations.
47 white on that kid right there.
18 more than any other duo on this lobby list.
You heard me, Liam? They're leading by 150 points.
God, I need a shotgun.
Just look at the faces of
That's
the
actually
people in the crowd, and they all had the same
Oh
reaction.
my god, give me a shotgun.
No.
Okay, here you go.
No, there is a 150-point lead going into tomorrow, and all they have to do is just keep doing exactly what they're doing, and those points will start to add up. They'll start
found a
to
legendary
get
chest.
out of control. Someone has to try and stop these guys.
Shotgun.
You know
No,
when you see
bro,
a
it has a
king
gold combat. You can
all
have
the
it.
subjects from around the land slowly come up and pay their
gold
respects,
combat.
kiss the ring. That's what we're seeing here right now.
It's a
Every
gold
player
combat.
coming
Take
up to
that.
Peterbot, everyone giving him like high fives
Oh, I
and
have a
handshakes
great
and stuff because
tack.
he has earned it. He has earned the confidence, and I also love the respect for his own.
Maybe if I
teammate,
tap up
Poyo.
Peterbot,
This isn't
okay,
just
I'll
the
be as
Peterbot
good
show.
as
This
him.
is the Peterbot and Poyo show, and Peterbot knows that. He knows how good of a player Poyo is, the best teammate he could have had, and here they are showing up on the biggest stage in the world.
That's a fantastic point, right? I think a lot of times we tend to talk about Peterbot, and it's not because we don't know that Poyo is just like an incredible kind of pairing with him. It's just a lot of times Peterbot's doing these kind of crazy things.
Oh yeah, chat. That's done. It's done, chat.
But don't fight them. Don't go in there, bro. Come out. But you're not okay. But you're not safe. Above.
No
Okay, I'm ready.
way. They added Pilber into the shop. I only played that because I thought that back bling would be rare, but I guess they added it to the game. What's up, Dark Gamer? How you doing today? Pickaxe shop. Like, why do they use all the worst pickaxes?
It's okay, but I clutched this for you.
$1,000 V-Bucks is not even. Do I have Kuno? Wait, did I even have I bought Kuno? I have the, but I have the Eagle Glider. Wait, let me. Oh, it came from a bundle, didn't it? Maybe the Kuno bundle will come back. Wait, let me look it up. Kuno bundle real quick. 1 second, chat.
It's a 1v1v2. It's a 1v1v2.
It comes with the shop. I'm buying it.
I third party this fight right here.
But the champion kit is actually fire though. Like what the done is? Bro, the axe of champions actually it's actually a good pickaxe. I'm not even gonna lie.
He's on me.
Can you hear me then?
Yeah, I can hear you.
But they're gonna make a new FNCS pickaxe, so that's it. But it's still a good pickaxe.
Alright, 2v2. I can't do anything. Just gotta fight these kids.
You got this, bro. Lock in. bro. Take KLG out the shop. Happy Oh, you are lagging. Yo. Blood is lagging. Happy Trying to.
Can't.
Bro, they on A.
Like, bro, my lag! Oh my god.
Did your lag sell you?
That lag sold me so hard.
Oh, unfortunately. Wait, is it?
Go eat dinner.
Are you gonna go eat dinner? Bruh, okay.
Go later.
Like, how long? Like 20 minutes?
No, I'm going out to eat. We're going to Applebee's for the first time ever.
Ew.
Never tried it, so I'm gonna try it.
Bro, I wasn't gonna. Never mind.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Hello? Chat, I'm not gonna tell him, but Applebee's is so cooked, bro. That is so cooked. Like, I'm being that serious. I might actually be him. I'm actually him. Why would you want one there? What do you think the score is gonna be if we 1v1? If we do like a first to 5, what's the score gonna be talking? How about get out of the piece? $111 and I hit him 90? Huh?
Bro, drop the SMG. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh, you did. Like, what? How? Dude, I literally teleported in my roads.
What are you saying? I think we're mad. He got a log in. Whoa. He can't be giving up like this.
Like what? Dude, I don't know what's wrong with my game. You're just shooting me 2 rounds from 0 ping. Oh my god. Like, how many times am I gonna blinky?
That was they're just playing with each other, but they're not. The beef's actually real, but I don't think they
Literally
do.
sold that so hard. I'm just gonna wait for you at this point. Oh my god. Like, that was my wall. Like, you're just editing my stuff. I don't...
I'm editing his stuff.
Can't do anything. You're on 0 ping. Like, you can't even build anything. My game is broken or something. Oh no. What the heck?
Yo, hello.
I don't know what's going on, but... Oh wait, what? That's mine now? Okay. What? Dude, like, I don't understand. Like, they're my balls. Thank you, finally, Jesus. Okay, really? Okay.
Yeah, I'll take that.
I'm so that was such an easy one. I'm awful.
No. My pickaxe is gonna be 10 times more tilted. Watch. Take his wall. Okay.
What? I didn't know I was the pickaxe. I thought you were stupid for doing that, not gonna lie. I was really confused.
Don't copy my flow, no.
Okay.
Don't copy my flow, no.
I just sold so hard.
Watching all this peanut butter got me cracked, chat.
What? See, oh, I didn't even know how you shot me.
Don't copy my flow, no.
Straight through my walls.
They do his walls, he was wide. What about? The Muz actually complaining on something.
And I just.
This doesn't work, so he does. Oh shoot, oh shoot. Ah! Don't copy my flow, nah. Just leave me alone. Don't copy
You're
my.
building over top of my builds. I don't understand.
It's called peace control.
Yeah, and you're just shooting me too. I don't know how you're doing that.
Peace control, buddy.
Please move. And you just.
Don't
I don't know what's happening. I guess being on zero things or.
Duo peak is crazy, man. I'm streaming it out.
You so hard.
This guy's excuses is absurd, bro.
Okay, I guess I'm not shooting.
I definitely on console. That's fun.
Oh! Okay.
That's embarrassing.
Dude, what the hell? Like, I don't. Oh.
Yo. Bro is done. So I'm gonna want
my mouse is not clicking right. Something. What is that? I don't know.
Okay. Oh! I could have shot him. I was just playing him out with him. Chat. That's hilarious. I want him to stare at me right in my eyes. Yes, what?
Better.
Yo, let's see.
Like, I can't do anything. I don't know.
Sorry.
I don't understand.
Bro's getting clowned out here, Jets. 18-3, bro. I have 6 times the point. Wait, watch out. I'm out here.
Yeah, okay. See, like, that's yours now. That's yours. I make that, that's yours.
Watch out. I'm out here. I'm out here. I'm above you.
Yep, I make that, that's yours.
You don't make it because you don't place it. Like, oh my god, that's XT boys. You don't make it until you don't place. Oh my god. Yo. Bro doesn't make.
Okay, you're there.
Ah, nah. I mean, I shot you, didn't I? Edit it. That's what I thought. 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's gonna be like that. He's not gonna be weird like that. It's
Okay, yeah. That's
go
yours.
here.
No, that's mine. And then that's yours. Like, I'm building it and then it's yours.
Bro's not building.
So stupid.
Bro might not be building, John. Don't come on, bro. Bro always hides from me, man. Like, what a weird fella. I'm trying. I couldn't shoot. I couldn't shoot. No, I'm sorry. I thought I said something. Oh, bye bye. Won it.
What do you do? Like, what's it do? Okay, can't edit. Yeah, can't shoot either. You would have been dead easily there.
How was Bo gonna kill
Let
me?
you shoot me.
If he had a monarch pistol, I was
Honestly, I could've done
mad.
that.
Even if he hits him, he's still gonna kill me. Like, this guy's math isn't mathing. His math is not mathing at all. He is
I pulled out
lost in
my
my
next
sauce,
thing.
bro. 3, 2, 1 edit. I didn't go up. This guy plays so predictable. I'm gonna go like this, go like this. He's not gonna take anything because he's lazy. And I'm gonna keep going up, keep going up. And I'm gonna hit him with the full piece right here. Gonna go around, go right here. Go up, go up, go up. Gonna go like this. Just stall for a second. I'm gonna go like this. He's gonna come back to the circle. Gonna full
Like,
piece
at
on
this
me.
point, I'm just killing myself.
Looking at my joke. Look at that. Yep, joke. I didn't hit my keyboard. It's only 1 second. Okay, there we go. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. You shoot faster, bro. You lucky. Those are lucky,
Trying to get these fucking sneaky shots on me, bro. How are you not dead?
Oh god, this guy's actually plays. He's using a monarch pistol, bro.
I'm dead, bro. Yep. Bro, like, every cone I'm just gonna skirmishes at this point. That's what I'm using. Kill me.
Okay, well, I was getting smacked.
Okay. Yep. Okay, bro. Like, I have an issue with just putting floors above my head. Like, I can't. I'm like, I can't stop doing that. That was embarrassing. I did that so many times.
What was that? So lucky.
It literally showed I had a pistol out. Oh, it's in my 4th slot, bro.
Well, how did you sell that? You're actually so bad.
So embarrassing.
How you missed it? Like, this is actually sad, bro. I'm not gonna... Okay, I'm now just getting lucky one, but he changed the health. He's getting his look. Don't copy my flow, nah. 166. Edit it. Are you gonna watch? He's gonna push my wall now. I think. Please shut my wall. I'm gonna get a nasty pre-fire so you start running like a baby. Oh, it's coming.
I'm not coming down there. I'm scared. I'm gonna die as soon as I come down there. No, I knew it, bro. I can do it. I can do it.
When that's up to you, I have no idea, bro. But I honestly don't care. Those aren't the real people. So it doesn't really matter. Don't copy my flow, no. I was watching, I was watching Epic Series. Oh my,
How are you not dead? Wait, why do you have those angles? I swear.
But don't copy my flow, nah. Just leave me alone.
Okay, that's it. Okay, I'm done.
Bye bye.
Congratulations. And we're down here now. Whoops.
No,
I actually didn't mean to do that.
Sergeant, 2 on. Wait, watch this chat. Don't copy my flow. Watch this still get high from me. Well, that's actually. You won't.
Yours and my gun won't shoot either.
No. We gotta quit, but end it off.
You're just better than me. You're just too good. I can only win if I hit my shots. I'm so bad at building.
I need one wood in the left game.
Oh my god. No, they won't shoot. Like, what? If I didn't build that, you would have shot. You do it. No, what?
Well, you're not better than Clix. But when did I say that logo like before? You're not better than Clix either. Oh my god.
Oh, I actually didn't mean to do that. It looks like I meant to do that, but I didn't. That's yours. Okay.
Where's the GG up?
GG.
I have to stream for 5 hours just for people to for me to get almost 500 views. He wants to join me, buddy. Well, let me see what he plays on. No.
Well, this emote's so nostalgic. I don't know why. Bro, like, who kicked me down here? Like, what is this? Like, I can't even emote. I didn't even jump.
I meant to.
Actually, yeah. Never mind, don't land it. Land it. Oh, okay. I can land up there. I'm really good at reloading. I'm not good at battle royale. I'm okay with that. It takes too long. I start to. Ah! Get back on. Got it, dead. The same age flames on this. Bro, what? Oh, it's because there's a window. I'm coming. I'm swapping a bit. Going, coming. crown, boy.
Bro, he stole my crown. This little gay. Like, I literally did 190 of the damage, and he just comes in and steals my crown. Like, I can't wait for him to die. I'm sorry. But he's doing nothing. I'm being kind of rude.
Coming. Money on top. Jumping in. I'm getting swiped. $30, $60, please fail. This kid on me, look at him. Full bot. Oh. I don't have any mats. I don't want to lose this game. I mean, Thunder. I don't have any wood shots. I'm a sitting duck. I have no mats either. On the farm. I'm looking at you.
I'm getting like annoyed.
Oh, that was embarrassing. Ooh.
I'm gonna lock in, but I'm gonna lock off by
28-56. Got shocking up. 60, 90, one shot. 29 white. Yeah, the guy on you, he's like 20. He shocks, he's dead. I don't have, I'm on ammo. This kid jumping you. 30, 89, 119. Dead. Skull Trooper, 29 right there. Jumping down on you. 30 cracks. One shot. 19, it's dead. Oh my god, I have aimbot.
That's just spring, boy. That's not it,
There's still a green guy that's left. Yeah, I'm the nice. Good hop supply drop over there. Yep. Still have no mandate. Farming. Let's try to get like a 20 or 30. I'm looking. Low ammo, low ammo. 23 cracks on you. On top, 23 white. It's fully water. I have no AR ammo. I'm coming in. Crash. Oh my god. Yeah, I see. Oh, I thought that was stupid. Oh, we're getting sniped at. Oh. I just took a lot of damage. Can you throw me a med kit? Never mind, I found one. Can't even get it. I'm hopping in med kit. Oh, you're low, bro. I'm coming. I'm crashing now. One shot, dead. Can't edit that. Teammates on me. Someone's grappling on us. On top. Left. 30, 60, 90, 135. Healing. Everybody's looking at you. I'm low, I'm low. 90 on the guy. No, 60, sorry. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. He's spraying, full spraying in. Make it, please. Yes. I'm healing. Buns! Oh my god. Popping the minis. Oh my god, we need to go. Under. Dude, what is this? No! Might die. I'm dead. I'm not dead. On me. Oh my god. Somebody just got sniped. Oh, thank you. Somebody got sniped near us. One of them's really low. I think it's the black skin, not the. I didn't forgot it now. All right, I'm good. Coming. Nice. Am I losing? Can you split some mats? Never mind. Oh wait, no, I don't. 54 on me. Good jumping. I got sprayed up. Somebody jumped in my box. I'm out. Nice. Who's down there?
Me all the way to the rest.
Oh, what? 85. One shot. Nice. What an idiot. You gotta like it.
I'm just saving bro left and right, man. Yes. I'm wiping, not you. Bro,
look over there. Wait. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna use medkits. I mean, pick up medkits because somebody fell.
I'm carrying them. Why did they carry me? They're so fun.
Yeah, that sounds. Where's everybody at? $30, $90, $120, one shot. Nice. I'm putting this every shot pretty much. With the first feed. I mean the last feed. I already had that. That's the first gun I found. I haven't died yet, I just realized. I'm watching a shot wave, see if he shots. Kid landing on the hill. Yeah, is that... There's kids up there, someone is up there. I'm watching this. Right there, he's just sitting on, he's sitting below. Oh, I just got sniped. They might be pushing, I'm coming to you. Yeah. They're pushing me. It's 670. I hit him 76 by the way, he's one shot to the head, he's healing. I wasted the grapple. He's the guy that sniped me southwest, I think. Nice. Oh my god. The two guys left are on the same team, I'm pretty sure. There's Chugs over here. Here. No, yeah. I need big pot or something.
God, I'm carrying bro on my shoulder.
Thank you. Bro, why do I feel like the gray AR is better? I haven't had a shot like this. I think he's right there. They're peeking from that. He might be all the way below. Wait, we should just push this. What are we doing? Nope. He's gone somewhere. It's kind of greenish. Oh, there he is. Yep. Come on, he fell? No, he had I think he had graphics or something. Yep, on top. Behind you. What? Dang. He had a mythic scar. Wait, I want to use this. Let me kill the last person. I haven't used this in like forever. They're not on this. Oh, they're up there. He has a sniper. That's the guy that was sniping us.
I want to snipe, bro. I don't even care.
He obviously doesn't know what he's doing.
Cracked him.
He's running? That's insane. That is insane.
But chat, I think I'll go for a trick shot while he's trying to do it.
Oh my god. This thing is crazy, bro. Yeah. Bro, I missed. I wanna beam him. Oh, I will. I didn't die a single time. That's kind of crazy.
$3,600 damage, 5 assists, like literally, bro. Chat, isn't that crazy? 5 of his kills were mine. Bro got mad carried. I can never get carried like that, chat. Yeah, I'm gonna smack.
Now, I don't have 20 kills in my match every match, but hiding my screen makes zero difference. Like, I might have like one less person in my match, but it doesn't make a difference, you know? I'm just hoping people will like grow up and stop stream sniping, you know? One day, dude.
Feel bad for Halo.
I think I had 9 assists. I had 7 kills, I think, or something. 6 or 7. And I had 9 assists. Yeah, I had 7.
Seriously? Is that the only...
Yeah, 7 assists is light.
Seriously? Is that the only position you know? I'm sorry.
Yeah, all you do is hit on 50, so like...
Filming the series,
The films had a strict no dating policy to avoid any awkward moments if the actors then broke up. Additionally, the main trio could not cut or dye their hair in any way. This is why Emma Watson decided to cut her hair short after filming finished, as it allowed her to feel free. On the other hand, Tom Felton had to bleach his hair every week for 10 years. Here are some rules that Harry...
People are so stupid. No.
Why is Bo coaching?
I forgot to take the bus driver.
Why is Bo coaching me like when I'm the better player?
Yeah, if someone really dropped their crown, that's insane. Oh my god, I'm landing here. Not gonna lie, I might die.
Crashing out. I'm crashing out.
Please!
I'm crashing out! I'm crashing out. Shot crashing!
I'm dead, I'm dead. Don't die, don't die. He's looking at me. Oh my god, please. Dude, like, what? Oh my god, he's so bad. He's the guy that... No, he's not. Landing on top of you. Bro, wait. I'm dead. There's someone sitting on the hill. Yeah, I'm dead. Like, what is what, bro? This isn't a freaking tournament. Get out.
Oh, Loki got tossed.
Yo, how do you lose that? Give me my crown back. I'm dead. Yeah, he's just walking through my wall. I'm leaving the PLR. Actually, no, I'm landing on him. I'm landing on this guy. Dude, I'm dead. Oh my god. So stupid. Literally, I can't even land. I'm losing the PLR. Better slow.
Oh, bro, follow me.
There's a team chasing. That I'm pretty sure they're gonna start chasing. Yeah. They're pretty far back though. They might back off. I have a hunting rifle if you're good with them. Awful. You want this? Oh. Stupid. 86 on one, fully cracked, fully cracked. 30, 60, 90, they're both one shot, 1 HP. You're good, you're good.
Push in like you bought. Like, why just waiting for me? Like, why is he waiting for me? I can't do all the work.
Why is he? Oh, wow.
Spot reloaded. What is one?
I'm in nuts. He's full health. He's full health. I'm respawning. Look out! There's another team jumping on you. Yeah, that's full team, bro. I shouldn't have done that. I didn't know this, bro. Like, why are they all chasing us? It's so weird. I'm spawning. I'm landing in the hill. Never mind. Like, why are you shooting? Oh my god. Please. I'm out of here.
It all comes back to me, say me against the world.
I'm good.
And am I getting?
I see, I'm looking. 26 cracked. 30. I have to leave. I mean, gotta leave the area. I'm dead.
He actually does it.
I'm the mess. Yeah, look at that. I'm dead. Teammate, bro. I thought it was okay. Oh, don't. You're gonna. It storms a two tick. It's a 2 hit. You're gonna die. Oh wait, what is? I didn't see this. Should have read it.
What is Chloe yapping about?
The teams from earlier right there, they're very funny. Never mind, it's a different team. 47, I can't hit a shot. Look down here! Wait, that might have been you. Shoot. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Dead, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. This kid thinks he's so good. Yeah, look at you! Oh my god, of course. I picked up that med kit. He would have been dead. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Shot. You're good. I'm landing on... Never mind. Just landing here. 30. 1 shot up there. Mysterious 1 shot. Oh my god, left me build. I can't get down. I'm coming. Oh, never mind, I can't. Let's get on you, by the way. 30. 1 shot, dead. Oh my god, he did not want to die. He had stuff. You want this? I hate scars. Somebody's landing on us. I have no shotgun in my bag. You want that? No. Let's take it out. There's somebody trying to sneak up on us. Oh my god. He really thought he was gonna get it. I'm dead. There's a guy sniping on the front. Oh my god. Why is he looting me? That's the same guy from earlier. Same guy from the beginning of the game. Been targeting me. Now I have nothing. Pick up my... He picked up everything. Yeah, I can't. Like, you're not stuck me up there. Don't die. I'm dead. They're chasing me.
This kid's that window chasing me in storm.
I'm dead. He's dancing on me. Like, you're just targeting us the whole time. So weird. We might die from storm sickness. Be careful. 2. I don't know where to go. Oh my god.
I'm not playing with enemies right now.
Oh my god, bro. Like, please hop off.
This lobby is so good.
What?
I don't want to get sniped.
Are you streaming? Like, what is happening?
That's actually hilarious. Both on the 200 together, chat.
Ooh. Please die. He's one shot on me. 1 HP. Never mind. I'm just. Oh, he almost killed me. He almost killed me.
That's the only problem in my match. My match is so cooked. I'm starting up running up with my match. And I have storm to so don't work for what I'm gonna do.
Oh my god. Like, why are they looking at us? They're staring at us. Up there. They're looking at you too. They're looking over there. They're trying to cut me off. Oh my god, they're pushing. So weird. $29 blue on the guy that you shot, Fisher. I'm wasting all my mats. Yeah. I'm pushing with you. I'm on top. I have a little bit of mats. They're running. Wild. Oh my god! I got beam from him, I guess. They're pushing me. I have no reboots. Oh my god, these kids are so weird. Like, these are the worst kids in the lobby. They're targeting us from the second. Nice. I'm reporting it. I don't need you.
Yo, hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I added him, bro. He's
Just
so
barely.
bad. Bro, I don't know why my mic is so quiet. Oh.
It feels like you're standing 20 feet away from it. Can barely hear you.
Wait, is this better?
No, it's the same.
I don't know. No, Hydra, I got you. I'll do it in a second. I did it. Is it better now?
No, a little
I
bit
don't-
worse actually.
I don't understand, man. When FNC has globals, I don't know.
Is this your phone or my phone?
It's the guy that it's this.
It's your phone.
It's the guy that killed us.
Did you add this kid? Is this the kid that killed us?
Uh huh.
Oh, these are the kids that killed us. I can't hear you.
But I don't know why my mic is so quiet.
Let's not put on the skin.
Yo. Yo.
Hello? Yeah, my friend's mic is broke. You could barely hear him if he's
What?
talking. My friend's mic is broke. You could barely hear him if he tries
Wait,
to talk.
hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Oh, yo, I can hear you perfectly now.
Okay.
Oh
Finally,
my gosh.
So why did you add us?
Oh,
I didn't add you.
I was just trying to say GG's.
GG.
But like.
Yeah, why were you targeting us the whole game? Were you doing it on purpose?
Because you
or we
guys
just...
kept on running and we kind of got annoyed. And we saw you
We
every
didn't
time.
keep running. We literally... Oh, we were just...
Yeah, you kept running. Wait, no,
no
not
one
you.
was running from you.
Mackie.
Oh, we ran from Tilted because we got beamed. Then we pushed you. Then we pushed you again. Then you ran away.
We were
then
getting
we got
targeted
third
by
partied.
We were getting targeted by you two and 2 other teams.
But
Like,
you
everyone
guys
was targeting
kept on
us. I
running.
don't know why.
You're just ass, bro.
Okay.
Bro, how many times did I kill you when I had a gray AR? You had a full loadout.
You killed me
Savage.
once. You killed me once, buddy.
Savage? No. Savage, I killed you like 4 times with the gray AR.
Okay, the only reason why you killed me is because you had a gold pack, I think. Purple. So you just spammed with that. I'm dead.
I didn't have a gun. You were targeting me as soon as I spawned in.
Whoever was the last player, their teammate. Damn.
My teammate was the last player. I mean, my last team. I
Well,
died. I didn't know Crocs was looking at me, so I died to him. I thought he was long gone. I thought he ran.
I don't know. If we had like a full loadout, the fight would have been a little more fair. But we had like, I had like a gray AR the whole time.
I had a gray AR the whole time we were fighting, and I still killed Savage a bunch of times with it. I don't know how I killed him so many times.
One of you guys wanna 1v1 me?
No,
2v2, 2v2.
If we 2v2, we're
I
gonna.
just wanted to play reload.
Well,
2v2. Yo, Savage, put on the skin. Savage, put on the skin.
these little 11-year-olds are taking it too serious, Fire.
He
Are you
just
guys
added
scared?
y'all to say GG. No one's scared of you. He just added you to say GG.
I'll 1v1 one of you guys though. I want 2v2.
Why don't you
He doesn't
want
wanna.
2v2?
He doesn't want to.
Okay,
I don't
1v1
wanna do
Savage.
anything except play reload.
1v1 Savage. Why is he the better one?
Savage is the worst one. I'll 1v1 Savage right now. Actually, no.
Oh,
That's
no,
what you want me
both
to
of
do.
you.
That's what you
Don't
want
mess
me to do. Bro, just kick them.
Oh, scaredy cat.
No one's scared of you. You're 8
scared.
years old.
Then let me
scared.
1v1 your teammate.
No one's scared of you. You're 8 years
Then
old.
ready up.
You're scared.
Then ready up.
No, no one said they were scared.
Then ready
I
up.
said I want
Yeah.
to play reload.
Yeah. That's scared.
Yeah.
You're scared.
How? Okay, whatever.
Ready up.
You're not making me mad. Just
I'm
kick
1v1
him.
in your team.
Are you? He's not ready up, so apparently he doesn't want to 1v1.
I thought you. Wait. So I 1v1 one of them. You don't want to play then. I'll invite you in a
Wait,
little
who's
bit. Okay?
talking?
Me.
I thought you didn't want to 1v1.
I want to 1v1 one of them.
Okay.
Just for
I'll
fun,
1v1.
cause.
Alright, 1v1 then.
Which one? Wait.
Me,
Oh, you guys are
Savage.
gonna
I
spectate.
want to 1v1 Savage. I don't want. No.
I'm a 1v1 both of you, I guess.
Wait. So what are we doing? Who's 1v1ing first?
I don't know what's happening. Why
I'm
are we playing
1v1
this?
both of you.
Cause people could spectate.
You're 1v2ing or 1v1ing both?
1v1.
Okay.
Yeah, I know Fire, but he's got a little iPad case. Keyed by Savage. Like this guy's not him, bro. Let me look up his Fortnite tracker. Keyed by Savage. I'm so cool. I'm 11.
We give our teammates their own comms.
He's champ 83%, but he's played 300 matches, bro. Like he's played
Savage,
300
go game
matches.
channel.
White blood. Wait, what are the teams?
We're gonna go game channel.
Are we doing 1v1 or 2v2?
1v1.
Okay, so who's going first?
We're gonna go game channel.
But who's going
The guy-
first?
The
Me,
guy
me,
with
me.
FNCSPS.
Against who?
What is
You.
What are we doing? Am I spectating right now?
No, you spectate first. Okay, go ahead. Cross, go into the spectate.
Oh god.
Put on 200.
No.
I don't want to get 1 point.
Who said we're
I
getting?
mean, actually,
Put it on. Come on.
I don't know. Oh.
Thank you.
Am I on spot safe? Yeah.
Wait, so how are you level 286, bro?
Don't know.
Wait, are you 2v1?
Okay, Savage, go. Savage, go.
Wait, so how is this gonna work? Your teammate's just gonna get him 1 HP and you're gonna finish him off.
It's a 1v1.
Oh, I didn't know we were just
Chat, is bro drinking his sweat?
Oh, yeah.
Try.
My,
yeah.
Try!
God!
Why don't we play this game, bro?
It's cold.
Probably.
Yeah, bro, he didn't even know what color grass is after that one. Chat.
Yeah.
Bro, I don't even play this game that much. This guy's level 286, bro. I'm like level 90.
Okay.
He's boss, bro. Like.
Dog shit ass kids.
No, he thinks he's good, bro. He's like 11 and plays the game every day.
No, he's 8. He's 100% like 8.
Why is he camping in spawn? Do I have a problem?
What is he doing? He's trying to break you down.
Bo got FNCS pickaxe, so he thinks he's good.
Everybody does. I hate that pickaxe so much. I refuse to buy it.
Yeah, same, bro. I'm not buying. I don't deserve it. I'm not buying that.
Oh,
bro, you're a little lost. You might be lost.
Stop talking, cause I mean, when you kill him, cause when the game ends, so good. That's
Let me kill him, bro. Ha.
Yeah. I did.
No, you get put back in party chat once the game ends.
Oh yeah, I think that's true. GG. What? Bro,
He's in party chat.
Yo, bro.
Go to game chat. Your teammate wants you.
I think yeah, he does want you.
Apparently he doesn't. He just wants to stay in party chat, I guess.
I'm dead? What? How is that you? Okay, what is your ping?
33.
FPS?
33 ping, bro.
You just said what is
You
the
just-
I said FPS. I said
FPS 130.
You said ping.
Because if your FPS is higher, that means...
FPS has nothing to do with it, bro.
FPS doesn't have anything to do with it.
It's just
You're below
it does.
60. No,
it's
it
shit.
doesn't. It's just quality.
It's just how
It
your
runs
game looks,
smoother
bro.
if you have more FPS. It doesn't have any effect on gameplay. Your ping does though. Your ping does.
I promise you it doesn't.
feel
Bro.
like
Look up a
you're
video.
ping
Look up a
I
video.
feel like you don't know what
30 ping
FPS means. I feel like you
240
don't know what
FPS.
FPS means.
Wait, how old
I
are you
don't care
guys,
if it
bro?
means frames per
He's
second.
8 years old.
I'm not 8.
But like,
No, Savage is 8.
I'm not
100%.
We're both
not
14.
You're
you
not
say you
14.
didn't actually first you did say ping. You did
might,
not say
you
FPS.
might be 14, but Savage is not 14.
Yes, he is.
Bro's 14. That's
Because FPS does affect somehow your gameplay.
If you're under 60, it affects it. If you're not under 60, it really does not.
Yeah, like
Unless
120
you're
to
used to
240
run-
is
unless
like.
you're used
I
to
could
running
zero
on
ping my friend, bro. I already tested it out.
Now
Let's
you're
check this
talking
out.
Now we're
about
talking
ping,
about
bro.
ping. Like, how you gonna go from
No.
FPS to ping?
If I'm on zero
No,
ping
tell me
and my
what.
friend's
No,
on
tell
30
me what
ping with
FPS
240
means.
FPS, he's
Tell me
still
what
ping.
FPS means. Tell me what FPS means.
Frames
What's the
per
definition?
second.
Okay. So what does ping do? What does ping do? What does ping do?
I really
What is it?
You don't even know what ping does. Okay. What does FPS do? I know what it means. What does it do?
Oh my god.
49.
What is it do?
49.
You won't understand. You guys are just not smart.
Bro,
You
you don't
just
even
said-
know like
bro,
what is ping?
okay.
You don't even know what
Hey,
ping is, bro. Like,
You don't know what ping
Doesn't
is. You
matter
don't know.
though? No, because you don't understand.
Yes,
My
'cause
friend
you're
was
arguing
30 my friend was 30
good,
ping.
good, good, good,
Listen,
good,
listen,
good,
listen,
good. Die or
listen,
something?
listen. My friend was 30
Like,
ping,
you're just
240
stupid.
FPS.
that's what you
He
play
took
on?
my wall when I was on 0 ping. Tell me. How is that
That's
possible?
just bro. Like
It's FPS. FPS somehow. It's
somehow, what? Look
Okay,
it up,
so you
bro.
said
Look it up.
somehow, so you
Really?
have no clue. I'm watching this kid. He's not even bad. He's just bad. He's awesome. He just knows how to do a triple edit.
That was a quad edit, but okay.
You're good at triple editing. That's about it.
That was a quad edit.
Same thing.
Okay, never mind. You're good at editing. You're just garbage in general. Sorry, what ping are you at?
I don't know. I don't have it. Oh.
You have ping, but you just have to show it. You have to press.
Wait, you said you didn't have
He doesn't
ping,
have
or
it
you
in
don't
it.
I don't have it
He
showing.
doesn't have it shown.
Oh.
They call me pig.
Are you gonna camp fight? God damn.
You're so
Because
lost.
you're just gonna
Like,
the second I
your
come down,
brain's
you're gonna
breaking
crank
down.
up.
What did you think that was?
Yo, 7. No, no.
How did you miss so many shots?
I don't know.
You had like 3 opportunities to kill him while he was looking at nothing. How long is this gonna last?
What are we going to? 5?
To 7.
Oh, 5.
It lasts till 7?
Let's go to 5. I
Yeah,
don't
7 win by 2.
Let's just first to 7.
So like, how often you guys play Fortnite?
Technically every day, because school didn't start for me yet.
I mean,
I play it whenever I want. I usually play it like either every day or every 3 days. I don't know, just randomly. I get so tired of it sometimes.
I'm dead.
Oh,
because like, whoever's level 200 like 80 something.
Isn't that savage?
I don't know.
Let me see. I can't see. Ugh. What round are we at? 6?
No, it's
No,
not
it's
7
not
rounds. It's
first-
just
it's
first to
not
7
round.
kills.
It's one.
Oh, it's for. Oh.
Who's Baby Mike?
Well,
Yo.
7 rounds is 7 kills, so.
No.
Oh, yeah, never mind. That's stupid. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm dead.
You know what? Forget I said that. That was so stupid. I don't know why I said that.
I'm about to say.
No man, it's
I'm
school
okay.
skibbity toilet ASMR
No.
yacht Libby done, bro. That's what school he goes to, bro.
He's obviously gonna win. I gave him 3 wins first round.
You gave me 3
You
wins.
said
I
you gave
took
him
those
3
wins.
You gave him 3 wins.
You gave me wins.
You said you gave him 3 wins? Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Who do you think you are?
Who do you think you are?
I'm dead.
I'm not as good as
Oh,
Mackie. You might be. You probably will. I'm not sure. Probably though.
Okay.
Wait, are we playing it out? Wait, I haven't got.
I want to 1v1 someone. I want to 1v1 Savage.
I really don't care if I lose.
Let's both.
Not me
All right.
either.
So after you finish 1v1, let me 1v1 him, and then you 1v1 the other guy, and I'll 1v1 the other guy.
I'm just doing Savage. If Savage is a better one, I'll just do Savage.
Did you say he was better?
Well, that's what the other guy said.
Oh, I thought the other guy was better.
Cross? I don't think so.
I don't know. I think his aim's better, and then Savage's edits are better. I don't know.
Well, I love sitting
They're in
kids
game
down.
chat. Savage is completely lost all the time.
No, but
you
I
can tell
thought
he's on controller because he's never looking at you.
he's not a controller. If he's editing like that, he's not a controller. The whole time I don't want to do that too, because my teammate also sucks. So I would need like only a select few people. I have to pick select few people.
Oh my god.
Good shot. There's nothing I could do there.
What?
There's nothing I could do there. That was just a good shot. And he was just chopping because his teammates
Yeah,
going,
he
his
was chopping
teammates
all the time.
looking at my spectate and
Where are
telling
they
them how
in?
many
They're in-
mats I have.
They're in PS4 chat or something because they're not in chat either.
Like whenever I'm fighting him, his teammates spectating me and telling him all my stuff. So like it's messing me up.
Oh yeah, I know.
So just tell me what he does.
He's
I mean,
not
like if he's running, if
Now
he
he
has
is,
like
now
no
he is.
mats, tell me if the other guy has no
Yeah,
mats.
he's telling you everything. You know, I'll just tell him everything. I'll tell you everything. 80, 55. He's 80, 95. 47. He's just shot nothing.
Oh my.
He's trying to pop a mini.
Yeah, I got it.
He's
here.
desperate. 47, 25.
How many mats does he have? Mats.
He has 97 builds. He's 70 health. 37 health.
GG's.
So is it ended up?
Yeah, it's over. They left, bro.
Oh, they left. That is crazy.
Yo.
No, Croc's been left, I'm pretty sure. Didn't he? No, because he's spectating. Wait, what?
Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, Savage Rage
I'm
Quit, bro.
confused. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Wait, what?
Yeah, I won.
That's wild.
Yo, they rage quit. Savage thought he was good, but
I know. What, Leo? What? No, I was gonna get it last night, but I had a really bad headache. I had to go to sleep. What? Bro, that was yesterday. I wanted to play the tournament. What the?
I'm probably gonna like take a little break. Okay, I'll probably be back on later though.
Oh, okay.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Okay. Yeah, I know they're so bad. Like, I love 1v1 kids. I think they're like him when I know I'm better than him just based on how they played. Like right there, it was a teammate diff. Like my teammate was kind of bad, so I had to fully like carry them on my shoulders. But like, I knew I win that. But was it 7-3? Like, bro got bodied. He thinks he's him, but he doesn't even know what ping is. Like, that's actually crazy. But yeah. Okay, I've been streaming for 6 hours and 43 minutes. I'm probably gonna hop off now. So yeah. But like, good stream, bro. But doesn't know what ping is. I've heard it all now. Like, how do you not know what ping is? FPS is everything. Like, here, I'll look it up. Is what's more beneficial, FPS or ping? Like, you don't want high ping because you can't play on that. But like, and you don't want to play. You obviously playing on 240 FPS is smoother. But like, you really get no straight up advantage, bro. Like, if you're on 100 ping to 0, obviously you'll see a difference. But if you're on 120 to 240, you could still be better than someone. Like, he just doesn't understand that, chat. But W 6 hour stream, almost 7 hours. But thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, fire. Have a good night, bro. It's late for you, bro. Oh my god. But have a good night. Peace.